welcome and let yourself settle comfortably into a position of complete rest. As the opening card softly fades into darkness, allow your eyes to close gently and your breathing to fall into a quiet, peaceful rhythm. Tonight, we begin a calm journey back through the centuries, exploring the silent highways of antiquity that connected distant societies long before the modern world existed. Across vast expanses of land and sea, human ingenuity and patience carved out quiet pathways that carried not only goods, but ideas, traditions, and a shared sense of wonder. From the windswept desert tracts of the Levant to the vast ocean lanes carved by wooden ships, trade routes were the quiet arteries of human civilization. They called for deep endurance, steady pacing, and an intimate understanding of the natural world. In the stillness of this hour, we leave behind the hurried pace of our daily lives and step into a quieter realm where the passage of time is measured by the slow turning of constellations, the gentle rise and fall of ocean swells, and the measured cadence of footsteps across soft sand. Allow your mind to unwind as we drift into the peaceful landscapes of the past, where ancient travelers journeyed beneath the same soothing night sky that cradles us now, finding rest, direction, and quiet comfort under the vast canopy of stars. To understand how these ancient trade networks took shape, our journey begins in the sweeping, sun-cured expanses of the ancient Near East, a region where vast deserts stretch under an open sky. In antiquity, traveling across these arid regions during the heat of the day was an exhausting endeavor, as the relentless sun reflected off limestone hills and shimmering dunes. However, when twilight descended upon the landscape, the intense heat gave way to a soothing, cool air, and the desert transformed into a peaceful sanctuary of deep shadows and tranquil silence. It was in this unique environment that specialized nomadic merchants, most notably the Nabateans, developed an extraordinary mastery over the desert landscape. The Nabateans were skilled stewards of the land, possessing a profound knowledge of secret water sources, subtle mountain passes, and the celestial markers that mapped the heavens. Across the harsh terrain, they established complex trade networks that carried luxury goods across vast distances. Among the most prized of these treasures were aromatic resins, fragrant frankincense, and rich myrrh harvested from the trees of southern Arabia, which were sought after across the Mediterranean for religious ceremonies, medicinal ointments, and daily life. Transporting these delicate, precious commodities across hundreds of miles of wilderness required a slow, harmonious approach, working in perfect unison with the natural rhythms of the desert environment rather than struggling against them. Central to this remarkable system was an extraordinary feat of environmental adaptation and logistical planning that allowed merchants to cross seemingly impassable terrain with safety and calm precision. Along the ancient incense route across the Negev desert, Nabatean traders traveled primarily at night under cool desert stars, guiding camel caravans between cisterns placed precisely 20 miles apart, the distance a camel walks in a single day. These underground water reservoirs were marvels of subterranean engineering, meticulously carved into solid rock or built beneath dry riverbeds to collect precious rainwater and prevent evaporation in the desert heat. To protect these invaluable water supplies from travelers unfamiliar with the region, the Nabateans carefully concealed their entrances, keeping their locations known only to experienced caravan leaders. Moving under the gentle light of the moon and stars, the caravans traveled in a quiet, rhythmic cadence. The soft, padded footfalls of the camels created a gentle, hypnotic lullaby against the sand, while the cool night air preserved the strength of both the animals and their drivers. Every 20 miles, as the first light of dawn began to paint the eastern horizon in soft hues of rose and gold, the caravan would arrive at its intended destination. There, by the sheltered cistern, the travelers could draw refreshing water, rest through the hottest hours of the day beneath shaded rock overhangs, and prepare peacefully for another nocturnal leg of their journey under the starry sky. This harmonious pacing, repeated night after night, turned the formidable desert into a serene bridge between worlds, connecting distant cultures through patient, quiet effort. The precious incense carried by these nocturnal caravans eventually reached the bustling ports of the Mediterranean, where it was loaded onto wooden vessels to travel across ocean lanes, filling ancient temples and quiet homes with soothing, fragrant smoke. Beyond the economic exchange, these routes fostered a deep, silent continuity across human history, reminding us that even the vastest distances can be crossed with patience, rhythm, and gentle persistence. Looking back across the centuries, we see that the story of human trade is fundamentally a story of connection, a quiet testament to our innate desire to reach out, share resources, and navigate the unknown with wisdom and care. As we conclude this opening movement of our journey, let the steady, restful rhythm of the ancient caravan fill your thoughts with a sense of peace and stillness. The ancient desert remains quiet beneath the stars, its timeless paths sleeping softly in the cool night air. Let yourself sink deeper into comfort, knowing that you are safe, resting quietly in the darkness, drifting gently into a deep and soothing sleep. Long ago, in the quiet expanse of the ancient world, trade began as a slow and deliberate journey across vast landscapes, where the movement of precious goods traced the contours of mountains and river basins. High among the rugged crags of northeastern Afghanistan, where cold alpine winds whisper across the high valleys, miners extracted stones of mesmerizing color from the dark, quiet earth. During the 3rd millennium BCE, traders carrying deep blue lapis lazuli from the high Sarai Sang mines of Badakhshan packed the raw gemstones into soft felt pouches, traveling down mountain river valleys to bring the unpolished azure mineral to jewelers in ancient Ur. This arduous trek required immense patience and a profound knowledge of the terrain, as merchants guided pack animals along narrow, winding trails that followed the natural descent of snowmelt streams. Each step taken along these high-altitude paths carried the weight of distance and quiet determination, bridging isolated highland communities with the burgeoning urban centers of Mesopotamia. The soft felt pouches protected the delicate, starry stones from the friction of the journey, ensuring that their intense indigo hue remained unmarred through weeks of travel across rocky passes, dry footslopes, and broad alluvial plains. As the caravans descended into lower altitudes, the crisp mountain air gradually yielded to the warmer, stiller breezes of the river basins, where ancient cities waited like quiet anchors along the Euphrates. In the sunlit workshops of skilled craftspeople received these unworked treasures, turning the raw mineral into intricate seals, beads, and inlaid ornaments that mirrored the deep navy of a clear midnight sky. Through such patient endeavors, early trade routes were forged not in haste, but in the slow, rhythmic cadence of footsteps measured step by step across the vastness of the ancient Near East. As centuries turned into millennia, the networks of exchange expanded, weaving together ever more distant landscapes into a quiet matrix of human connection. The paths trodden by early merchants grew into well-worn corridors, marked by the peaceful resting places where travelers paused under the shade of date palms or beside slow-flowing waters. Across continents, the desire for rare minerals, fragrant woods, and finely woven textiles encouraged communities to look beyond their local horizons, seeking out new pathways through deserts, mountain gaps, and fertile river corridors. These early overland routes required an intimate familiarity with the changing seasons, the locations of reliable desert wells, and the gentle cycles of the natural world. Travelers learned to read the night sky for orientation, navigating by the fixed, comforting glow of stars that had guided wanderers for generations. The stillness of the desert night often enveloped these caravans, where the gentle clink of harness bells and the soft crunch of sand underfoot created a soothing rhythm that measured the passage of hours. In these peaceful moments under the open sky, the vastness of the earth seemed less like a barrier and more like a shared expanse, crisscrossed by shared stories, shared goods, and the silent understanding between distinct cultures. Over time, these land tracks gradually approached the margins of great seas, where the edge of the known world opened into wide, shimmering horizons, inviting travelers to trust their journeys not only to the solid earth, but also to the steady currents of the air and water, where the land gave way to the endless expanse of the sea. Maritime trade developed its own peaceful cadences, governed by the celestial and atmospheric cycles that shaped the coastal worlds. Beginning in the 1st century CE, mariners across the Indian Ocean relied on the predictable rhythms of the seasonal monsoon winds, which blew southwest from July to September to gently carry wooden dhows directly across open waters to the spice port of Muziris. Unlike the cautious coastal hugging of earlier seafaring traditions, these sailors learned to trust the vast open sea, allowing the steady, seasonal winds to fill their stitched plank sails and push their vessels smoothly across the deep blue waves. The journey across the Arabian Sea became a continuous, drifting voyage, suspended between the vast sky above and the dark ocean below, where the steady rush of water against timber provided a tranquil soundtrack to long days at sea. Upon arriving at Muziris, on the lush Malabar coast, ships anchored in calm estuaries to unload cargoes of Mediterranean glass, wine, and gold, while taking aboard fragrant pepper, fine silks, and rare spices harvested from the surrounding tropical hills. This annual maritime migration was synchronized entirely with nature's pulse. After months of trading and resting in southern ports, sailors would wait patiently for the wind to shift, knowing that in due time the northeast winter monsoon would quietly guide them back to their home harbors. In this gentle interplay of earth and ocean, ancient trade routes became more than mere avenues of commerce. They were enduring threads of continuity that bound distant realms together in a shared, harmonious rhythm. Whether navigating the high, quiet valleys of Badakhshan or skimming the warm waters of the Indian Ocean, merchants and mariners operated within a profound respect for distance, time, and the natural world. Their journeys were not defined by speed or urgency, but by a calm acceptance of the long days required to cross mountains, deserts, and seas. Each voyage and caravan trek left a subtle mark upon the tapestry of human history, weaving a legacy of peaceful encounter and quiet exchange. Today, the ancient tracks through mountain passes have largely softened into quiet memory, and the ocean lanes where wooden hulls once glided remain open under the same unchanging stars. As the night settles over land and sea alike, the legacy of these early travelers lingers in the peaceful stillness, a reminder of a world where connection was forged slowly, thoughtfully, and in harmony with the gentle turn of the earth. High in the remote reaches of Central Asia, where the cool mountain winds drift through rugged passes and whisper across sunlit peaks, the earliest threads of long-distance trade began to take shape thousands of years ago. Long before paved roads or grand empires stretched across the continent, human hands sought out the quiet wonders hidden within the earth, drawn by stones that mirrored the profound depth of the twilight sky. Up in these solitary elevations, far removed from the bustling agricultural settlements of the lowland river basins, small mountain communities lived in gentle harmony with the natural world, following the gradual melt of winter snows and the soft rustle of high alpine pastures. Here, deep within the mountain rock, rested a mineral of exceptional beauty, a stone whose vivid blue color seemed to capture the stillness of midnight and the delicate, golden flickering of distant stars. During the 3rd millennium BCE, miners in the high, quiet valleys of Badakhshan extracted deep indigo lapis, lazuli speckled with golden pyrite, packing the raw stones into soft lambskin pouches, cushioned with carded cotton for transport along the Oxus Valley to the artisan jewelers of Ur. These humble pouches were carefully bound and fastened to the wooden pack frames of sturdy animals, protecting the precious blue cargo from the rough vibrations of the rocky trail as the small caravan prepared for its long journey downward. The mountain air was clean and cold, carrying the faint scent of wild thyme, crushed granite, and pine needles, while the slow, rhythmic sound of footsteps upon loose gravel signaled the beginning of an overland voyage that would bridge continents and connect distinct civilizations across hundreds of leagues. As the travelers descended from the high crags into the widening embrace of the Oxus Valley, the landscape softened into rolling hills and fertile riverbanks lined with poplars and wild willows. Following the winding course of the water, the caravan moved with a deliberate, unhurried pace, attuned to the steady cadence of walking through the cool morning hours and resting through the warmth of the midday sun. In this ancient era, travel was not measured by speed, but by endurance, patience, and a deep, intuitive familiarity with the contours of the earth. The river served as both a constant companion and a vital guide, providing refreshing drink for the animals and carving a natural, gentle pathway through the formidable mountain terrain. Along the valley floor, small farming hamlets and solitary outposts offered welcoming stops where traders could rest, exchange news of distant weather, and share simple, nourishing meals of baked flatbread, dried figs, and fresh spring water. As daylight slowly gave way to the soft hues of evening, the valley air cooled, and the caravan would make camp in the quiet shelter of river groves. The merchants would gently unburden their beasts, laying the heavy packs upon the soft grass and listening to the soothing lullaby of flowing water beneath a deepening sky. Around small, crackling campfires, conversation remained low and sparse, reflecting the tranquil spirit of the surrounding wilderness, until the coals died down to glowing embers, and the travelers fell into deep, restful sleep under a vast blanket of brilliant stars. Day after day, the journey continued westward across broad plateaus and sun-drenched steppes, where the open horizons created a profound sense of limitless space and calm stillness. The trade route formed an invisible, enduring thread woven across the landscape, sustained by generations of nomadic herders and seasoned travelers who knew every sheltered nook, natural spring, and safe mountain pass along the way, crossing through regional trading centers and quiet desert staging posts. The pouches of lapis lazuli were handed from one trusted trading party to another, moving seamlessly through an ancient network of human cooperation that spanned vast distances without losing its precious cargo. As the weeks turned into months, the dry steppe eventually yielded to the fertile floodplain of Mesopotamia, where the great rivers Tigris and Euphrates carved green ribbons of life through the warm lowlands. Here, rising peacefully from the flat horizon, stood the grand mud brick walls, busy palm groves, and soaring temples of ancient Sumerian city-states. The arrival of the mountain stones was greeted with quiet reverence in the sunlit workshops of where master jewelers carefully unfastened the weathered lambskin pouches to reveal the gleaming indigo treasures within, perfectly preserved and untouched by their long travel across mountain, river, and plain. In the quiet cool of the city's artisan quarters, these magnificent stones of bad action were meticulously cut, smoothed, and polished by hand, transformed into delicate beads, inlaid mosaics, and ceremonial objects that would be set into gold leaf and silver fittings, embedded within royal lyres, cylinder seals, and sacred ornaments. The deep blue lapis lazuli became a living symbol of the cosmic night sky, connecting the earthly realms of Mesopotamia with the silent, snow-capped peaks where the stone had been born. Through this slow, steady exchange of goods and skill, distant civilizations were quietly linked across thousands of miles by shared beauty, mutual reliance, and the gentle persistence of those who walked the long overland trails. The pathways carved out by these early merchants would endure for millennia, establishing the timeless foundations for future networks of commerce, art, and culture that span the ancient world. As the evening deepens into night and the surrounding world falls into peaceful rest, one can imagine the soft, rhythmic footfalls of those ancient caravans continuing their timeless journey across moonlit plains, carrying quiet stories and enduring connections under the starry canopy of an eternal sky. Long before paved roads or grand stone highways spanned the continents, nature provided her own serene network of transit in the form of winding rivers and vast, still lakes. Across North America, the landscape was woven with clear waterways that served as the silent veins of ancient exchange, carrying travelers smoothly through endless forests of pine and birch under soft northern skies. Here, where the rustle of leaves and the gentle lap of water against wooden hulls formed the steady cadence of daily life, early communities moved in harmony with the gentle currents of the seasons. Waterways offered a path of low resistance through dense woodlands, allowing small craft to glide effortlessly across expansive blue horizons, while connecting distant settlements that shared both resources and peaceful greetings. In the crisp air of early mornings, when thin morning mists rose off the mirror-like surface of inland waters, paddle strokes dipped quietly into the cool depths, carrying goods crafted from the bounty of the land across immense distances. The rhythm of this travel was fundamentally tranquil, shaped by the steady ebb and flow of tides, the gentle drift of river currents, and the patient endurance of people who understood the subtle language of the natural world. Each Each lake shore and river bend offered a temporary resting place, a sheltered cove where travelers could pull their lightweight vessels onto sandy banks, kindle small campfires, and share stories beneath the quiet canopy of stars. The wilderness was not a barrier to be conquered, but a quiet home through which rivers flowed like silver ribbons, guiding travelers from one peaceful encampment to another under the watchful gaze of ancient white pines. As generations passed, these water routes established an enduring culture of peaceful trade across thousands of miles, linking boreal forests to fertile plains and creating a quiet network of human connection that endured through centuries of calm, seasonal rhythm. Far to the north, along the pristine shores of Lake Superior, the earth held a rare gift of pure, unrefined copper resting near the water's edge. Deep within this quiet wilderness lay Isle Real, a remote island ringed by cool waters, rocky outcrops, and quiet pine forests. Here, early inhabitants harvested the rich deposits of native metal that glinted softly under the northern sun. With great patience, craftspeople extracted the raw nuggets from shallow pits and gravel beds along the shore, working in harmony with the changing seasons before preparing their precious cargo for long journeys south. During the 2nd millennium BCE, native traders along Lake Superior harvested raw copper nuggets from the shores of Isle Real, wrapping the malleable metal in sheets of birch bark bound with spruce root to transport them down quiet riverways toward the Mississippi Valley. The use of birch bark provided a light, resilient layer of protection against moisture, while tough, flexible spruce roots secured the bundles into neat, manageable packages that could sit securely in canoes or be carried comfortably across overland portages. As canoes glided silently along interconnected streams and winding tributaries, these small, valuable bundles moved step by step across vast geographic expanses. The journey required deep familiarity with the waterways, an intimate knowledge of where quiet eddies gave way to gentle rapids, and where sheltered shorelines provided safe passage during afternoon breezes. Traveling down south-flowing river systems, traders passed through lush river basins, trading their copper for stone tools, decorative shells, regional crafts, and agricultural knowledge from neighboring communities. The native copper, prized for its malleability and bright reddish luster, was fashioned into elegant beads, delicate ornaments, and functional implements without the need for high-heat smelting, preserving the natural purity of the stone. Each exchange strengthened bonds between distant peoples, creating a web of peaceful commerce that stretched across thousands of miles of North American heartland. These carefully wrapped bundles traveled smoothly through calm waterways, passing from hand to hand across generations, carrying with them not just metal, but the quiet craftsmanship of the northern forests. This quiet network of trade was defined not by speed or competition, but by a continuous, meditative exchange that that unfolded slowly over weeks and months. As copper travel bundles made their way into the Mississippi River Valley, they met other soft trade currents, chert from local quarries, mica from eastern mountains, and seashells from distant southern coasts. The waterways acted as neutral meeting grounds where travelers paused to exchange news, rest beneath ancient trees, and share hospitality along the riverbanks. The gentle movement of craft along water left no permanent scars upon the landscape. Canoes passed softly over the surface, leaving only ephemeral ripples that quickly faded into the quiet expanse of the river. By evening, when the sun dipped below the tree line and cast long golden reflections upon the water, traders would rest, knowing that the fruits of their labor would pass peacefully from hand to hand, bringing beauty and utility to distant encampments. This ancient commerce demonstrated how human beings could connect across vast geographies without disturbing the natural tranquility of the earth. The careful wrapping of birch bark and spruce root preserved not only the metal inside, but also a deep respect for the materials provided by the wilderness. In the quiet darkness of the forest night, as crickets sang along the reed-filled banks and stars glittered in the sky, the river continued its steady, silent march toward the sea, carrying with it the quiet memory of ancient paths, gentle journeys, and the timeless human desire to share, connect, and rest peacefully under the open sky. As the night deepened, the soft murmuring of moving water lulled the sleeping camps into profound rest, holding the memory of shared journeys within the quiet heart of the continent. Long before heavy iron axes transformed the mountains, or great stone harbors reshaped the coastline, the slopes of the Mount Lebanon Range stood blanketed in dense, quiet forests of majestic cedar. Rising high above the eastern shore of the Mediterranean Sea, these giant trees caught the cool mist drifting in from the water, their wide branches creating deep glades of shadow and silence. For centuries, the resinous scent of cedar wood filled the mountain air, carried down to the coast by gentle morning breezes that whispered through the valleys. Down along the quiet shoreline, in ancient harbors like Byblos, life moved with a steady and predictable rhythm, attuned to the rising of the sun and the turn of the seasons. To the south, in the sun-warmed valley of the Nile, timber of such immense height and strength was exceptionally rare, for native palm and acacia trees could not provide the long, straight beams required for grand architectural works, ceremonial barges, or sacred temple doors. As trade networks began to weave their quiet threads across the ancient Near East, the demand for Lebanese cedar established one of the earliest and most peaceful maritime supply lines in human history. Coastal communities became centers of quiet industry, where skilled woodsmen and seafaring merchants worked in harmony with nature, selecting matured trees with care and understanding how to harvest them without disturbing the balance of the forest canopy. The journey of these great timbers began far above the water, where felled trunks were gently guided down steep pathways toward the sea, their rich scent trailing behind them like a quiet promise of endurance across sunlit waters. Once the massive trunks reached the sheltered coves near the shore, merchants and shipwrights began the patient work of preparing the wood for its long journey across the sea. Rather than attempting to load these heavy, long logs onto the narrow decks of early wooden ships, where their weight could capsize a vessel in unexpected weather, mariners devised a remarkably elegant and restful method of transport. In the 14th century BCE, coastal merchants at Byblos transported massive cedar logs from the high forests of Lebanon to Egypt by binding the fragrant trunks into long floating rafts, towing them slowly through the calm waters of the eastern Mediterranean. The buoyant nature of the fresh cedar allowed the logs to float gracefully alongside or behind towing vessels, securely held together by heavy hempen ropes and woven cables that flexed gently with the movement of the waves. Guided by small wooden galleys, powered by steady strokes of long oars and modest linen sails, catching soft coastal breezes, these floating timber rafts drifted south along the coastline, moving no faster than a slow walking pace. The journey was unhurried, taking full advantage of reliable summer weather patterns and gentle counterclockwise currents that naturally swept along the Levant coast toward the Nile Delta. As the rafts moved across the clear water, the fragrant wood bathed in salt spray, releasing a rich aroma that mixed pleasantly with the clean sea air, creating a serene and hypnotic environment for sailors tending the lines. Day after day, the sun rose over the hills and set across the sea, marking the peaceful progression of the convoy, tracing the contour of the land. This gentle mode of coastal transport relied entirely on a deep understanding of atmospheric currents and sea conditions, turning an arduous task into a quiet, meditative voyage across tranquil waters. Sailmakers and navigators observed the sky with calm attentiveness, watching for subtle shifts in wind that signaled favorable conditions for towing immense wooden rafts without placing strain on ships or crews. Merchants of Byblos maintained intimate knowledge of every inlet, cove, and natural shelter along the way, ensuring that if the sea should ever stir from its customary calm, vessels could rest safely until the water returned to a smooth, glass-like surface. Along this ancient maritime route, trade was not merely material exchange, but a peaceful bridge connecting distinct cultures and landscapes. In exchange for precious cedar trunks, Egyptian traders offered fine woven linens, gold, papyrus scrolls, and fragrant oils, fostering a reciprocal relationship that endured across generations without turmoil. The arrival of the cedar rafts at the mouth of the Nile was celebrated with quiet reverence as floating logs were untied and guided up river tributaries toward final destinations in royal workshops and sacred building sites. The presence of these Lebanese timbers would form the structural heart of great shrines, sturdy seagoing ships, and enduring artifacts, silently preserving the memory of their tranquil journey from high mountain slopes to sunlit riverbanks. Through this steady passage across the eastern Mediterranean, early merchants demonstrated how human ingenuity could work in harmony with natural elements, carrying gifts of the earth across peaceful waters to nourish distant civilizations. As evening fell over the ancient coast of the Levant, the water reflected the soft, indigo hues of twilight, and the distant silhouette of cedar rafts blended seamlessly into the quiet expanse of the sea. The slow, rhythmic lapping of waves against floating logs and the gentle creak of wooden oars served as a lullaby for coastal villages watching convoys pass by in the distance. This ancient timber trade laid a peaceful blueprint for ocean lanes that would follow, showing that commerce at its origin was built upon patience, respect for the sea, and a deep, tranquil rhythm aligning with the natural world. The memory of those ancient cedar rafts, floating silently across calm blue waters beneath a warm sun, remains a timeless testament to the quiet beginnings of global connection, inviting the mind to rest in the still, unhurried flow of history. High above the sunlit coast of the Levant, where mountain mist lingers among ancient branches, the ancient forests of cedar once stood in deep, quiet majesty. Here, high upon the mountain slopes, where cool breezes swept down toward the shore, early foresters worked in harmony with the gentle rhythms of the earth, harvesting timber that would line the sacred halls and seagoing hulls of the ancient world. In the 12th century BCE, woodcutters in the high forests of Mount Lebanon peeled fragrant bark from freshly felled cedar logs, floating the sweet-smelling timber rafts down coastal streams to Byblos before mariners towed them across the Mediterranean to the royal docks of Memphis. The journey of these great trees began in the quiet solitude of the highlands, where the aromatic scent of raw cedar would fill the crisp mountain air as the bark was gently cleared from the heavy trunks. Released into the clear, cool waters of mountain streams, the logs bobbed softly through shadowed ravines, guided by the natural flow of the current, until they reached the calm waters of the harbor at Byblos. There, skillful sailors secured the timber into long, buoyant rafts, tying them alongside sturdy wooden vessels built to navigate the open sea. Under gentle breezes and steady skies, the mariners steered their quiet cargo southward, tracking the contour of the shoreline before entering the fertile waters of the Nile Delta, drifting slowly upstream along the quiet river channels to unload their fragrant wood at the royal shipyards and palaces of Memphis. This enduring maritime passage linked the high pine-scented peaks of the Levant with the sun-warmed valleys of Egypt, creating an early highway across the water, where raw timber moved as smoothly as the currents beneath it. The quiet repetition of this trade brought stability to both regions, as seasonal winds guided wood-bearing ships back and forth across the gentle sea, establishing maritime traditions of seamanship, coastal navigation, and woodcraft that would endure for generations to come. As evening descended over the ancient Mediterranean ports, the scent of fresh cedar resting at the water's edge blended with the salty sea air, welcoming weary crews to rest after their peaceful voyage. Centuries later, as maritime networks expanded across the broad expanse of the sea, the artisans of the Phoenician coast refined the delicate arts of chemistry, luxury, and long-distance trade. In the ancient harbor city of Tyre, known far and wide for its skilled craftsmen and protected harbors, workers harvested tiny sea snails from the coastal waters to extract a pigment of extraordinary richness and depth. In the 4th century BCE, Phoenician artisans in Tyre preserved rich purple murex dye inside alabaster vials sealed with aromatic pine pitch, transporting the precious liquid across the calm waters of the Mediterranean to the weaving workshops of Carthage. The creation and preservation of this revered dye was a slow and deliberate craft, requiring immense patience and precision. Once extracted, the vivid liquid was carefully transferred into smooth alabaster containers, chosen for their cool, non-reactive stone walls that protected the dye from heat and light. To ensure that not a single drop of the precious pigment was lost during the long voyage across the sea, each vial was meticulously capped and sealed with a thick layer of fragrant pine pitch, forming a durable, airtight seal that kept the liquid pure. Stowed safely in the low, cool holds of Phoenician merchant vessels, these stone vials traveled westward along established trade routes, passing rocky headlands and tranquil islands as the ships glided smoothly across the Mediterranean basin. Upon reaching the thriving harbor of Carthage, the alabaster vials were carried ashore into quiet textile workshops, where weavers diluted the concentrated pigment to dye fine wools and linens into rich shades of violet and crimson. This quiet exchange of luxury goods bound distant coastal cities together, connecting the eastern workshops of Tyre with the growing artisan communities of North Africa through shared craftsmanship and peaceful sea lanes. The movement of both heavy cedar timber and delicate murex dye illustrates how the ancient Mediterranean served not as a barrier, but as a peaceful highway connecting diverse cultures and landscapes. Merchants and mariners developed a deep understanding of the sea's natural rhythms, learning to read the quiet shift of seasonal winds, the gentle direction of coastal currents, and the steady movement of the stars overhead. As trade ships moved gracefully between ports, carrying raw materials from mountain slopes and refined goods from urban workshops, they established a calm rhythm of life along the shorelines. Handoffs at coastal harbors were conducted with quiet efficiency, as dockworkers, shipwrights, and traders shared the steady labor of loading timber, securing stone containers, and unfurling canvas sails into the morning breeze. The waters of the Mediterranean provided a stable path for these early journeys, allowing ideas, materials, and artisan techniques to drift softly from one shore to another over hundreds of years. At night, as merchant vessels lay anchored in quiet bays along their route, the soft lapping of waves against wooden hulls offered a soothing cadence to the sleeping crews. The legacy of these ancient sea lanes remains embedded in the history of global trade, demonstrating how patience, careful craftsmanship, and respect for nature's pathways allowed early civilizations to build enduring connections across vast stretches of open water. The memory of fragrant wood moving down river currents and luminous dye sealed in alabaster continues to evoke a tranquil picture of human ingenuity drifting peacefully upon a calm, timeless sea. As the stars turn slowly in the night sky above the tranquil waters, the steady sea lanes rest in silent stillness, keeping watch over the ancient world. Long before great harbor cities arose with stone quays and lighthouses, the sea lanes of Western Europe were navigated by quiet wooden vessels following the contours of misty coastlines. Along the green, windswept headlands of southwestern Britain, ancient communities worked in harmony with the rhythms of the sea and the hidden riches beneath the earth. Here, in a landscape sculpted by rain and Atlantic gales, lies one of the most vital raw materials of antiquity: tin. Though soft and unassuming on its own, tin was the essential ingredient that, when alloyed with copper, gave birth to the Bronze Age, transforming tools, ornaments, and structural crafts across the Mediterranean and beyond. For centuries, distant civilizations knew of remote, fog-shrouded islands far to the north, places spoken of with quiet wonder by ancient travelers who sought the metal. The routes that carried this tin were not bustling highways filled with noise, but slow, patient channels carved through river valleys, across open channels, and over narrow land bridges, exposed only when the ocean retreated. As twilight fell over granite hills, fires flickered beside smelting hearths where river gravels yielded tiny black stones of cassiterite. The process was deliberate and unhurried, guided by patience and tradition. Laborers tended the hearths with practiced ease, knowing that every block of metal produced here would begin a journey spanning thousands of miles, passing from hand to hand across sea currents and river bends, until reaching craftsmen in far-off sunlit ports. In the 4th century BCE, tin miners in Cornwall melted refined metal into smooth, bone-shaped ingots, wrapping the heavy blocks in dried river rushes before hauling them on wooden carts across low-tide causeways to Mounts Bay for shipment across the English Channel. This meticulous preparation reflected both practical wisdom and a quiet reverence for the trade. The distinctive shape of the ingots, often crafted with pinched middles and rounded ends, allowed them to be balanced easily in the hold of a ship or tied securely to pack animals without sliding. Wrapping the dense ingots in woven river rushes protected the soft metal from damage during transport, while shielding the handlers from the biting cold of heavy stone and raw sea air. Timing was everything for the cart drivers, who watched the ocean with patient eyes. They waited for the precise hour when the gravitational pull of the moon drew the Atlantic waters back, revealing a firm, wet corridor of sand and granite cobbles stretching toward the tidal island of Mounts Bay. Beneath pale evening skies, the creak of wooden wheels and the thud of ox hooves echoed across the damp causeway as loads of gray-silver metal were moved out to waiting ships before the tide returned to submerge the trackway once more. Shipmasters, skilled in reading the subtle shifts of wind and water, stowed the heavy cargo deep near the keel to stabilize their oak-planked vessels. When the morning mists lifted, these traders set sail into the gray-green expanse of the English Channel, relying on landmark navigation, the flight of seabirds, and the familiar pulse of the tides to guide them safely to Armorica. Once the tin reached the continental mainland, its voyage shifted from the open sea to the gentle, winding arteries of Western Europe's river networks. Merchant guilds and riverfolk received the rushes-wrapped ingots along the estuaries of the Seine, the Loire, and the Garonne, transferring the heavy cargo onto broad, flat-bottomed river barges designed to slip effortlessly over shallow gravel bars. These riverways served as quiet conduits through primeval forests, where small trading posts welcomed passing crews with warm hearth fires. Day after day, the barges glided downstream or were pulled steadily upstream along embankment paths by draft animals, moving deeper into the heartland of Gaul. Eventually, the tin reached the broad valley of the Rhone, a great natural corridor flowing southward toward the warm, azure waters of the Mediterranean Sea. At river ports like Massalia, the Cornish metal met the vast maritime networks of the ancient classical world. Here, Phoenician, Greek, and Etruscan traders acquired the ingots, loading them into merchant galleys bound for island bronze foundries in Cyprus, Crete, and the Aegean archipelago. In these warm Mediterranean workshops, artisan metalworkers melted the northern tin alongside copper, pouring the glowing liquid into clay molds to forge delicate bronze cauldrons, mirror backs, sickles, and temple vessels. Thus, a piece of metal shaped in a quiet, rain-washed valley of Cornwall became an integral thread in the rich tapestry of Mediterranean civilization, uniting distant cultures through the silent, enduring language of trade. As night settles over the coastal cliffs of Cornwall today, the same ocean tides continue their eternal, rhythmic dance against the shores of Mounts Bay. The ancient wheel ruts across the sand have long since dissolved into the sea. Yet, the memory of those early merchants remains embedded in the landscape. The winds that once filled the square sails of tin-laden vessels still blow softly across the channel, carrying the cool scent of salt and rain over silent fields. There is a deep, reassuring stillness in reflecting upon these ancient journeys, undertaken not with haste, but with a profound patience governed by the natural cadence of the season. The miners, the cart drivers, the river barge captains, and the Mediterranean seafarers were all part of a quiet human chorus, bridging vast distances with steady, mindful care. As the stars emerge above the dark Atlantic waters, the earth slumbers beneath a blanket of quiet history, holding fast the memories of ancient hearths, wooden carts, and peaceful ocean lanes that carried the treasures of the earth to distant horizons. Long before great highways crisscrossed continents, or massive ocean freighters plied the deep waters of the world, human networks expanded quietly through the patient, rhythmic movements of coastal mariners and rural craftspeople along the far fringes of Western Europe, where the damp, cool ocean air settles over quiet river valleys and rugged granite headlands. The trade in essential minerals flourished not through grand conquest or hasty expansion, but through the slow, steady routine of daily life and seasonal exchange. Metal was not merely a commodity to be bought and sold in crowded city squares. It was the quiet binding thread that linked isolated coastal communities with distant urban centers thousands of miles away across mountain passes and open water, as soft rain washed continuously through the green, rolling hills and collected in quiet freshwater streams. Rivers gently carried tiny, heavy grains of mineral ore downward toward tidal estuaries, depositing them in beds of ancient gravel where land and sea slowly met. For centuries, long before written records documented their names or mapped their anchorages, coastal dwellers learned to observe these subtle gifts of the earth, recognizing the hidden value within the dark stones that lay beneath clear, running water. This tranquil relationship between land, water, and human industry formed the foundational bedrock of ancient maritime trade, creating enduring corridors of commerce that operated like a calm, rhythmic tide across the known world. Ships designed with low profiles and sturdy oak timbers leaned gently into the prevailing westerly winds, carrying small cargoes along well-remembered shorelines, pausing at sheltered coves as evening fell, and bringing the quiet wealth of northern riverbanks into broader, warmer sea lanes. In the 1st century BCE, miners along the Misty estuaries of Cornwall washed stream tin from granite gravel, smelting the gray cassiterite into heavy loaf-shaped ingots, and wrapping them in coarse wool for mariners to ship across the English Channel to the bronze foundries of Massalia. The entire process was unhurried, deeply grounded in a tranquil familiarity with the contours of the land and the subtle shifts of oceanic weather. Miners would stand knee-deep in the cool, clear stream waters, using wooden shovels and shallow, woven baskets to separate the heavy gray grains of cassiterite from the lighter quartz sand and weathered gravel, allowing the river's natural flow to assist in their patient, methodical labor. Once purified by water and sun, the dark ore was brought to simple stone hearths built along the sheltered slopes of the riverbanks, where wood fires burned hot enough to release the pure, gleaming tin from its rocky matrix. As the molten metal cooled inside simple sand molds into solid, loaf-shaped blocks, it assumed a form both heavy and manageable, perfectly suited for stacking neatly within the shallow holds of sea vessels. Wrapping each ingot in thick, coarse wool served a double purpose, protecting the soft metal from surface damage during long transit, while preventing the heavy, rigid edges from wearing away the wooden framing of the ships. Beyond the narrow waters of the channel, these heavy wool-bound bundles were carried along riverways like the Seine and the Rhone, flowing steadily south through the quiet heartland of Western Europe, until they finally reached the sunny, sheltered port of Massalia on the Mediterranean coast. There, in the warmth of southern workshops, furnace fires transformed the cold northern metal once again, alloying it with Mediterranean copper to produce the durable bronze that shaped the tools, vessels, and artwork of an interconnected ancient world. The long journey of tin from the fog-wrapped estuaries of Britain to the sunlit harbors of the Mediterranean illustrates how ancient trade routes operated as living, interconnected systems of natural balance and restful endurance. Every leg of the voyage depended on an intimate, inherited understanding of natural currents, seasonal wind patterns, and mutual human trust, binding geographically distant communities together in a quiet partnership that endured across generations. Mariners who navigated the shifting tides of the northern seas knew when to wait for favorable winds, anchoring their wooden vessels in quiet, protected bays where the water mirrored the fading light of the sky, and the soft sound of waves lapping against hull planks invited a restful pause. The essential goods they carried were never rushed across the water in frantic haste, but moved at the measured, peaceful pace of the elements themselves, honoring the steady cadence of sunrise, wind, and tide. In the quiet foundries of Massalia, metalworkers received these northern ingots with a practiced skill passed down through centuries of craftsmanship, understanding that every finished bronze vessel held within its form the distant rain, granite hills, and patient labor of miners working along cold Atlantic estuaries. As night settled over the ancient Mediterranean harbors, the fires of the foundries would dim into soft, glowing embers, and the wooden ships resting at anchor would sway gently in the calm harbor swell, fully completed in their purpose for another day. This continuous, quiet flow of goods across land and sea served as a silent reminder of humanity's shared ingenuity, weaving a tapestry of peaceful connection that stretched from misty northern waters to warm southern bays, softly anchoring the ancient world in a rhythm of restful harmony. Long ago, across the calm expanse of the ancient Near East, trade flowed not only through bustling urban marketplaces, but along quiet natural corridors where the unique harvests of the earth were gathered with patient, practiced routine. In the 3rd century BCE, along the still and heavy waters of the Dead Sea, local boatmen navigated the quiet shores where dark, mineral-rich resins rose naturally from the deep depths beneath the warm sunlit air. Floating upon the buoyant, mirror-like surface of the inland sea, large blocks of pitch-black bitumen drifted slowly toward the shallows, where gatherers waited in small wooden craft to harvest the precious substance. Working in the serene hush of early morning, boatmen along the quiet shores of the Dead Sea gathered floating blocks of black bitumen from the still waters, breaking the glossy resin into small chunks and sealing them inside woven wicker baskets lined with pitch for camel transport to the embalming workshops of Thebes. The slow, rhythmic swaying of the camels carried these sealed baskets across hundreds of miles of sun-baked tracks, tracing ancient desert paths that connected the low-lying salt sea to the fertile banks of the Nile River. Each step of the caravan was measured and deliberate, guided by the steady rise and fall of the sun, as the valuable resin was safely transported across vast distances to be used in the intricate, sacred preservation arts of Egyptian embalmers. Along these trade routes, the quiet movement of bitumen became a silent bridge between distant ecosystems, connecting the mineral-dense waters of the Levant with the monument-lined riverbanks of Upper Egypt. As night fell over the desert camps, the camels would kneel in the cool sand, their heavy burdens resting beside them under a vast canopy of stars, while the merchants listened to the soft whisper of evening breezes drifting peacefully across the sleeping dunes. Farther to the east, among the high, windswept peaks and sheltered valleys of the Zagros Range, a very different natural resin was harvested with equal care during the same quiet era of antiquity. Here, where mountain air blew crisp and clear over rocky slopes, wild astragalus bushes grew low to the ground, enduring the dry summers and cold winters of the highland terrain. In the 3rd century BCE, mountain villagers in the Zagros Range gathered ribbons of translucent white tragacanth gum exuded from wild astragalus bushes, drying the flexible ribbons on smooth river stones before sealing them inside parchment-lined clay jars for muleback transport down to Seleucia. The villagers worked methodically along the hillsides, carefully collecting the delicate, glass-like ribbons as they seeped from the bark of the hardy shrubs, laying them out under the gentle warmth of the sun, so that any natural moisture would slowly evaporate upon the polished surfaces of mountain river stones, once dried into durable, semi-translucent strips. The gum was carefully packed into heavy earthenware vessels lined with smooth parchment to shield the delicate harvest from dust and moisture during the long journey ahead. Sturdily built mules, sure-footed on the narrow and steep highland paths, were loaded with these sealed vessels, descending step by step through winding gorges, mountain passes, and river valleys toward the great lowland metropolis of Seleucia, on the banks of the Tigris. There, the versatile tragacanth gum would find its place among artisans, scribes, and apothecaries, who valued its binding and thickening properties for medicines, pigments, and textiles. The descent from the cool heights of the mountains into the warm plains of Mesopotamia represented a journey across distinct climate zones, linked seamlessly by the steady, unhurried pace of mule trains following paths carved into the rock by generations of travelers. These two distinct trade routes, one traversing the arid lowlands from the Dead Sea to the Nile, and the other descending from the Zagros heights into the river basins of Mesopotamia, illustrate the quiet, interconnected nature of ancient commerce. Merchants and gatherers did not rush their work, for the quality of their goods depended entirely upon the careful, unhurried handling of materials provided by nature. Whether it was bitumen harvested from calm, salty waters, or tragacanth gum gathered from wild mountain flora, each commodity required deep localized knowledge, precise timing, and specialized packaging to endure weeks of travel across rough terrain. Pack animals, whether steady camels suited for sandy desert tracks or sure-footed mules equipped for steep mountain trails, moved in harmony with the gentle contours of the earth, resting at recognized springs, oases, and roadside shelters when the sun grew high in the sky. As these trade goods moved across regional borders, they carried with them not only physical utility, but a sense of calm continuity that defined life along the ancient trade lanes. The peaceful cadence of hoofbeats on stone, the soft rustle of wicker and parchment, and the slow unwinding of long distances created a tranquil framework within which human societies exchanged the subtle gifts of their environments. In the quiet hours of evening, as small campfires flickered outside caravanserai walls and long shadows stretched across the resting landscape, traders from different regions shared stories of the trails, united by the shared experience of guiding fragile harvests safely to their destinations beneath a vast, peaceful sky that embraced both the highest mountains and the lowest seas. High above the Arabian Sea, where the southern coast of the peninsula meets the gentle moisture of seasonal monsoons, lies a landscape shaped by quiet rhythms and ancient trees. Along the rocky hillsides and terraced wadis, Boswellia trees have grown for thousands of years, drawing life from limestone soil and yielding one of antiquity's most prized treasures. In the 3rd century BCE, gatherers in the Kara mountains of Dhofar cured translucent tears of silver frankincense on flat limestone ledges in the sun, packing the fragrant resin into dried palm fiber bags for camel caravans journeying along the incense route to the temples of Petra. The process of harvesting was slow and deliberate, matching the unhurried pace of the land itself. Scrapers made of iron or shell were used to lightly mark the pale bark of the trees, allowing milky sap to bleed slowly into the warm open air. over several weeks, the sap hardened into solid droplets, turning from opalescent white into pale amber and translucent silver. When collected, these dried tears held within them the rich, balsamic aroma of the desert hills, concentrated by months of intense sunlight and mountain winds. The gatherers sorted the resin by size and clarity, wrapping each batch in woven palm fibers that protected the fragile tears during the long overland journey ahead. As morning sun rose over the peaks, long strings of dromedaries assembled at the mountain settlements, their pack saddles carefully balanced with wooden frames and ropes to carry the aromatic cargo thousands of miles north across the arid expanse. The path leading away from the Dhofar highlands unfolded into a vast network of desert tracks known as the Incense Route, a trail forged over centuries by the constant passage of hooves and footfalls. Traveling along this route required a deep understanding of desert geography, where survival depended on knowing the precise location of hidden wells, sheltered wadis, and granite outcroppings that offered shade from midday heat. The caravans moved with a steady, hypnotic cadence, setting out in the cool hours of early morning long before the horizon turned to gold. The soft padding of camel hooves on soft sand created a gentle, rhythmic sound that echoed softly against surrounding dunes, blending with the clinking of harness rings and the low murmurs of drivers. As the sun reached its zenith, merchants and caravan guides sought refuge beneath spreading acacia trees or sandstone overhangs, unlatching palm fiber bags only to check their bindings before resting through the hottest hours. In these still moments of midday rest, the dry air carried the subtle, resinous scent of frankincense and myrrh, a gentle reminder of the precious payload resting quietly beneath woven covers. When afternoon shadows lengthened across ripple-marked sands, the caravan resumed its northward march, following paths marked not by stone monuments, but by memory, ancestral knowledge, and the familiar contours of distant mountain ridges. As night fell over the vast interior of the peninsula, the desert air cooled rapidly, bringing serene stillness to encampments pitched beside ancient watering stops. Under a clear sky untouched by artificial light, caravan drivers looked upward to read the position of the stars, using constellations like the Great Bear and the bright guidance of Polaris to verify their heading for the morning ahead. Celestial navigation was an essential art for these desert travelers, turning the night sky into a vast map guiding merchants across oceans of sand with the same precision used by sailors on the open sea. At each oasis stop, from the green basin of Medina to the highland valleys of the Hijaz, local traders, well diggers, and guards welcomed passing caravans, exchanging fresh water, dates, and fodder for news of distant cities and small samples of aromatic resins. These stopovers allowed both humans and animals to restore their strength, lounging beside cool cisterns fed by underground channels, while camels rested their long limbs in soft dust. The economy of the region was tied to this steady movement of goods, as local tribes provided protection and guidance along specific segments of the route in exchange for tolls and trade opportunities. Through this cooperative network, remote valleys of southern Arabia became connected to grand urban centers of the Mediterranean world, forming a delicate web of commerce built on mutual reliance, shared geography, and the timeless desire for sacred aromatics. After many weeks of continuous travel across the desert, the terrain gradually shifted from open sand to towering walls of red and rose sandstone, signaling the approach to the northern terminus of the incense route at Petra. Nestled within a secluded basin protected by narrow rock fissures, Petra served as the prosperous capital of the Nabatean kingdom, where master stonemasons carved magnificent facades, temples, and storehouses directly into living rock. Here, in the cool shade of the Sick Canyon, camel trains finally came to rest, unloading dried palm fiber bags in bustling courtyards where merchants from Egypt, Syria, Greece, and Rome gathered to negotiate terms. The translucent tiers of silver frankincense that had begun their journey on sunlit ledges of Dhofar were transferred onto fresh Mediterranean-bound transports, carried westward to Alexandria, or shipped northward to the ports of the Levant. From these coastal hubs, incense traveled across the sea to fill grand temples, palaces, and sacred altars, releasing sweet, fragrant smoke into quiet sanctuary spaces thousands of miles from its origin. Yet back along quiet tracks of the desert, sands slowly swept over footprints of departed caravans, returning the wilderness to its natural silence, until the next seasonal journey began, preserving a calm harmony between human enterprise and the vast, unhurried earth. As the warm autumn breeze settled over the rocky hills of southern Arabia, a quiet rhythm took hold of the landscape, guided by centuries of seasonal memory and gentle human touch. High above the coastal plains in the Dhofar region of Oman, the fog-laden mist of the monsoon months had slowly given way to crisp, clear days, leaving the earth refreshed and ready for harvest. Here grew the hardy Boswellia trees, their twisted branches reaching across dry wadis, harboring within their pale bark a precious, aromatic sap that had been prized since antiquity. In the 2nd century BCE, local autumn gatherers walked among these wild groves to carefully score the gray bark, allowing the tree to release its golden resin, which hardened slowly into pale, translucent tears under the dry desert sun. They gathered these glistening droplets with steady, patient hands, laying them to rest on shaded stone slabs to cure in the gentle breeze, before packing them securely into soft goat hide pouches for the quiet journey toward the coastal port of Samyaram. The air in the wadis carried a resinous warmth, clean and soothing, marking the beginning of a voyage that would carry the subtle scent of Arabia across vast distances to temples and quiet homes bordering distant seas. Every step of this early harvest unfolded with unhurried care, attuned to the slow pulse of nature, where nothing was rushed, and every task moved to the cadence of the turning season. The gatherers knew the temper of each tree, choosing only those mature enough to yield their sap without harm, ensuring that these ancient groves would continue to flourish under the quiet watch of the desert skies. From the wadis of Dhofar, the trail descended through narrow stone gorges toward the coast, where the ancient haven of Sumhuram rested along the quiet waters of a natural inlet. Known today as Khorrari, this stone-walled sanctuary served as a crucial node in the incense trade, anchoring sea lanes that joined the Arabian coast to the broader waters of the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea. Small caravans of camels and donkeys moved down from the foothills, their soft hooves making almost no sound against worn limestone tracks. Loaded with the dried resin pouches, they arrived at the port as afternoon light softened into amber hues, blending the crisp scent of frankincense with the salty tang of sea spray carried by the shoreward breeze. At the harbor, wooden dhows with tall, triangular sails rocked gently at anchor, waiting for favorable winds to carry their cargo northward toward the Gulf of Aqaba or eastward across the open sea. Sailors and merchants handled the leather pouches with practiced reverence, storing them deep within the dry holds of the vessels to protect the fragile resin tears from moisture and heat. Standing upon the stone parapets of Sumhuram, one could look out over the tranquil ocean, watching the slow rise and fall of the tide against the shore, a steady rhythm that matched the restful movement of trade along these southern shores. Here, at the edge of land and ocean, the gifts of the desert were prepared for long waterborne journeys, bridging distant worlds through the calm flow of ancient commerce. As evening cast long, violet shadows across the coastal hills, overland routes stretching inland began to settle into the quiet peace of twilight. Beyond Sumhuram, trade routes unspooled like long threads across the expanse of the Rub al-Khali and the high plateaus of Yemen, guiding merchant caravans from one shaded oasis to the next. The journey across these arid stretches was governed not by haste, but by the cool, reliable presence of the night sky, which offered relief from daytime heat and provided a stellar map over untracked sands. Caravan leaders relied on familiar positions of the stars, steering their processions along paths marked by ancient cairns and well-remembered wells. As the camels knelt in soft sand for their evening rest, the aroma of frankincense drifted faintly from packed saddlebags, mixing with cool night air and the quiet crackle of small driftwood fires. Around these resting places, stories were exchanged in soft tones, detailing the conditions of distant water holes and the timeless rhythms of trade winds. The quiet camaraderie of the trail created a sense of refuge amid the vast stillness of the desert, where travelers found rest beneath a canopy of brilliant stars. In this silent environment, the movement of goods was a harmonious dance with the land, built on patience, observation, and an enduring respect for the natural world. The journey of pale resin from the wild trees of Dhofar to distant sanctuaries of the ancient world highlights the gentle interconnectivity that shaped early human history, long before massive roads or iron rails spanned continents. These soft footpaths and quiet sea lanes bound diverse cultures together in a slow, continuous exchange of resources, ideas, and peaceful contact. The frankincense harvested in Oman traveled thousands of miles across land and water, finding its way into rituals and remedies from Alexandria to Rome, and from Babylon to the distant valleys of the Indus. Yet, at the heart of this vast commercial web remained the quiet, meditative work of gatherers, the steady tread of pack animals, and the gentle lapping of waves against wooden hulls at Sumhuram. As night deepened over the Arabian Peninsula, the coast remained calm. The air held the sweet memory of resin, and the ocean carried the promise of safe passage for those who sailed by guidance of the stars. In the stillness of these ancient trade routes lies a timeless tranquility, inviting the mind to rest in the slow, rhythmic flow of history, where every journey begins with a single peaceful step across the quiet earth. Deep within the ancient river valleys of the eastern Mediterranean, where freshwater streams coiled slowly through alluvial plains before meeting the open sea, early trade relied upon the gentle, seasonal rhythms of harvesting and preparation. Along these quiet waterways, the land offered up its natural treasures, not in sudden surges, but through steady, patient labor timed to the changing light of the sun. In the fertile regions of Anatolia, where the Meander River carved its winding path through dark, rich earth, the gathering of valuable botanical goods was an art of careful timing and soft, repetitive motion. Here, the soil retained the moisture of mountain snowmelts, nurturing deep-rooted plants whose fragrance drifted across the riverbanks as evening drew near. Farmers and laborers worked side by side in the soft light, lifting roots from the riverbanks with wooden tools, ensuring that each delicate fiber remained intact for the long journey across land and sea. In the 2nd century BCE, harvesters along the fertile banks of the Meander River in Anatolia dug sweet licorice roots from the dark soil, washing them in cool spring water and drying the fibrous bundles under linen awnings before packing them into woven rush baskets bound for Ephesus. The process was unhurried, grounded in a deep familiarity with the land's subtle shifts. Once secured within their flexible, breathable containers, these bundles of licorice were carefully loaded onto wooden carts or pack animals, destined to travel along soft dirt tracks toward the great coastal emporiums. The journey to the sea was slow, measured by the quiet plodding of hooves and the gentle creaking of timber, allowing the harvested roots to cure further in the warm Mediterranean breeze as they moved closer to the waiting ships. Further south, across the warm blue expanse of the sea. A similar quiet industry unfolded along the vast marshlands and slow-moving channels of the Nile. The great river carried nutrients from far-off highlands, depositing rich silt across its delta and creating a lush, verdant shelter for dense thickets of water-loving plants. Along these quiet, reed-lined shores, skilled artisans spent their days transforming the tall, slender stalks that grew in the shallow waters into smooth sheets, suitable for recording knowledge, trade agreements, and philosophical thoughts. The gathering of these stalks took place during the quietest hours of the morning, when the river mist still hung low over the water and the air remained pleasantly cool. Craftsmen selected only the straightest stems, trimming them with care near the waterline before conveying them to open-air workshops positioned just beyond the mudflats. In the 2nd century BCE, papermakers along the Nile Delta dried strips of green papyrus reeds under shaded linen awnings, wrapping the smooth scrolls in oil-soaked parchment to protect them from moisture during shipment to Alexandria. This protective wrapping ensured that despite the humid river air and the damp conditions aboard river barges, the finished parchment would remain crisp and dry throughout its voyage. Floating silently down the river currents, these carefully wrapped parcels passed quiet villages, ancient stone monuments, and palm groves swaying gently in the northern breeze. The journey down the Nile was a tranquil passage, guided by experienced boatmen who knew every shallow sandbar and gentle eddy, steering their flat-bottomed craft toward the bustling harbor where ocean-going vessels awaited their valuable cargo. The convergence of these distinct riverine harvests at major maritime hubs illustrated how regional trade routes relied upon a harmonious balance between inland agriculture and coastal navigation. Whether moving downstream along Anatolian valleys or navigating the wide distributaries of the Nile, raw materials were prepared with meticulous foresight to withstand the rigors of seafaring transit. At ports like Ephesus and Alexandria, the air was filled with a tapestry of soothing sounds, the rhythmic lapping of gentle waves against wooden hulls, the soft call of sea birds wheeling above the harbor, and the steady, quiet rustle of cargo being stowed deep within the holds of merchant ships. Baskets of dried Anatolian licorice were nestled alongside jars of olive oil and sacks of grain, while rolls of Egyptian papyrus were placed in elevated, dry compartments away from the damp bilge. Merchants and sailors worked in unhurried harmony, ensuring that every bundle was balanced and secured for the long, peaceful sea lanes ahead. As night fell over the harbors, lanterns cast a warm, flickering glow across the water, and the ships rested quietly at anchor, waiting for the dawn winds that would carry them across the open Mediterranean to distant ports across the ancient world. To understand the nature of ancient commerce is to appreciate this slow, contemplative rhythm of movement and rest. Trade in this era was not driven by frantic speed, or hurried exchanges, but by the patient flow of nature, the growth of reeds in river mud, the slow drying of roots beneath linen shade, and the steady push of currents carrying wooden hulls down calm river channels. Every scroll of papyrus carrying words across oceans, and every sweet root bound for distant pharmacies and kitchens, carried with it the quiet labor of the hands that gathered and prepared it along distant riverbanks. As the trade vessels glided away from the coast, leaving behind the quiet delta marshes and the winding valleys of Anatolia, they entered a vast, calm expanse where sky and water merged into a seamless horizon. Beneath the silent canopy of stars, merchants slept peacefully on deck, lulled by the gentle rocking of the vessel and the rhythmic splash of water against the bow, confident in the enduring strength of the trade routes that bound their world together in quiet, interconnected harmony. In the quiet, elevated reaches of the ancient world, trade routes were not always grand paved highways or bustling harbor fronts, but often began as narrow, winding paths carved by footsteps into the steep slopes of the highest mountains. High above the lowlands, where the cool air carries the scent of pine and crushed damp earth, small communities lived in harmony with the cycles of the seasons, gathering wild plants that grew only in the thin atmosphere of alpine meadows. In the 1st century BCE, mountain gatherers in the high, misty valleys of Nepal harvested aromatic roots of wild spikenard, drying the fibrous rhizomes on smooth granite slabs before wrapping them in woven goat hair cloth for mule transport down to the Ganges port of Tamralipti. These fibrous rhizomes, cherished across ancient kingdoms for their deep, earthy perfume and calming oils, required delicate care long before they ever reached a merchant's balance scale. As the morning sun slowly warmed the mountain peaks, the gatherers laid out the harvested roots upon the flat stone slabs, allowing the gentle alpine breeze and soft sunlight to draw out moisture without losing the rich essential fragrance locked within. Once properly cured, the roots were carefully bundled into tough, weather-resistant goat hair cloths, sewn tight with heavy thread, and secured onto the sturdy wooden frames of pack mules. The slow, methodical packing of these precious herbs was a ritual performed with patience, ensuring that every bundle would endure the long, downward journey through steep gorges, across roaring mountain torrents, and into the humid lowland valleys below. Each step taken on those high paths represented a connection between the secluded heights of the snow-capped ranges and the vast, interconnected world of ancient commerce that waited in the warmer lands far below. The descent from the alpine heights was a long and unhurried passage through changing climates and shifting landscapes. Moving in single file along paths worn smooth over generations, the small mule caravans navigated steep ridges where clouds often drifted through the trees, wrapping the forest in a soft gray veil. The rhythmic sound of iron-shod hooves against stone and the quiet chime of small brass bells attached to the lead mule's harness created a steady, soothing cadence that echoed through the quiet valleys. As the trail descended from the rocky high, passes into dense forests of rhododendron and pine, the crisp mountain air gradually softened, taking on the warm, resinous scent of lowland foliage. At dusk, the caravans would pause in sheltered clearings near clear mountain streams, where the animals could graze on sweet grasses and rest after a day of steady trekking. Firelight would flicker against the base of ancient trees as travelers shared modest meals, listening to the gentle murmur of flowing water and the whisper of wind through the canopy. The spikenard, packed securely in its coarse cloth wrappings, released a faint, reassuring scent of cedar and rich earth into the evening air, a quiet reminder of the valuable cargo carried on these peaceful paths. Day after day, the trail descended through foothill villages where local residents greeted the travelers with a quiet nod, until at last the steep mountain inclines flattened out into the broad, fertile expanse of the northern plains. Here, where the rivers widened and slowed, the nature of the journey underwent a peaceful transformation. The narrow tracks gave way to wider dirt roads that paralleled the slow, majestic flow of the Ganges, whose muddy waters drifted lazily towards the sea. The mule caravans, having completed the most arduous portion of their trek, handed off their cargo to riverboat captains and merchant agents stationed at inland trading posts. Barges crafted from heavy timber, with wide bamboo canopies to shield cargo from the sun, were loaded with the wrapped spikenard alongside other mountain goods, such as timber, medicinal herbs, and rock crystal. Drifting down the broad river current, these boats moved with a gentle, floating rhythm, guided by long wooden oars and the steady pull of the water. The riverbanks drifted by in a calm, unbroken panorama of green fields, quiet villages, and tall reeds swaying in the warm breeze. At night, the vessels were tethered to wooden pilings along the shore, where the gentle lapping of water against the hull lulled the crew to sleep under a clear sky filled with stars. Upon reaching the ancient delta port of Tamrlipti, where river currents met the salt tides of the Bay of Bengal, the spikenard was unloaded onto peaceful quays, ready to be inspected, weighed, and traded once more. From this maritime gateway, the precious mountain route would embark on the next leg of its journey aboard ocean-going dhows and merchant vessels, bound for distant markets across the Indian Ocean and Mediterranean world. In this way, the ancient trade routes formed a quiet, living tapestry that linked the highest mountain valleys to distant coastal cities, connecting communities that lived thousands of miles apart. Long before modern transportation compressed time and distance, the movement of goods relied on the patient rhythms of nature, the steady stride of pack animals, and the slow, reliable flow of great rivers. The journey of a single bundle of spikenard, harvested by hand in the misty heights of Nepal, carried down mountain trails and floated down the Ganges, exemplified how human persistence and curiosity wove the world together. Each stage of the journey possessed its own peaceful rhythm, requiring patience, care, and an intimate understanding of the land and water. As night fell over the port of Tamralipti and the coastal waters reflected the soft glow of the moon, the aromatics of the high Himalayas rested in the holds of wooden ships, ready to drift across calm ocean lanes when the morning breezes began to blow. Long ago, across the wide, peaceful stretches of the northern Indian Ocean, maritime trade was measured not by urgency, but by the quiet, predictable rhythm of seasonal winds. For centuries, ancient mariners learned to read the subtle shifts of the atmosphere, waiting patiently as the southwest monsoon filled their sails in late spring, carrying wooden dhows softly across open waters toward the verdant coast of southwestern India. Here, along the lush shores of the Malabar realm, the land rose gently from calm lagoons into rain-drenched mountain ranges, where tropical forests held the damp, cooling breath of early morning air. Long before Mediterranean empires mapped every inlet of the East, these shores were already deeply entwined with the calm geography of spice. Merchants navigating these waters understood that the true source of their most prized cargoes lay nestled deep within the elevated sanctuary of the Western Ghats, where high ridges gathered perpetual clouds and filtered sunlight into a soft emerald haze. In this peaceful solitude, nature cultivated some of the world's most cherished aromatics, nurtured by fertile soils, gentle mountain rains, and an unchanging climate that encouraged plants to flourish undisturbed through generations of patient tending. The trade blooming along these coastal frontiers was fundamentally bound to the quiet labor of the forest, where communities lived in harmony with woodland rhythms, gathering the gifts of the earth long before the morning sun climbed high enough to dissipate the valley mist. High among these serene, cloud-draped peaks, daily life followed the gentle unfolding of the morning air, far above the warm coastal plain. In the 2nd century BCE, harvesters in the mist-covered cardamom hills of Kerala gathered plump green cardamom pods at dawn, drying the aromatic seeds on shaded bamboo trays before packing them into woven reed baskets for transport to the ancient port of Muziris. This delicate task required intuitive grace as workers moved quietly among broad-leafed plants, selecting only those pods that had reached their fullest potency while the ground was still damp with night moisture. The shaded bamboo trays protected the seeds from the direct sun, allowing essential oils to settle slowly and retain their warm, complex fragrance within parchment-like skins. Once dried, the cardamom was nestled into light, sturdy reed containers easily carried down steep mountain tracks toward riverbanks below. As the morning sun illuminated the canopy, small wooden rafts received these fragrant burdens, drifting smoothly along winding waterways, carving through deep gorges and bamboo groves toward the sea. Every step of this journey reflected a deep respect for the material, ensuring that by the time the spice reached the lowlands, its delicate essence remained as fresh as when first harvested from mountain dew. The steady movement of these small baskets formed the vital first link in a vast chain of exchange stretching across thousands of miles of ocean and desert, linking remote highland clearings with distant halls of the ancient world. As river waters widened into coastal estuaries, the solitude of the mountains gave way to the calm, rhythmic activity of Muziris, one of antiquity's most celebrated oceanic emporiums. Nestled near the mouth of the Periyar River, where sweet river currents met the salt tides of the Arabian Sea, Muziris served as a quiet sanctuary for travelers across the known world. Vessels from Arabia, Egypt, Persia, and the Red Sea anchored in sheltered roadsteads, their wooden masts swaying softly against a broad backdrop of coconut palms and clear blue skies. Here, under mild coastal breezes, merchants gathered in timber-beamed warehouses to inspect treasures brought down from the mountains. Alongside woven baskets of cardamom lay heavy sacks of black pepper, fragrant sandalwood, pearls, fine muslins, and rare hardwoods. The exchanges conducted along these wharves were characterized by a serene, orderly cadence, as traders evaluated goods not through heated dispute, but through quiet negotiation, weighing silver Mediterranean coins against the rich agricultural wealth of the South Asian continent. The scent of sweet resins, sun-dried spices, and sea salt hung light in the humid air, creating a deeply tranquil atmosphere that lingered in the memories of sailors preparing for their long voyage home. The port operated like a natural bridge between distinct worlds, where languages blended harmoniously into a shared dialect of commerce, and the gentle loading of cargo mirrored the unhurried movement of tides outside the harbor bar. When winds began their subtle annual reversal, turning toward the northeast in cooler months, ships unfurled canvas sails to catch steady breezes, carrying them steadily westward. As Muziris faded slowly into the hazy blue horizon of the Indian coast, precious cargoes of cardamom and pepper embarked on their long, tranquil voyage across open ocean lanes. Floating peacefully over deep waters, these vessels traveled for weeks under canopy skies by day and glittering constellations by night, guided by the silent mechanics of stars and the unwavering constancy of the sea. Months later, when small stoneware jars of cardamom were unsealed in distant cities along the Nile, Tigris, or Tiber, the warm vapor escaping into quiet indoor air carried the subtle memory of Celadon, cool mountain mists, and patient hands that harvested each pod long ago. Thus, ancient spice routes were more than conduits of commerce. They were quiet rivers of human connection, binding distant lands through shared appreciation for the delicate fruits of the earth. As evening settles and the world rests, the memory of these ocean lanes invites a profound stillness into our minds, reminding us of a time when the world moved at the slow, peaceful pace of nature, carrying precious gifts across calm waters under a wide, quiet sky. Long before the bustling harbors of the ancient world grew, crowded with heavy merchant fleets, quiet pulse of regional trade flowed through gentle inland waterways and sun-drenched agricultural valleys. In the fertile expanse of the Iberian Peninsula, where silver-leafed olive groves stretched endlessly toward distant hills under a warm Mediterranean sun, harvest season brought a rhythmic calm to the rural estates. Laborers carefully gathered the ripe fruit, pressing it into smooth, golden streams that carried the rich essence of the soil. To preserve this precious liquid for long voyages across distance and time, craftspeople relied on traditional methods honed over generations of domestic trade. In the 1st century BCE, olive growers along the Betis River in Hispania stored golden olive oil inside clay amphorae sealed with carved cork stoppers and liquid beeswax, floating their wooden barges down the quiet waters to the Atlantic port of Gads. As the barges drifted along the calm, reflective surface of the river, guided only by the slow pull of the current and the soft dipping of long wooden oars, the quiet countryside drifted gently past. The air remained fragrant with the earthy scents of pressed fruit, damp river silt, and warm terracotta warming under the midday sun. These humble river barges formed an essential vein of commerce, carrying the yield of inland groves toward coastal waters, where seagoing vessels waited to carry Hispania's liquid gold to distant urban markets across the Mediterranean basin. The steady glide of the wood upon the water echoed a timeless harmony between land, water, and human patience, illustrating how the foundational trade routes of antiquity began not with swift speed, but with slow, measured currents carrying local sustenance out toward the vast expanse of the open sea. Beyond the coastal harbor of Gads, where river currents softened into the deep blue rhythms of the Atlantic tides, merchant ships set their linen sails to follow natural coastal breezes, weaving coastal communities together through steady, quiet exchange. Across these maritime paths, goods moved with a gentle persistence, matching the natural rising and falling of seasonal weather patterns. Yet thousands of miles to the east, far from the salt spray of ocean lanes and the soft lap of river tides, an equally tranquil trade flourished along the arid margins of Central Asia. Here, where towering snow-covered peaks met the sweeping golden dunes of vast inland deserts, trade routes took shape along crystal-clear mountain streams fed by ancient glaciers. In these high-altitude valleys, cold water carved its way through rocky canyons, carrying down fragments of precious mineral treasures that had formed deep within the earth over millions of years. The seasonal thaw brought life and commerce to these quiet borderlands, as local communities spent summer months walking along stone-strewn riverbeds, searching the clear, shallow waters for smooth, water-worn pebbles of jade that had been polished naturally by centuries of swirling mountain currents and the silent passage of glacial melt. Among these high mountain valleys, the oasis kingdom of cotton served as a legendary sanctuary along the southern branch of the Silk Road, renowned for producing some of the finest jade in all of Asia. Gatherers walked barefoot through the cold, refreshing shallows of mountain rivers, patiently examining the riverbed for stones possessing a soft, greasy luster and a delicate, milky translucency. In the 1st century BCE, jade gatherers along the Urankash River in Khorasan collected smooth, mutton-fat nephrite pebbles from icy mountain meltwaters, wrapping each translucent stone in soft, felt lined with dried willow leaves before camel caravans carried them along the Tarim basin to the stone carvers of Chang'an. The soft lining of willow leaves and felt protected the uncarved mineral treasures from friction and impact during the long, arduous journey across the sun-baked sands of the Taklamakan Desert. Traveling slowly in long, steady strings, double-humped Bactrian camels stepped rhythmically through the fine dust, their bronze bells ringing softly in the quiet desert air. Over months of calm, deliberate travel from one verdant oasis to the next, these caravans bridged the remote western riverbeds with the imperial workshops of the Han capital, where skilled artisans transformed the raw nephrite into intricate ceremonial items, polished ornaments, and sacred symbols of purity and endurance. Whether moving by water barge along the Beatties or by camel pack across the Tarim Basin, these early trade routes depended on a shared respect for the delicate nature of fine goods and the vast landscapes they crossed. The careful sealing of oil-filled amphorae with cork and beeswax in the west found its quiet parallel in the east with the tender wrapping of jade pebbles in felt and dried willow leaves. Both traditions reflected an understanding that valuable commodities required patience, protective care, and a deep alignment with the natural rhythms of earth and water. As evening settled over the ancient world, whether in the quiet coastal harbor of Gads or the peaceful desert camps outside Chang'an, the day's journey drew to a gentle close. Merchant crews tied their wooden craft to river pilings, and caravan drivers unfastened heavy packs to rest their beasts under a canopy of emerging stars. The slow flow of olive oil down Iberian rivers and the quiet passage of nephrite across desert sands laid the enduring foundations for global connection, proving that the earliest networks of human exchange were sustained by steady hands, quiet waters, and the peaceful passage of time. Long before formal empire-spanning highways were surveyed or paved, quiet trade paths were etched across the landscapes of High Asia by the steady, unhurried footfalls of early merchants and gatherers. In these vast and arid stretches, geographic features dictated the flow of human movement, guiding travelers along mountain riverbeds, natural passes, and the hospitable fringes of expansive deserts. Water was the primary guide in this topography, carving channels through steep granite canyons and nurturing fertile oases along desert margins where communities could flourish and rest. Along these ancient corridors, small caravans moved in deep harmony with the rhythms of the natural world, timing their journeys to align with seasonal shifts in temperature and water flow. The goods carried on these early treks were rarely bulky. Instead, they were precious, portable items whose value lay in their rarity, spiritual significance, and exquisite craftsmanship. The mountain air through these elevated valleys was extraordinarily clear and calm, carrying only the gentle whisper of wind through scrub vegetation and the soft clink of stone and metal securely packed into hand-woven saddlebags. Caravan leaders navigated by reading the land's subtle contours, observing the changing shades of gravel, and keeping their eyes fixed on distant snow-capped peaks that served as silent beacons. At day's end, temporary camps were pitched near clear streams, where campfire smoke rose softly into the twilight air, signaling a restful pause in a journey measured in seasons. Among the most venerable of these early trade systems was the Jade Road, a network of mountain trails and desert tracks that predated the expanded Silk Road network by many centuries. Deep within the river valleys of Xinjiang, glacial meltwater surged down from the snowfields of the high Kunlun Range, scouring ancient rock formations and carrying downstream raw nephrite jade that had lain hidden within the earth for millions of years. For centuries, along the ancient Jade Road of Xinjiang, gatherers waded into the cold autumn waters of the Urincash River to retrieve smooth, river-polished white jade pebbles, wrapping each stone in soft cotton cloth before transporting them across the Tarim Basin. Autumn was the traditional season for this delicate harvest, as the intense summer melting slowed, causing the rushing torrents to subside into clear, quiet channels where the pale stones could be seen shimmering beneath the water. Wading barefoot into the frigid, snow-fed currents required great patience, as gatherers used their feet to feel along the riverbed, distinguishing the exceptionally smooth, greasy texture of true jade from surrounding river gravel. Over hundreds of miles, the river itself acted as a master lapidary, tumbling the stones against coarse sand until all rough edges were smoothed away, leaving luminous pebbles of mutton-fat jade. Each pebble was carefully retrieved, dried, and cocooned within layers of soft, woven cotton to protect its surface from friction during transport. Packed safely into leather panniers, these stones began their long journey across the gravel plains and wind-swept expanses of the basin. As gatherers and merchants departed the riverbank, their path skirted the southern rim of the great Tarim Basin, following a delicate chain of oasis towns such as Cotton and Yarkand that nestled against the foothills. Traversing this arid terrain required a steady, measured pace, carefully tuned to the capabilities of the double-humped Bactrian camels that formed the backbone of desert transport. These sturdy animals moved with a slow, swaying gait, their wide feet spreading easily over soft sand and stony ground without sinking. The days were spent following paths that linked artesian wells and meltwater streams, where groves of wild poplar provided welcome shade from the bright desert sun. As evening approached, the heat of the day dissolved into the pleasant cool of twilight, turning surrounding sand dunes into soft waves of violet and gold. The quiet rhythm of the march was accompanied by the deep chime of bronze camel bells, whose gentle sound resonated across the vast silence, keeping the string of animals united in the fading light. Travelers kept close watch on the horizon for the welcoming silhouette of a roadside shelter or oasis village where fresh water and fodder awaited. In these quiet hours of movement, the vastness of the desert felt less like an obstacle and more like a serene sanctuary where time slowed down to match the natural breathing of the earth. Upon arriving at an oasis caravanserai, the caravan passed through heavy wooden gates into a peaceful, enclosed courtyard built of sun-dried adobe bricks. Here, beneath the shelter of arcaded porticos, merchants unpacked their burdens, laying out soft blankets for their animals and stacking their precious cargo of cotton-wrapped jade alongside bolts of silk, bundles of medicinal herbs, and hand-carved wooden implements. The caravanserai served as a serene crossroads where travelers from distant regions gathered around shared hearths to drink warm tea, break bread, and exchange news of mountain passes and weather conditions in quiet tones. The trade in white jade was not merely a transaction of commerce, but a bridge between cultures, carrying a stone revered for its calm beauty and symbolic representation of purity and wisdom across thousands of miles. As night deepened over the Tarim Basin, human conversation gradually faded, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves in the night breeze and the peaceful breathing of resting livestock. Outside the thick walls, the night sky opened up in breathtaking clarity, filled with countless stars that had guided generations of travelers along these very tracks. Wrapped in warm wool blankets, the merchants rested deeply, comforted by the knowledge that their cargo was safe and that the morning sun would bring another step along the tranquil and timeless paths of the ancient world. Along the rugged, windswept coastline, where the Red Sea meets the sun-cured expanses of the eastern desert, the ancient port of Aromatic rested as a quiet sanctuary for mariners navigating the long-distance sea lanes of antiquity. For months, wooden vessels had ridden the seasonal monsoon winds across the open expanse of the Indian Ocean, carrying treasures gathered from distant tropical shores toward the markets of the Mediterranean basin. As the late afternoon light softened into gold and violet over the harbor, sailors lowered their sails, bringing to a close a long journey driven by the steady push of the summer breeze. Here, where the water lapped gently against stone quays and timber docks, the heavy silence of the desert seemed to meet the softly shifting sea. Workers gathered along the shore in the fading warmth of the sun, preparing to unpack cargo that had traveled thousands of miles across open water. Baskets of fragrant resins, bolts of woven textiles, and carefully bundled timber were moved with practiced, unhurried care from the holds of the ships onto the land. The atmosphere of the port at dusk was characterized by a calm, methodical routine honed over generations of trade. The laborers moved beneath a darkening sky, their shadows lengthening across the sand as the sea breeze began to cool the air, signaling the transition from the nautical leg of the journey to the overland trail that lay ahead. Among the most precious commodities brought across the ocean were the small, dried fruits of the pepper vine, harvested along the lush, rain-drenched hillsides of South India. To preserve the potency and warm aromatic qualities of this valuable spice during its remaining travels across land and sea, extraordinary care was taken during the unloading and repackaging process at the harbor. In the 1st century CE, port workers at Aromatic on the Red Sea Pact imported South Indian black peppercorns inside thick clay amphorae cushioned with dry seagrass, keeping the spice dry before nighttime camel transport across the Egyptian desert. Each vessel was filled slowly and deliberately, the coarse dried grass forming a protective layer that shielded the spice from moisture and absorbed the vibrations of movement. The heavy ceramic walls of the amphorae offered natural insulation against heat, while the woven marine vegetation ensured that the small black berries remained firm and intact through weeks of travel. Once sealed with clay plugs and tied securely with twine, the heavy containers were arranged in orderly rows along the shoreline, awaiting the arrival of the desert caravans. The quiet diligence of these workers reflected a deep understanding of natural materials, ensuring that goods harvested under tropical rains would reach distant tables in pristine condition. As the stars appeared above the horizon, casting a soft shimmer over the resting ships, the last of the amphorae were balanced carefully onto pack saddles, ready for the march across the sands. When the heat of the day finally receded into the cool solitude of twilight, the desert caravan began its patient journey westward toward the Nile River. Traveling across the arid expanse during the daytime was far too taxing for human endurance and loaded beasts, so the merchants organized their passage beneath the vast, silent arc of the night sky. Long lines of camels moved in single file along worn trails carved through sand dunes and rocky canyons, their broad feet sinking softly into the earth with a barely audible sound. The rhythmic, swaying gait of the animals created a calming cadence that matched the quiet atmosphere of the desert wilderness. Above them, an unblemished canopy of stars provided illumination and navigation, guiding the caravan leaders across a landscape where landmarks were hidden in deep shadows. The cool night air carried only the gentle rustle of leather straps, the faint clatter of wooden saddles, and the soft breathing of the animals as they pressed forward through the stillness. Water skins slung over camel flanks offered slow hydration for the drivers, who walked alongside their mounts with quiet composure. Every few hours, the caravan paused briefly at a known resting spot, allowing the travelers to stretch, check the bindings on the heavy amphory and take in the absolute silence of the surrounding terrain. In this tranquil nocturnal space, the movement of commerce felt less like a commercial enterprise and more like a peaceful, timeless pilgrimage across the ancient earth. By the time the first faint hues of dawn began to paint the eastern horizon in pale pink and silver, the caravan prepared to settle into a temporary camp, seeking the shade of overhanging rock formations to rest before the next night's leg. Over the course of a dozen quiet nights, this steady progression across the desert would bring the ocean's cargo safely to the banks of the Nile, where river barges waited to carry the spice containers downriver toward Alexandria and the Mediterranean world beyond. This intricate chain of transport, spanning thousands of miles of open sea, careful port operations, nocturnal desert treks, and river voyages, demonstrated the extraordinary connectedness of ancient civilizations through shared routes of trade. Each stage of the journey relied on specialized knowledge, patience, and a deep respect for the rhythms of nature. From the seasonal shifts of monsoon winds to the cool relief of the desert night, the black pepper contained within the clay amphory carried within its aromatic essence the story of distant rains, oceanic crossings, and the quiet labor of hands working by the sea at Aromatic. As the morning sun rose to warm the desert sand, a profound stillness returned to the trail, leaving behind only faint footprints soon to be smoothed by the wind, until the next evening brought another caravan to walk beneath the stars. Across the sunlit stretches of the ancient Indian Ocean, long before modern engines hummed across the waves, maritime trade moved to the steady, unhurried breath of the monsoon winds. In the quiet centuries around the turn of the first millennium, mariners along the coasts of East Africa, Arabia, and Western India observed the predictable shift of these seasonal breezes, learning to trust the gentle rhythm that bore their wooden vessels safely across vast expanses of open water. Ships with stitched hulls and triangular lateen sails glided smoothly across blue horizons, carrying cargoes that measured the quiet desires of ancient civilizations' spices, rare timber, fragrant gums, and precious minerals. The sea was not an impassable barrier, but a wide, reflective highway where daily life settled into the steady swaying of timber, the soft creak of cordage, and the silent navigation by night under constellations bright against clear dark skies. Merchants and sailors spent weeks in tranquil transit, suspended between sea and sky, guided by generations of accumulated knowledge passed down through oral tradition and early nautical guides. This maritime network connected small coastal villages with grand imperial capitals, allowing goods gathered in isolated valleys and solitary islands to slowly travel thousands of miles across water and land. As the winds shifted gently from southwest to northeast each year, the sea lanes hummed with a calm, cyclical vitality, binding distant cultures together through the peaceful art of seafaring. Nestled at the threshold where the Arabian Sea meets the Gulf of Aden lies the remote archipelago of Socotra, an island of dramatic limestone plateaus, sea mist, and ancient botanical wonders. For millennia, the island developed in quiet isolation, fostering unique flora found nowhere else on Earth, including the singular Dracaena trees, whose thick, umbrella-shaped canopies capture cloud moisture from the ocean air. In the 1st century CE, island gatherers on Socotra harvested deep red dragon's blood, resin from the branches of wild Dracaena trees, drying the aromatic tears in woven palm leaf baskets before loading them onto red sea dhows bound for the apothecary shops of Alexandria. The collection of this resin was a tranquil art, executed with gentle patience during the drier seasons of the year. Small incisions in the bark allowed the thick, garnet-colored sap to exude slowly, forming hardened droplets under the sun's soft warmth. Once gathered and resting inside the breathable palm baskets, the resin was carried down mountain paths to harbor inlets where traditional wooden dhows rested on calm tides. These ships, built from teak and coconut fiber, were specially crafted to navigate shallow anchorages and ride smoothly over offshore waves. The dried resin, prized for its vivid hue and medicinal properties, joined other rare regional treasures, frankincense from dhofar, aloe leaves, and aromatic woods, creating a rich tapestry of scents within the dark, quiet holds of the resting vessels. The harvesters worked in harmony with the cycles of nature, taking only what the trees naturally yielded, ensuring that the ancient groves remained vibrant for generations of mariners yet to come. Once the dhows were fully laden, their captains waited for the summer monsoons to soften, choosing the ideal moment when steady southern breezes could carry them northward toward the narrow Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. Entering the Red Sea, the mariners charted their course along calm coastal channels, mindful of shallow coral reefs and gentle onshore winds. Day after day, the voyage unfolded with a quiet, soothing rhythm. Sailors watched the changing colors of the coastal hills, from warm ochre to pale rose in the fading evening light, while the steady slap of water against the bow provided a peaceful soundtrack to the long voyage. The Red Sea served as a vital corridor, connecting the rich trade networks of the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean basin. Ships made periodic stops at peaceful desert ports such as Berenik or Myos Hormuz, where wooden docks reached into turquoise waters and customs houses sat under the hot desert sun. Here, the heavy crates and palm baskets were unladen onto the sand with unhurried care. Caravans of patient camels, accustomed to the slow cadence of the arid trails, were prepared for the overland journey across the eastern desert. Walking in long, orderly lines through winding dry river valleys and past quiet desert outposts, the caravans carried the island resin and ocean goods toward the banks of the Nile, where river barges waited to complete the journey toward the Mediterranean world. A Upon reaching Alexandria, the bustling intellectual and commercial jewel of the ancient Mediterranean, the quiet gifts of Socotra found their final destination within calm, dim-lit apothecary shops. Inside these peaceful sanctuaries of healing and craft, glass vessels and terracotta, urns lined cool stone shelves, filled with powdered minerals, dried herbs, and fragrant resins gathered from across the known world. Apothecaries and scribes carefully ground the deep red resin into fine crimson powders, preparing pigments for artistic illumination, varnish for fine wood, and gentle salves praised for their soothing qualities. Customers walked softly through shaded porticos, seeking these precious substances that had traveled across monsoon seas and desert sands to reach their hands. In this quiet culmination of trade, one could sense the profound interconnectedness of the ancient world, a silent, web-like fabric woven not by speed or power, but by the steady movement of human hands, seasonal breezes, and patient ocean voyages. The resin of the distant island tree, harvested in peaceful solitude beneath misty cliffs, became part of the daily life and healing arts of a great cosmopolitan center. As night fell over the harbor of Alexandria, and the famous lighthouse cast its warm, steady glow across the quiet waves, the ancient trade routes settled into rest, waiting for the dawn and the perpetual, gentle turning of the tides. High in the quiet, mist-laden sanctuaries of the ancient world, far above the bustling coastal markets, trade began not with grand fleets or massive stone roads, but with the patient work of solitary hands gathering the earth's subtle gifts. Long before goods reached the grand emporiums of the Mediterranean or the Red Sea, local gatherers walked the high, silent terraced slopes where rare flora flourished in secluded microclimates. In the 1st century CE, mountain gatherers in the high valleys of Nepal harvested wild spikenard roots, pressing the soothing, earthy essential oil into small alabaster jars, padded with raw sheep's wool for transport down the Indus River to the port of Barbarican. The aromatic root, prized across distant civilizations for its gentle, calming fragrance, began its long journey in absolute quiet, wrapped carefully against the chill of the highlands before descending into the warm valleys below. As the mountain runoff joined the swelling currents of the great river, small wooden barges and river craft drifted downstream, carried effortlessly by the water's natural rhythm. The alabaster vessels, cradled in soft fleece, passed through peaceful riverbanks, dense riverine forests, and quiet villages where life moved to the slow, steady pulse of the seasons, moving southward through the vast plains of the subcontinent. The river carried these precious scents toward the delta, where fresh water met the salt air of the Arabian Sea. At Barbarican, amidst the soft murmur of lapping tides and the creak of wooden rigging, merchants received these fragrant jars, preparing them to join larger maritime networks that spanned vast distances across open water. This delicate commerce relied entirely on an intricate balance of human care and nature's quiet bounty, transforming raw botanical treasures into comforting luxuries that crossed continents without disturbing the tranquility of the landscapes from which they emerged. Beyond the snow-capped peaks and river valleys, across the blue expanses of the ancient sea routes, another gentle trade unfolded on remote oceanic outposts anchored along the maritime corridors of the Indian Ocean. Offshore, where sea breezes carried the faint scent of salt and dry earth, isolated islands served as peaceful stepping stones for seafarers following the seasonal monsoon winds. On the sun-drenched, wind-swept heights of one such island, unique trees grew slowly in the rocky soil, producing resins that had been prized since antiquity for their vivid color and medicinal stillness. In the 1st century CE, resin gatherers on the rocky plateau of Socotra collected sun-hardened tears of crimson dragon's blood, sap from wild trees, packing the dried red globules into soft goatskin pouches for dhow passage across the Gulf of Aden to the port of Musa. The gatherers moved with deliberate, quiet care across the rugged terrain under the broad open sky, carefully harvesting the hardened beads of sap that had slowly formed under the warm sun over many weeks. Once harvested and secured within supple pouches, these red treasures were carried down steep, winding paths to the coastal inlets, where traditional wooden dhows rested on calm tides, waiting for the favorable offshore breezes. The mariners raised their triangular sails, guiding their vessels across the quiet waters of the Gulf. The gentle rocking of the wooden hull and the rhythmic splash of waves against the bow marked the slow passage toward the Arabian coast. Upon reaching the harbor of Musa, the pouches were unloaded onto sandy shores, entering a vast network of merchants, caravan drivers, and apothecaries who valued the rare resin for its vibrant purity and soothing properties. These early trade routes, whether following the snowmelt of high mountain rivers or the predictable flow of ocean currents, were defined by an enduring harmony between human patience and the natural world. The goods that moved along these peaceful channels were not heavy iron or noisy machinery, but light, precious essences, fragrant oils, dried resins, and aromatic spices that carried the quiet memory of the distant landscapes where they were born. As the spikenard oil of Nepal rested within its alabaster containment, and the dragon's blood resin of Socotra settled into the holds of ancient ships, the world became interconnected through a low-key, tranquil exchange. Merchants along the coasts understood the tides and wind shifts with an intimate familiarity, resting in sheltered harbors while waiting for the turn of the seasons rather than forcing their way against the elements. Small coastal communities along the Gulf of Aden and the mouth of the Indus thrived on this slow-paced commerce, where news, culture, and gentle scents circulated softly across vast distances. At night, as lanterns flickered on moored dhows and riverboats anchored safely in quiet bays, the air was filled with the soft rustle of ropes, the gentle lapping of calm water, and the subtle fragrance of distant hills and isolated plateaus. In this gentle web of ancient commerce, every jar of spikenard and every pouch of crimson resin told a story of quiet labor, distance, and peaceful arrival. The journey from a secluded mountain meadow or a high, rocky island plateau to a warm, sunlit harbor thousands of miles away was measured not in frantic hours, but in calm moons and changing seasons. The gatherers who harvested the roots in the high alpine air, the rivermen who guided vessels down the winding Indus, and the sailors who navigated the serene blue waters of the Gulf of Aden, all participated in a shared, timeless rhythm. When these delicate goods reached their final destinations in ancient homes, temples, and quiet bedchambers, they brought with them a sense of profound calm, a fragrant whisper of mountain winds and ocean breezes that had traveled across the ancient world to bring comfort, rest, and peace to all who received them. Long before the great highways of stone stretched across continents, nature laid down its own quiet pathways through misty forests, along winding riverbanks, and across soft, wind-rippled shorelines. Along the cold, clear margins of the Baltic Sea, where ancient pine trees had stood for millions of years, the earth gently yielded one of its most delicate treasures. Golden tears of resin, fossilized over immense stretches of time, washed onto the sandy beaches with each receding wave, smoothed by the rhythmic churn of the water and warmed by the pale northern sun. Gathered by patient hands along these silent shores, the translucent amber seemed to encapsulate the very sunlight of forgotten epochs, glowing softly within the palm like a living ember of amber light. The journey of these golden stones began in quiet isolation, far from the bustling heartland of empires, where the air smelled of salt and damp moss, and the only sound was the soft rustle of pine needles in the sea breeze. From these tranquil northern coasts, trade routes emerged not through grand conquests, but through the slow, steady rhythm of river travel. Small wooden craft glided along tranquil waters, carrying small sacks of precious amber across vast, unhurried landscapes where dense canopy met the river's edge, creating a peaceful sanctuary for travelers moving south. The rivers served as natural ribbons of movement, untroubled by time, drawing travelers ever deeper into the heart of the continent. Through an endless tapestry of quiet forests, peaceful clearings, and gentle currents that whispered softly against the wooden hulls as dusk fell softly over the water. In the 1st century CE, Baltic traders along the Amber Road carried translucent nuggets of fossilized pine resin down the Vistula River to the Danube port of Carnuntum, where Roman artisans warmed the golden stones to carve them into smooth, aromatic beads. This quiet pilgrimage south moved through a changing landscape of river basins and rolling hills, where the cool northern winds gradually gave way to the milder air of Central Europe. Carnuntum, where the broad, serene waters of the Danube met the southern terminus of the overland route. The arrival of the northern Resin brought a quiet pause to the daily rhythm of craft and creation. Roman workshops, filled with the soft scrape of polishing tools and the warm glow of oil lamps, welcomed the golden stones with deep reverence for their unique warmth and luster. Unlike cold granite or polished marble, the fossilized resin yielded easily to gentle heat, softening just enough under an artisan's steady hands to be shaped into rounded beads, delicate amulets, and soothing ornaments. As the resin warmed, it released a faint, agreeable scent of ancient pine forests, filling the small workshops with the aromatic memory of distant, moss-covered shores hundreds of leagues away. These beads were valued not only for their translucent beauty, but for their velvety texture, which felt soothing against the skin, retaining a comforting warmth long after being held. Through this delicate artistry, the raw element of the northern wild was transformed into objects of quiet beauty, passed from hand to hand across sprawling provinces, carrying with them a serene connection to the ancient woods from which they sprang. As the amber moved further along the trade networks, connecting isolated river villages to bustling Mediterranean ports, it established a peaceful continuum of exchange that rested upon patience, trust, and shared human appreciation for the natural world. The Amber Road was not a single paved highway, but a fluid web of dirt tracks, river corridors, and sheltered rest stops where merchants resting by evening campfires could exchange quiet stories beneath the open stars. Travelers along these routes moved with the natural rhythms of the seasons, resting when autumn rains swelled the rivers into impassable torrents, and setting forth again when the gentle warmth of spring thawed the forest trails and softened the quiet earth. In this unhurried pace, trade became a form of quiet dialogue between distant cultures, allowing ideas, crafts, traditions, and gentle customs to drift as effortlessly as golden cedar leaves upon a slow-moving, tranquil stream. The steady flow of amber brought a calm vitality to small river settlements along the Vistula and Danube, where local communities served as quiet stewards of the riverways, guiding rafts through shallow reaches and offering peaceful lodging to weary travelers as night enveloped the landscape in deep stillness. The translucent beads, worn around wrists or kept in soft cloth pouches, became quiet symbols of tranquility and endurance, reminding those who held them of the vast, interconnected world that lay just beyond their horizon. In the twilight hours of these ancient trade centers, as night fell over the Danube and the fires of Carnuntum dimmed into glowing coals, the amber beads continued to shine with an inner light, reflecting the quiet resilience of the routes that brought them south. The merchants, craftsmen, and river navigators who made these journeys possible left no grand monuments behind, but their legacy endured in the gentle pathways they carved through the wilderness, pathways that allowed culture and comfort to travel softly across great distances. The lingering memory of these unhurried journeys rests in the quiet flow of the river, in the serene murmur of the forest, and in the enduring warmth of the golden resin, which still holds the tranquil spirit of the ancient northern woods, inviting a deep, soothing stillness to fall gently over the surrounding world once more. Long before the dawn of modern roads, along the chilly northern edges of Europe, the sea possessed a quiet rhythm that drew gatherers to its tide-swept shores. In the 1st century CE, gatherers along the Baltic coast of Zambia collected sun-warmed amber pebbles washed ashore by winter waves, wrapping the honey-colored resin in soft linen inside carved limewood boxes before merchants transported them along the amber road to the quiet gemstone workshops of Aquileia. This golden resin, born from ancient pine forests submerged under coastal waters over millions of years, possessed a gentle warmth that seemed to capture the very sunlight of forgotten epochs. On cold mornings, as low gray clouds drifted over the Baltic Sea, gatherers walked slowly along the sandy beaches, scanning the lines of damp seaweed and smooth stones left by receding tides. When a piece of amber was spotted glowing softly like a drop of solidified honey against the muted slate gray of the coastal gravel, it was gathered up with patient care. The collectors would gently brush away grains of sand and sea spray, admiring how the resin held the light even under overcast skies. To preserve the smooth surface and prevent friction during the long overland journey ahead, each piece was cradled in soft linen cloth. These cloth-wrapped treasures were then arranged inside sturdy boxes carved from light, fragrant limewood, chosen for its fine grain and soft interior, which offered safe harbor against the jolts of the road. Carried by merchants, these timber containers were loaded onto pack horses or small wooden carts, marking the beginning of an extraordinary journey across the continent. The Amber Road was not a single paved highway, but rather a winding, organic network of well-trodden paths, riverbanks, and woodland trails following the natural contours of the landscape. Departing from the misty shores of Zambia, the caravans moved south through dense forests of oak and pine, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth, moss, and pine needles. The daily rhythm of travel was deliberate and slow, measured by the steady, unhurried gait of draft animals and the gentle creak of wooden wheels upon dirt tracks. As the route wound along broad, calm river valleys, such as the Vistula and the Oder, merchants often transferred their cargo onto flat-bottomed wooden barges. These boats drifted quietly down the water currents, guided by long oars that slipped into the river with subtle splashes, moving past quiet riverside settlements and dense groves where birds sang softly at dawn. As dusk approached each evening, the traders brought their vessels ashore or pulled their wagons into sheltered clearings, kindling modest campfires whose pale smoke rose straight into the cooling twilight air. Around these small fires, travelers rested beneath wool blankets, listening to the gentle rustle of leaves in the night breeze and the rhythmic lapping of river waters against the bank. The journey south was marked by gradual changes in the landscape, moving from the cool, damp climates of the north toward the warmer, sunlit valleys of Central Europe, where the march of time seemed to slow to the calm pace of a summer afternoon. Continuing southward, the trade route guided the merchants through the Moravian Gate, a natural low pass nestled between mountain ranges, leading into the fertile plains bordering the Danube River. Here, the landscape opened into wide, rolling fields and sun-dappled hills, where small market towns provided welcoming stops for resting horses and trading news. The amber boxes remained securely tucked within woven saddlebags and wooden crates, protected from the dust of the trail as the caravans prepared for the gradual ascent into the eastern foothills of the Alps. The mountain paths were cool and quiet, shaded by tall alpine firs, and bathed in the clean, crisp air of high elevations. Small mountain streams cascaded gently over moss-covered boulders alongside the trail, their clear water providing refreshment for traveler and beast alike. Crossing these high passes with unhurried care, the merchants eventually descended into the gentle, sun-soaked lowlands of northern Italy. Ahead lay the city of Aquileia, a vibrant hub of trade and artistry located near the head of the Adriatic Sea. Upon arrival, the heavy limewood boxes were unlatched in the peaceful courtyards of local gem cutters and artisans. Inside these quiet workshops, shielded from afternoon heat by thick stone walls, master craftspeople carefully unwrapped the soft linen to reveal the glowing Baltic resin within. With slow, practiced hand movements, using fine abrasives, leather straps, and water, the artisans polished each piece until its surface shone with translucent warmth. The resin was shaped into elegant beads, intricate amulets, and decorative carvings that captured the imagination of buyers throughout the Mediterranean, bridging the cold northern seas with the sunlit shores of the south. This quiet exchange of raw northern beauty for southern Mediterranean craftsmanship illustrated how trade routes served as gentle threads connecting distant cultures and landscapes. The movement of amber along these ancient paths was not characterized by haste or frantic commerce, but by a patient, rhythmic passage across rivers, mountains, and forests that endured for generations. Each piece of resin carried with it the memory of Baltic winter waves, the quiet warmth of the limewood boxes that protected it, and the careful touch of gatherers who had lifted it from damp sand at dawn. As night fell over the workshops of Aquileia and the distant northern beaches of Zambia alike, the long road rested beneath a canopy of stars. The quiet paths, winding riverways, and peaceful mountain passes settled into stillness, holding the quiet history of countless travelers who had walked them in search of harmony, beauty, and shared connection. And so, the story of the Amber Road softly lingers, inviting a deep and resting calm to settle over the ancient earth. Long ago, across the vast and sun-warmed expanses of the ancient world, trade flowed not in rushed surges, but in a measured, soothing rhythm that echoed the changing of the seasons and the slow, steady turning of the nighttime stars. Highways woven of packed earth and smooth, weathered cobbles stretched for hundreds of leagues through quiet valleys and over timbered mountain passes, connecting isolated rural hamlets to distant, peaceful markets. Along these ancient thoroughfares, heavy wooden carts moved at the leisurely pace of walking oxen, their wooden wheels humming softly against stone as cargo made its tranquil way across gentle landscapes. In the western provinces of the Roman world, deep within the sunlit solitude of the Iberian Peninsula, rural hillsides yielded rare subterranean minerals that were held in quiet reverence by artisans across the Mediterranean basin. In the 1st century CE, miners in the quiet hills of Sisapo extracted brilliant crimson cinnabar ore, packing the heavy mineral lumps into sealed stoneware jars, padded with dry heather for cart transport along the Via Augusta to the pigment workshops of Rome. This long journey along the Great Southern Highway unfolded over many serene weeks, passing through rolling olive groves silvered by morning mist, past quiet river bends where willows swayed in the breeze, and through small, sleepy settlements resting in the shadow of granite hills. The mineral, ground finely in distant urban studios, would eventually transform into the radiant vermilion paint that adorned the sheltered walls of peaceful villas, preserving the memory of remote hillsides within quiet interior sanctuaries. Every jar carried with it not only the dense weight of the earth's hidden strata, but also the fragrant, dried vegetation of the quiet valleys where it was harvested, cushioning the precious cargo against the steady, rhythmic swaying of the wagon. As twilight fell over the way stations along the road, drivers unyoked their tired animals beneath clear skies, allowing the deep silence of the countryside to settle over the resting highway. Far to the east, across the arid stretches of desert and the shimmering expanses of southern seas, maritime routes offered their own tranquil paths for light and precious treasures moving between ancient coastal empires. The sea lanes of the Indian Ocean and the Persian Gulf were governed by the slow, predictable shift of monsoon breezes, which filled woven sails with quiet force and guided wooden vessels smoothly across clear, open waters. Here, trade was intimately linked with the rhythm of the tides, the soft lap of waves against wooden hulls, and the delicate treasures yielded by warm, shallow coastal waters. Off the ancient island of Tylos, surrounded by calm, turquoise currents, coastal communities lived in peaceful harmony with the sea, gathering natural riches from the underwater meadows. In the 2nd century CE, pearl divers off the shores of Tylos in the Persian Gulf gathered iridescent white pearls from shallow reefs, drying the smooth gems on soft linen sheets before storing them inside velvet-lined cedar boxes for dhow merchants sailing to the Red Sea port of Aromatic. These traditional dhows, crafted from hand-hewn timbers joined with natural cordage, glided gracefully across the sea, their lateen sails catching the steady evening wind as they navigated between quiet islands and safe harbors. Inside the cool, fragrant holds of the ships, the smooth pearls rested securely within their protective wooden chests, preserved from the damp sea air and the gentle spray of the ocean. Upon reaching the harbor of Aromatic, where dry desert air met the quiet lap of coastal waters, the precious cargoes were unloaded onto calm quays and transferred to camel caravans that would carry them westward across the desert toward the Nile. The transition from ocean to desert was quiet and seamless, marked only by the soft clink of brass camel bells and the slow, rhythmic footfalls of pack animals following ancient tracks through wind-carved stone valleys. The slow movement of such fine commodities illustrates the delicate balance and interconnectedness of early global trade networks, where raw materials gathered from quiet corners of the natural world were transported across vast distances through human care, skill, and patience. Whether originating from deep subterranean rock formations cradled by dry mountain heather, or from shallow ocean reefs dried under the warm afternoon sun, these items bound distant societies together in a shared appreciation for natural beauty, craftsmanship, and quiet permanence. Merchants traveling along both terrestrial roads and ocean lanes shared a deep understanding of patience, measuring their progress not by hours, but by the slow passage of familiar landmarks, the gradual softening of evening light, and the quiet appearance of evening constellations. The heavy carts trundling along the stone-paved highways of Europe and the wooden dhows swaying upon the calm waters of the Near East were part of a single, restful tapestry of human endeavor that spanned thousands of leagues. As cargo moved gently from hand to hand, from miner to cart driver, from pearl diver to sea captain, and from merchant to urban artisan, it carried with it the serene atmosphere of its place of origin, resting securely in sealed stoneware and velvet-lined wood until reaching its final destination. In the calm hush of night, as fires flickered softly outside roadside inns and anchor lights gleamed upon still harbor waters, the global network of trade rested in peaceful silence, waiting for the soft arrival of dawn to begin another quiet day of harmonious movement across the earth. Across the calm, sun-warmed expanses of the Persian Gulf, the ancient waters off the island of Bahrain held a quiet treasure that drew seafarers and merchants from across distant lands for countless generations. As the late afternoon light softened into amber and the gentle tide lapped rhythmically against the weathered timber hulls of wooden dhows, divers and sailors concluded their day's peaceful labor, gathering the subtle yields of the shallow sea. These turquoise waters, fed by underground freshwater springs, bubbling up through the salty seabed, created an environment uniquely suited to the growth of exceptionally clear, smooth, and radiant pearls. Long before the expansive trade networks of the classical era reached their zenith, local mariners had mastered the art of navigating by the sky, using the predictable seasonal shifts of coastal breezes and the steady alignment of night constellations to guide their passages across quiet ocean lanes. When evening descended gently over the Gulf, bringing welcome relief from the dry heat of the day, port towns along the shoreline softened into tranquil stillness. Oil lanterns flickered warmly along stone quays, where precious cargoes of aromatic resins, timber, spices, fine textiles, and raw gems were carefully sorted and organized for their upcoming landward journeys. The rhythm of existence in these maritime outposts was measured not by speed or urgency, but by the natural, unhurried cadence of wind, water, and fading light, establishing a peaceful tradition of exchange that stretched across centuries of coastal life. From these island sanctuaries, precious goods moved inland along well-established trade corridors that traversed the northern stretches of the Arabian Peninsula toward the fertile river valleys of Mesopotamia. To protect delicate sea treasures from physical friction, subtle moisture changes, and the fine dust of the desert, merchants employed extraordinary care in packing their wares before setting out on the long road north. In the 3rd century CE, pearl merchants in Bahrain wrapped lustrous white sea pearls in soft velvet pouches lined with raw silk, transporting the gems along cool night trails to the artisan jewelers of Cedar. Traveling by night allowed long caravans to escape the intense heat of the sun, taking full advantage of the cool evening air that swept gently across the open sand dunes. The soft, steady footfalls of laden camels echoed with a rhythmic calm against the quiet earth as the procession followed ancient pathways marked by memory, landmark stones, and the reliable guidance of the northern stars overhead. At regular intervals along the desert route, oases offered shade and fresh spring water, allowing travelers and their animals to relax beneath the whispering fronds of date palms until the sun dipped once again below the western horizon. Within these serene desert sanctuaries, merchants exchanged quiet news of distant ports, inspected the security of their tied leather packs, and shared quiet meals under an unclouded sky. The overland passage was not merely a physical transport of valuable trade commodities, but a delicate, unbroken chain of trust and craftsmanship that linked island harvesting beds with the grandest metropolitan centers of regional culture and art. Upon reaching the wide, fertile banks of the Tigris River, the desert trails converged near the gates of Ctesiphon, a monumental capital famed for its brick vaulting and peaceful trade districts. Here, along quiet, palm-shaded avenues and peaceful workshop precincts, the arrival of caravan merchants was awaited with reverence by master craftsmen. In the tranquil studios of the city's renowned jewelers, Bronze oil lamps burned with a soft, steady glow into the night as leather satchels were untied and velvet pouches gently unknotted. When unfolded, the smooth silk linings revealed pristine sea pearls that shimmered warmly in the lamplight, reflecting the meticulous care of their long journey. Goldsmiths and lapidaries evaluated each gem for shape, luster, and hue before setting it into intricate filigree mounts of gold and silver. The atmosphere in these urban workshops was defined by a calm focus and patient artistry, where the raw treasures of the Gulf were thoughtfully transformed into elegant ornaments for court regalia, diplomacy, and treasured personal heirlooms. Beyond the elite circles of the imperial palace, these commercial ties fostered a continuous exchange of knowledge, language, and aesthetic traditions between distant communities. Artisans adopted novel techniques of metalworking and stone setting from traveling merchants, while caravans returning southward carried accounts of Mesopotamian engineering, canal building, and urban architecture back to the coastal settlements of the sea. Through this steady, quiet dialogue of travel and trade, distant islands and inland capitals were woven into a shared cultural tapestry. As night deepened over the vast network of desert pathways and river channels, the slow movement of ancient trade continued to trace its peaceful course through history. The long journey from the warm coastal waters of Bahrain to the stately halls of Ctesiphon was but one thread among many that connected diverse civilizations into a calm, harmonious web of exchange. These historic trade routes were sustained not by rapid motion or dramatic disruption, but by the quiet constancy of human care, the gentle wrapping of a sea gem in soft fabric, the pacing of a caravan along a cool night trail, and the patient dedication of an artisan working late under the warm glow of an oil lamp. The silence of the desert night absorbed the soft rustle of silk pouches, the faint, melodic chiming of camel bells, and the gentle whisper of wind drifting across sandy dunes, preserving a profound sense of stillness that spanned vast distances. In reflecting upon these quiet historic journeys, one feels the serene beauty of human endeavor operating in harmony with the natural world, where ocean currents and desert tracks, tides and star trails rest peacefully together under a timeless sky. Long ago, in the 6th century, the ancient city of Samarkand rested like a quiet jewel within the fertile valley of the Zarafshan River, where lush orchards of pomegranates and sweet figs met the dust of long-traveled roads. As evening settled over the brick-paved courtyards and domed workshops, a restful quiet descended upon the artisan quarters, where master glassblowers tended their low-burning brick kilns. Within these warm hearths, river sands, mineral ashes, and trace deposits of cobalt were slowly fused together under steady, patient heat, yielding a glass of breathtaking deep blue that mirrored the color of the desert sky just after twilight. The glassmakers worked without rush, taking up long iron blowpipes to gently shape the molten glowing sphere, turning it continuously until it expanded into a vessel of delicate proportions. Slender goblets with soft, rounded rims and gracefully curved bodies that held the evening light like still water. Once cooled, each goblet was inspected with patient care, for these fragile creations were destined to travel thousands of miles across rugged terrains, carrying the distinctive art of Samarkand to distant oases and royal courts further east. To prepare these treasures for the long and uncertain journey ahead, the merchants gathered thick skeins of unspun sheep's wool, freshly shorn from mountain flocks, and carefully washed to retain its natural cushion and warmth. Inside sturdy crates carved from dense mountain walnut and pine, the packers laid down deep beds of this soft, resilient wool, nestling each blown cobalt goblet into its own protected nest before covering it with another generous layer of fleece. Each box was then gently closed and secured with leather straps, ensuring that no matter how steep the path or how rough the trail, the delicate glass within would remain cushioned against every tremor and jolt along the ancient way. When dawn began to color the eastern horizon with pale washes of amber and rose, the caravan of Sogdian merchants assembled at the city's outer gates, where camels and sturdy mountain mules stood quietly in the crisp morning air. The air was cool and filled with the faint scent of dried herbs, wood smoke, and the damp earth of the surrounding fields as the animals were loaded with their balanced wooden crates. The Sogdians, renowned across Central Asia as skilled navigators of the transcontinental trade networks, moved among their animals with a calm, practiced rhythm, checking the cinches of woven straps and adjusting the weight of the packs so that every load balanced effortlessly upon the animals' backs. The quiet call from the caravan leader, the long line of merchants and beasts set forth along the northern branch of the Silk Road, leaving the quiet orchards of Samarkand behind, and steering their course toward the soaring, ice-crowned peaks of the Pamir Mountains. Day after day, the caravan traveled at an unhurried pace, following the natural contours of river valleys and rocky foothills, guided by the slow, rhythmic sway of the lead camel and the soft, distant chime of bronze bells tied to the harness gear. As the elevation gradually increased, the air grew thinner and remarkably clear, offering endless views of vast mountain valleys bathed in soft sunlight. The trail wound through narrow stone defiles and across high alpine pastures where mountain wildflowers swayed gently in the mountain breeze, past crystal-clear streams fed by melting glaciers high above. In the 6th century, Sogdian merchants along the Silk Road transported delicate cobalt blue glass vessels from Samarkand across the Pamir Mountains, nesting each blown goblet in soft sheep's wool inside wooden crates to protect them during the high-altitude journey. This painstaking care turned what might have been a perilous transit into a quiet testament to human ingenuity. As the soft wool absorbed every vibration of the rocky climbs, and protected the fragile cargo from the sharp frosts of the high passes. As the caravan reached the highest crests of the Pamir Range, known to ancient travelers as the roof of the world, the vastness of the surrounding landscape seemed to invite a deep and meditative silence. Up here, far above the bustling lowland cities, the world opened into wide expanses of stone and sky, where jagged snowfields reflected the soft pastels of the setting sun, and the wind whistled softly through ancient stone cairns, marking the way. When twilight began to cast long blue shadows across the high plateau, the merchants brought their animals to a gentle halt in a sheltered basin beside a mountain spring. They unloaded the wooden crates with practiced reverence, setting them side by side on the dry alpine turf, where they sat secure beneath the open sky as the evening stars began to appear one by one, lighting up the clear mountain night with intense clarity. Small campfires were lit, casting a warm and flickering glow over the resting travelers. The merchants gathered together, sharing simple meals of flatbread, dried fruit, and hot tea, their quiet voices carrying softly into the still night as they discussed the days ahead and recalled stories of earlier journeys across the sands and mountains of the Silk Road. There was no sense of hurry, only the deep, comforting cadence of a journey shared with trusted companions, bound by a common reverence for the goods they carried and the ancient paths they walked. Beneath the vast celestial canopy, the cobalt vessels remained safely tucked within their wool-filled crates, quiet carried treasures acting as bridges of beauty between distant worlds, resting peacefully under the timeless watch of the high mountain stars. As night settles softly over the vast and tranquil expanse of the equatorial ocean, the ancient maritime trade routes across the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea unfold like quiet ribbons of indigo water beneath a calm, starry canopy. Long before modern engines or industrial steel hulls touched these open waters, human journeying across the sea was measured not by speed or force, but by a patient alignment with the natural rhythms of the earth. The seasonal monsoon winds, which shifted with peaceful, dependable regularity twice every year, served as the gentle breath that guided generations of seafaring merchants across thousands of miles of open blue. Navigators sat quietly upon the smooth wooden decks of their vessels, watching familiar constellations drift slowly across the night sky, reading the subtle changes in wind temperature, the gentle scent of ocean salt, and the shifting colors of the deep water to trace invisible paths between distant islands. There was a deep, meditative stillness to this ancient seaborne travel, where warm days melted effortlessly into tranquil weeks of steady drift. The passage of time was marked only by the rhythmic creaking of seasoned timber, the soft splash of waves against the hull, and the gentle rustle of triangular woven sails catching the evening breeze. Ships moved with unhurried grace across immense marine wildernesses, where distant coastlines remained far beyond the horizon, anchored by the serene confidence that the natural movement of the wind and current would eventually carry them toward safe, welcoming harbors. Along these wide, peaceful sea lanes, the world moved at the slow, untroubled pace of nature itself, carrying goods, cultures, and quiet human dreams across the endless waters. Far to the southeast, where the equator warms the pristine waters of the Malay archipelago, rose the volcanic Maluku Islands, known for their verdant mountain peaks, fertile soils, and cool oceanic mists. These isolated islands were the exclusive home of the clove tree, a delicate botanical species whose aromatic flower buds were prized across continents for their soothing fragrance and warm, comforting flavor. Harvesting these buds required great care and patience, as growers gathered the unexpanded blossoms just as their initial pale green shades turned into soft hints of deep crimson. Beginning in the 8th century, Arab and Persian dhows carrying fragrant clove buds from the volcanic Maluku Islands stored the dark spice in woven palm frond baskets lined with banana leaves, allowing the gentle ocean breeze to dry the aromatic flower buds during their month-long voyage to Guangzhou. As these handcrafted wooden dhows sailed smoothly across the open tropical seas, the warm marine air circulated continuously through the porous weave of the palm frond containers, creating a natural drying process that preserved the delicate essential oils contained within each tiny bud. The fresh banana leaves provided a cool, protective barrier that cushioned the precious cargo against friction and moisture, ensuring that the spice retained its full aromatic richness throughout the journey. Day after quiet day, as the sun dipped gently below the western horizon and the stars filled the sky, the air aboard the vessels was filled with the subtle, comforting scent of currying cloves, transforming the long sea passage into a restful sanctuary, moving gracefully across the calm water. This gentle ocean current was a testament to the profound understanding ancient mariners possessed regarding the natural harmony between their ships, their cargoes, and the environment through which they passed. Rather than fighting the elements, the sailors allowed the sea and sky to become active partners in their craft, relying on ambient humidity, ocean winds, and organic packaging to protect their delicate trade goods over immense distances. The long voyage northward across the South China Sea required no hurried maneuvers. Instead, the crew adjusted their sails to match the steady flow of the summer monsoon, spending their days in quiet routines of observation, maintenance, and restful contemplation. Beneath the shade of wide canvas awnings, crew members mended ropes, watched dolphins swimming alongside the wooden hull, and listened to the peaceful cadence of the waves tapping rhythmically against the ship's sides. The vast open sea offered a deep sense of solitude, where the mind could unwind from the noise of land and settle into the quiet motions of ocean life. Each night, as twilight bathed the water in shades of violet and soft gold, the ship floated suspended between sea and sky, a tiny island of warmth drifting peacefully along an ancient aquatic highway. Eventually, after weeks of tranquil navigation across the open blue, the low-lying outlines of the southern Chinese coast emerged softly through the morning mist, signaling the approach to Guangzhou. As the dhows navigated the calm channels of the Pearl River estuary, the vastness of the open ocean gave way to the gentle shelter of quiet inland waters. Here, foreign merchant ships anchored peacefully alongside local river craft, their wooden masts forming a quiet forest against the evening sky. The arrival at port was characterized by a slow, orderly unlading of goods, as the carefully preserved baskets of cloves were lifted gently from the holds, filling the waterside storehouses with their rich, woodsy fragrance. In the quiet hours of dusk, as lanterns began to twinkle along the riverbanks, and the setting sun painted the water in amber hues, mariners rested from their long sea journey, content in the completion of their passage. The timeless trade routes of the ocean had once again brought distant worlds together in peaceful exchange, reminding all who traveled them of the quiet beauty found in slow journeys, gentle winds, and the simple, enduring harmony of the natural world. In the quiet coastal hills of 9th century Southeast Asia, the mist settled gently over the dense forest canopy each morning, cradling a landscape defined by patience and deep botanical knowledge. Here, beneath the towering shade of ancient trees, gatherers moved softly along worn earth paths, attuned to the subtle scents carried on the humid tropical air. During the 9th century, forest gatherers in the coastal hills of Champa harvested fragrant dark agar wood, drying the resinous heartwood in shaded forest shelters before sealing the aromatic wood inside polished bamboo cylinders, stoppered with beeswax for the gentle sea voyage to Guangzhou. This deliberate process of harvesting and preparation was guided by a profound understanding of how fragile natural fragrances could be preserved across vast distances. The dark, resin-soaked heartwood, formed slowly over decades within the Aquileia tree, possessed a complex and grounding aroma that was highly prized across the eastern seas. In the quiet gloom of the forest shelters, constructed from woven palm fronds and sturdy timber posts, the harvested wood rested safely away from the intense tropical sun. Here, cool breezes moved freely across the raised bamboo benches, allowing the moisture to evaporate gradually, while retaining the deep, rich oils within the grain. Once thoroughly dried, each piece was slid into a green length of bamboo that had been scraped smooth and polished until it shone, creating an airtight vessel crafted entirely from the natural materials of the forest floor. The application of warm, yellow beeswax at the open ends provided an effective seal, locking in the aromatic essence so that neither the damp sea spray nor the salty ocean air could penetrate during the long voyage north. As merchant vessels caught the favorable seasonal winds, these bamboo cylinders lay safely stowed within dark wooden holds, cradled by the steady, rhythmic rocking of the waves as they traveled along the coast toward the prosperous trading hubs of southern China. Farther to the southwest, across the calm reaches of the sea, another aromatic treasure was gathered with equal care from the primary rainforests of Sumatra. In this realm of towering emerald canopies and perpetual green twilight, the air remained thick with the soothing scent of damp soil, moss, and sweet night-blooming blossoms. In the 9th century, harvesters in the coastal rainforests of Baris in Sumatra scraped cooling white camphor crystals from the hollow heartwood of wild trees, sealing the aromatic flakes inside polished bamboo tubes lined with dried leaves for dhow passage across the Indian Ocean to Surat. The wild camphor tree, growing slow and grand in the lowland forests, produced a crystalline substance deep within its hollowed trunk, a pure, cool compound that smelled faintly of fresh rain and mountain frost. Finding these natural deposits required immense skill and patience, as only mature trees yielded the pale, geometric flakes that gathered within the heartwood fissures. Harvesters used fine wooden tools to collect the fragile crystals without damaging the surrounding wood, working in silent focus while songbirds called softly in the high branches above. Because camphor was prone to sublimation, rapidly evaporating if exposed to heat or dry winds, the method of packaging was critical to its survival over long ocean voyages. The gatherers lined the interior of smooth bamboo tubes with thick, dried forest leaves, creating a soft, insulating buffer that shielded the delicate flakes from temperature fluctuations and physical agitation during transit. Once filled, the tubes were secured tight, preserving the potent, refreshing aroma within a light and remarkably durable container. Carried down from the mist-shrouded forest hills to the coastal ports, these bamboo vessels were loaded onto traditional wooden dhows, whose triangular sails billowed under the steady monsoon winds that blew across the wide expanse of the Indian Ocean toward the Persian Gulf. Together, these humble bamboo containers represented a profound harmony between human ingenuity, natural resources, and the vast maritime trade networks of the early medieval world. As the monsoon winds shifted predictably with the turning seasons, ships traversed the sea lanes connecting east and west, carrying cargo that appealed not to utility alone, but to the senses, wellness, and quiet contemplation. Inside the dark, quiet holds of merchant ships, the warm, resinous depth of champas, agarwood rested alongside the crisp, cooling purity of Sumatran camphor, each wrapped in the gentle protection of bamboo and dried foliage. These aromatic treasures were not merely commodities. They carried with them the very air and spirit of the tropical groves from which they had been gathered. The mariners who guided these vessels across the open water understood the ocean not as an obstacle, but as a peaceful highway that linked distant shores in a slow, continuous exchange of culture and nature. At night, under clear, unclouded skies filled with unfamiliar constellations, the wooden hulls groaned softly against the gentle swell of the sea, carrying their precious aromatic cargoes through the dark, warm waters. When the ships finally docked at the bustling harbors of Guangzhou or the stone quays of Surat, the bamboo seals were opened, releasing scents that had been born months earlier in the quiet depths of tropical rainforests. The trade in aromatics flourished precisely because of this meticulous care, establishing enduring connections between forest communities and distant urban centers without disrupting the peaceful, natural rhythm of the earth. In the quiet of the night, as these ancient trade routes stretched beneath the moonlit sky, the journey of agarwood and camphor mirrored the broader flow of human life along the Maritime Silk Road. It was a serene world where distance was measured not in hours, but in the slow turning of the stars and the steady, reassuring rise and fall of oceanic tides. Merchants, sailors, and forest gatherers alike operated within a quiet partnership with nature, relying on the predictable rhythms of wind and weather to carry their goods safely across thousands of leagues of ocean. The bamboo cylinders, harvested from local groves and sealed with natural wax and leaves, served as perfect capsules of time and place, preserving the pristine essence of Southeast Asian forests until they reached the eager hands of scholars, healers, and perfumers in distant lands. This slow movement of goods fostered an atmosphere of stillness and reverence, where every arrival was celebrated as a gift of patience, craftsmanship, and endurance. Today, the memory of these ancient voyages lingers like the faint, soothing trace of incense on a cool evening breeze, reminding us of a time when the world was connected by gentle currents, natural materials, and the quiet beauty of shared scents. As the ocean waves continue to lap softly against timeless shores, the story of these early merchants remains a soothing testament to the quiet harmony that once bound the distant corners of the earth together in peaceful trade. As evening settles across the sheltered waters of the Indonesian archipelago, the rhythm of ancient maritime trade softens into the tranquil, steady pulse of the sea. In the 9th century, the maritime kingdom of Srivijaya flourished along the strategic crossroads of Southeast Asia, establishing its primary center of governance and commerce at Palembang, near the banks of the broad Musi River. This tranquil riverine port, situated where freshwater streams merge gently with brackish ocean tides, served as a serene haven for merchants sailing between the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea. Ships resting in the quiet harbor moved softly against their wooden moorings, their tall timber masts swaying under a luminous canopy of stars, while cool evening breezes blew across the still water. Palembang was not merely a port of call, but a peaceful sanctuary of trade, where the rich yields of inland rainforests met the vast oceanic currents of distant lands. Down from the lush Sumatran highlands came rare forest goods, precious resins, aromatic bark, sweet spices, and fragrant woods, harvested by local communities who lived in harmony with the natural rhythms of the jungle. The empire of Srivijaya maintained its prosperity not through aggressive display, but by cultivating an enduring atmosphere of safety, order, and quiet hospitality along these vital waterways. Sailors arriving after long months at sea found safe anchorage, clean drinking water, and dry, secure storehouses where valuable merchandise could be measured, sorted, and packed with care. The air within the harbor carried a soothing blend of earthy scents, damp soil from the riverbank, the sweet smoke of sandalwood fires burning along the shore, and the crisp salt mist carrying inward from the open straits. As night deepened over Palembang, torchlight flickered softly upon the calm surfaces of the river, marking the quiet work of shipwrights, clerks, and sea captains, thoughtfully preparing their wooden vessels for the upcoming shift in the monsoon winds. Among the most cherished commodities carried along these tropical sea lanes were the delicate aromatics of the Sumatran interior, highly prized across ancient courtly worlds for their clean, refreshing fragrance, rare medicinal virtues, and ceremonial purity. Principal among these treasures was camphor, a crystalline resin found naturally formed inside the hollow trunks of ancient forest trees growing deep within misty mountain ranges. Gathering this precious resin required immense patience, specialized knowledge, and deep respect for the natural environment. As harvesters navigated quiet jungle paths to collect the fragile, translucent flakes that crystallized within the old timber. Because pure camphor was extraordinarily sensitive to ambient heat and moisture, transporting it safely across humid tropical ocean routes demanded refined preservation techniques, perfected over generations of maritime experience. During the 9th century, Srivijayan traders at Palembang preserved delicate camphor crystals harvested from Sumatran rainforest trees inside sealed stoneware jars lined with dried pandan leaves, protecting the aromatic white resin from sea humidity during passage through the quiet Strait of Malacca. Dried pandan leaves provided a natural, fragrant lining that gently cushioned the delicate crystals and absorbed any trace of ambient moisture, while the thick, durable walls of the fired stoneware prevented the volatile essence of the camphor from dissipating during long months at sea. Each jar was carefully sealed around its rim with beeswax and tree gums, then stowed deep within the cool, shaded lower holds of outgoing vessels, safely insulated from harsh sunlight, sea spray, and damp ocean air. This quiet mastery of natural packaging ensured that the delicate resin reached distant ports in China, India, and the Middle East with its refreshing, pine-like aroma completely intact. The gentle dedication of these Srivijayan merchants demonstrated how ancient trade relied not just on bold sea voyages, but on an intimate, thoughtful understanding of natural materials, preserving the subtle gifts of the earth so they might bring comfort and peace to far-off lands. Leaving the busy anchorages of Palembang behind, merchant vessels navigated the long, serene length of the Strait of Malacca, where passage was defined by steady patience and the peaceful observation of nature's subtle indicators. The strait functioned as a sheltered maritime highway, bounded by the lush green coastlines of the Malay Peninsula on one side and the expansive rainforests of Sumatra on the other. Here, the waters were traditionally calm, shielded from the full force of open ocean swells by the surrounding land masses. Ships glided softly over the glassy sea, their wooden hulls cutting smooth, silent wakes through the water as soft tropical breezes filled their woven sails. Navigation along this quiet corridor relied on an unhurried, peaceful rhythm. Sailors watched the subtle color changes of the sea to judge water depth, observed the gentle flight of coastal seabirds returning to their roosts at dusk, and mapped their progress by the distinctive silhouettes of forested hills along the shore. Life aboard these trading ships was remarkably quiet and contemplative. Traveling alongside the precious cargo of stoneware jars, spices, and silks were Buddhist monks journeying toward distant centers of learning, scholars sharing manuscripts, and seasoned merchants resting after months of preparation. In the quiet evenings, as twilight bathed the waters in shades of soft indigo and rose, the sound of softly spoken stories and gentle prayers drifted across the deck, merging with the rhythmic lapping of the sea against the hull. Under the vast, clear night sky, navigators guided their vessels using the familiar positions of the stars, following the steady beacon of the North Star and the glowing constellations of the southern sky. This peaceful ocean passage connected distant worlds, not through haste or noise, but through a shared, quiet journey across calm waters, leaving a legacy of gentle connection that echoed across the historic maritime routes of the ancient world. High upon the eastern ridges of the Himalayan plateau, where mountain mists drift lazily through tall pine needles and cold meltwater streams trickle softly over smooth granite stones, the ancient high-altitude branches of the Silk Road began their quiet descent toward the lowlands. These southern Silk Road trails, carved by centuries of patient foot travel and the steady tread of pack animals, bypassed the vast, sun-bleached sand dunes of the northern deserts, choosing instead to weave through deep forest valleys, alpine meadows filled with wild flowers, and serene mountain passes where the air remained cool, crisp, and clear. Here, far above the bustling cities of the plains, the pace of trade was measured not by the urgent speed of swift couriers, but by the slow, rhythmic cadence of travelers navigating narrow stone tracks carved into the steep mountainsides. Beneath the vast canopy of the open blue sky, the early morning light would touch the snow-capped peaks with a warm golden hue, casting long, peaceful shadows across quiet valleys where wild herbs, lichens, and aromatic plants flourished in the clean mountain atmosphere. Merchants and local harvesters moved in gentle harmony with the subtle shifts of mountain weather, taking shelter beneath overhanging rock ledges, or inside modest stone huts when the afternoon breeze grew cool, and lighting small, smoky campfires of dry cedar wood that sent thin wisps of fragrant pine, scent drifting upward toward the emerging stars. The long journeys undertaken along these elevated routes were deeply intertwined with the natural rhythms of the landscape, demanding great patience, quiet observation, and an intimate, respectful understanding of how to carefully gather and preserve the delicate gifts of the mountain wilderness across immense physical distances. As evening approached each day, the natural sounds of the mountains would settle into a deep, meditative calm. The distant, muffled rushing of mountain rivers far below, the soft rustle of wind through high-altitude juniper scrub, and the quiet, low murmurs of travelers as they unpacked their loads and prepared for a night of tranquil rest beneath the quiet expanse of the night sky. Among the most highly prized treasures carried down from these cloud-wreathed heights were the rare, exquisite aromatics harvested from the pristine high mountain wilderness. High-altitude plants and animals produced natural essences of remarkable depth and enduring richness, yet transporting such volatile and precious scents down through dramatically changing temperatures, altitudes, and atmospheric humidities required sophisticated, time-honored methods of preservation. During the 8th century, along the southern Silk Road, Tibetan gatherers packed fragrant musk pods inside polished ox-horn flasks, cushioned with dried iris roots, preserving the warm perfume during the quiet mountain descent to the scent markets of Chang'an. The polished ox horn provided an exceptionally durable, non-reactive casing that sealed completely against external moisture and dry mountain air, while the dried iris roots, known traditionally for their soft, powdery, violet-like fragrance, served a dual purpose of physical protection and scent harmonization. As the packed flasks moved gently within woven leather sacks slung across the backs of sturdy pack animals, the iris roots acted as a natural shock absorber, preventing the delicate pods from bruising or crushing against the hard horn walls during the long, swaying journey down rocky paths. Simultaneously, the subtle, dry botanical aroma of the iris roots fused gently with the deep, warm notes of the musk, creating a layered and stabilized perfume profile that would endure the weeks of travel without degradation. Each container was meticulously capped and sealed with warm beeswax, bound securely with soft hemp cordage, and kept tucked deep within insulated felt wrappers to shield it from the direct glare of the sun. As the gatherers navigated the winding descent, passing gradually from freezing alpine crags down into temperate bamboo groves, and eventually into the humid valleys below. These traditional packaging techniques ensured that the delicate contents inside remained in a state of suspended purity, perfectly preserved against the elements. After many peaceful days of downward travel, the mountain trails gradually widened, smoothing out into soft dirt roads that followed the quiet curves of lowland rivers, leading toward the prosperous heartland of the Tang Empire. The quiet stillness of the upper peaks gave way to the gentle, rhythmic sounds of lowland trade, the soft creak of wooden cartwheels, the distant splashing of river barges gliding along calm waters, and the welcoming rustle of tall willow trees lining the irrigation canals. Upon reaching the massive earthen walls of Chang'an, the caravans passed beneath grand city gates into a sprawling metropolis designed with harmony, order, and quiet elegance. Within the city's celebrated east and west markets, dedicated avenues housed the specialized scent merchants, perfumers, and apothecaries, whose shops were shaded by broad tiled eaves and peaceful courtyard gardens. Here, when the sealed ox horn flasks were finally opened in the cool shade of wooden stalls, the long-preserved fragrances bloomed softly into the warm urban air, unspooling memories of distant snowfields, wild iris blossoms, and high mountain cloudscapes. Experienced merchants examined the pods with quiet reverence, acknowledging the incredible skill, patience, and care of the highland gatherers who had carried these fragile aromatics across hundreds of miles of rugged terrain. As twilight descended over Chang'an, soft paper lanterns were lit along the market avenues, casting a warm amber glow over smooth stone paving and weathered wooden shop fronts. The gentle incense smoke from burning mountain resins drifted lazily through the quiet evening air, blending with the soft, peaceful sounds of the closing city day, and inviting all who walked the avenues into a state of deep, restful, tranquil calm. As twilight settles over the ancient thoroughfares of the world, the story of global trade often rests not in the clamor of busy marketplaces, but in the quiet, patient crafts unfolding in remote mountain valleys and sheltered stone workshops. Long before precious aromatics and delicate wares reached the grand emporiums of distant cities, they began their journeys in stillness, shaped by the careful hands of local artisans who measured time by the changing seasons and the natural turn of the sun. In these quiet corners of the earth, trade was an intricate tapestry of patience and slow transformation, where raw materials gathered from mist-shrouded forests and sunlit groves were prepared for journeys that would span thousands of miles of river, mountain, and desert. The movement of these fragrant goods created gentle corridors of connection, linking isolated communities along high ridges to the bustling river ports and oasis towns that served as the beating hearts of regional commerce. Each vessel, bundle, and cured block carried with it the quiet essence of its origin, the cool mountain air, the mineral richness of spring water, and the subtle warmth of hand-poured oils, inviting those who encountered them in far-off lands to share in a silent, continuous rhythm of human care and craftsmanship that stretched across vast geographic distances and peaceful centuries. As day gave way to night along these historic trade paths, craftspeople paused in their labors listening to the soft murmur of wind through the trees, and knowing their work would bring comfort to distant shores. High among the steep, mist-veiled crags of southwestern Asia, where pine-scented winds move softly through quiet groves and cold streams cascade into deep valleys, the rhythm of daily life moved in harmony with the gentle wilderness. Here in the 8th century, mountain gatherers in the high valleys of Sichuan collected dried musk pods, packing the fragrant dark grains into small hollowed-out bamboo joints stoppered with beeswax before river barges carried them down the Yangtze River to the perfume blenders of Yangzhou. This careful process of harvest and preservation ensured that the delicate, earthy aroma remained undisturbed through every stage of its long, waterborne voyage. The slender river craft drifted gently down the wide currents of the Yangtze, gliding past sleepy riverside villages, bamboo thickets, and steep limestone cliffs that reflected in the calm, glassy waters below. As the barges neared the sprawling canals of Yangzhou, where skilled artisans waited to blend the dark grains into subtle ointments and incense, the quiet movement of the river bridged the vast distance between wilderness solitude and urban refinement. The fragrance, securely sealed within its bamboo casing, preserved the quiet breath of the high mountains, allowing city dwellers to experience a subtle link to the remote peaks where the harvest had first begun under the morning sun. Through days of calm navigation, the barge crews steered their craft with practiced, rhythmic grace, allowing the gentle push of the river current to guide them through shifting landscapes of green reed beds and silent morning mists. Far to the west, across vast stretches of arid plateaus and ancient trade routes, a similarly patient craft was taking shape in the historic centers of the Levant, where sun-baked stone buildings harbored cool, shadowed chambers dedicated to the art of soap making. Starting in the 8th century, soap makers in Aleppo combined pressed olive oil with fragrant laurel berry oil in stone vats, curing the poured green blocks for 9 months in shaded drying chambers before merchants wrapped them in soft parchment for caravan transport to Damascus. The slow curing process required an enduring patience, allowing the thick emerald liquid to solidify into firm, fragrant blocks under the gentle circulation of dry desert air. During these long months of resting, the soap gradually transformed, its color softening to a warm golden hue on the outside, while maintaining a deep, rich green heart within. When the blocks were finally ready, merchants handled them with quiet reverence, carefully wrapping each piece in smooth parchment to protect its delicate botanical scent from the fine dust of the desert trail. Laden upon the backs of steady, sure-footed camels, the caravans set out at dawn across the quiet plains, their bells tinkling softly against the stillness of the early morning as they carried the aromatic cargo toward the historic markets of Damascus. As the sun dipped below the horizon each evening, the merchants made camp beneath a vast canopy of stars, stacking the parchment-bound crates neatly beside resting beasts, while the soothing aroma of laurel and olive lingered faintly in the cool night air. These serene networks of production and movement reveal how deeply connected the ancient world was through shared values of patience, preservation, and gentle care. Whether traversing the tranquil, winding reaches of great eastern rivers or navigating the dust-softened paths of western caravan routes, trade goods were more than mere items of commerce. They were tangible expressions of human dedication and natural harmony. The bamboo containers floating downstream and the parchment-wrapped blocks traveling across desert sands both embodied an understanding that true quality required time, stillness, and an abiding respect for the raw materials provided by the earth. As the evening stars appear above the ancient routes, one can picture the quiet arrival of these vessels and caravans at their destinations, where the fragrant cargo was unpacked into cool storehouses, bringing a sense of calm restfulness and enduring tradition to all who received it. The memories of these silent journeys endure, reminding us that human hands have long worked in gentle harmony with the natural world. As dawn's early light filtered through the dense pine forests of the northern taiga, the calm waters of the eastern riverways reflected a sky of muted silver and soft slate gray. Long before formal maps delineated the broad expanses between cold northern seas and warm southern ports, merchants learned to read the gentle curves of the land by the silent movement of water. In these early centuries, the rivers were not merely obstacles to cross, but serene highways carrying timber, iron, amber, and prized pelts across thousands of miles of quiet wilderness. The rhythm of travel on these inland waterways was dictated by the gentle pull of current, the soft splash of wooden oars entering cool water, and the steady breath of men who understood the subtle shifts of the wind. Navigating through quiet morning mists, travelers watched the forested banks slide by in patient stillness, where giant birches dropped gold-tinted leaves onto the surface of the river. The journeys were long, measured, not in urgent hours, but in the slow turn of seasons, as summer gave way to autumn's crisp air and winter heralded frozen ice paths. Across these vast landscapes, the trade routes bound distant communities into a quiet network of shared goods and peaceful exchange, where every ripple against a wooden bow seemed to tell a story of endurance, quiet craftsmanship, and the harmony between human ambition and the natural world. Along the northern reaches of these vast river networks, preparation for the long journey south required meticulous care and a deep understanding of preservation against moisture and time. During the 9th century, along the Volga trade route, Scandinavian merchants packed soft marten fur pelts into oak barrels lined with dry oat husks, steering their wooden riverboats through the calm mists of the Volkhov River toward the trade posts of Khazaria. The choice of materials was born of generations of experience. The sturdy oak wood shielded the delicate furs from river spray, while the dry oat husks absorbed any residual dampness in the air, ensuring that the valuable pelts remained pristine throughout weeks of river travel. As these craft drifted smoothly down the Volkhov towards Lake Ladoga and beyond into the winding channels of the Volga basin, the rowers kept a steady, hypnotic cadence. The low mist clung to the reed beds lining the riverbank, muffling the quiet calls of waterbirds and creating a world where time seemed to slow to a peaceful trickle. In this quiet stillness, the merchants rested their eyes upon the gentle ripples ahead, knowing that far downstream lay the busy, yet orderly trading hubs of Khazaria, where silver dirhams, silk textiles, glass beads, and aromatic spices were exchanged across quiet wooden tables. The Volga route functioned as a vital artery connecting the Baltic world to the Caspian region, allowing goods to flow seamlessly between distinct cultures without the noise of conflict, held together by mutual necessity, patience, and the silent rhythm of the river currents. As the river craft glided deeper into the heart of the Eurasian continent, the landscape expanded into vast rolling steppes under wide, open skies that shimmered under the pale moonlight. The transition from northern woodland to southern river valleys brought subtle changes in scent, the crisp resin of pine giving way to the dry, herbal warmth of sun-baked grasses drifting across the water on evening breezes. At dusk, the merchants would guide their wooden craft into shallow inlets or protected sandbars, anchoring safely beneath the overhanging branches of ancient osier trees. Here, beside small, low-burning campfires that cast a warm, flickering glow against the dark hulls of their boats, they cooked simple meals of grain and dried fish while discussing the days of travel behind and ahead. The night air was filled with the gentle orchestra of the riverland, the rhythmic lapping of water against timber, the whisper of wind through dry reeds, and the soft rustle of nocturnal creatures foraging in the riverbank grasses. These quiet evening stops provided essential rest for weary arms and minds, creating moments of calm reflection beneath a vast canopy of stars. In the stillness of the night, the vastness of the trade network felt personal and serene, reduced to the warmth of a shared fire, the security of well-packed cargo, and the knowledge that tomorrow's current would carry them effortlessly closer to their destination. Through all these seasonal journeys, the fundamental nature of river trade remained one of patient harmony with the land and its timeless waters. The riverways demanded no speed, offering instead a dependable and serene passage for those willing to move at the water's own contemplative pace. Each bend in the Volga unveiled quiet reaches of undisturbed beauty, where white herons stood like marble statues in the shallow reed beds, and the water smoothed out into mirror-like stillness under the fading evening light. When the wooden riverboats finally approached the trading posts along the lower reaches, the exchange took place not with frantic haste, but with the quiet dignity of long-standing custom and shared trust. Furs were unpacked from their protective oat husks, examined with gentle appreciation for their soft warmth, and bartered for silver coins, colorful glass beads, and fine linen thread. As night settled fully over the trade posts, the campfires along the shore dimmed to soft embers, casting gentle shadows across the tethered boats resting peacefully at the water's edge. The great river continued its silent, ceaseless journey toward the sea, carrying with it the quiet memory of countless merchants who had trusted their livelihoods to its calm, steady waters. High in the mist-shrouded ranges of southwestern Asia, mountain paths cut narrow ribbons across steep granite slopes and ancient forest basins, weaving together remote river valleys and high alpine plateaus in a rhythm as steady as breathing. Here, beneath the towering canopy of evergreen pines and wild rhododendrons, the atmosphere carries a damp, quiet cool, softened by the low murmur of rushing mountain streams far below. For centuries, these high-altitude trails formed a vital corridor of quiet commerce, where human steps and equine hooves smoothed the weathered stone over countless generations. Long before modern roads reshaped geography, trade moved at the deliberate speed of a walking stride, measured not in miles, but in the slow cycle of sunrises and the gradual shifting of seasonal light. The air in these high reaches remains crisp and pure, filled with the piney scent of crushed needle beds, damp earth, and moss-draped oak trees that filter the golden morning light into soft, swaying patterns across the trail. As morning fog lingers in deep gorges, a subtle resonance fills the stillness, the rhythmic chiming of bronze bells attached to wooden saddles of pack animals, advancing in single file along precipitous paths. Each step is deliberate and measured, matching the calm endurance required to navigate mountain passes that touch the edge of the sky. The landscape itself seems to encourage a quiet patience, inviting travelers to surrender to the slow cadence of the journey, where every ridge crossed reveals another vast expanse of peaceful green hills, rolling gently toward distant, snow-capped horizons. Among the most celebrated routes winding through these elevated forests was the historic trail dedicated to the exchange of tea and horses, an intricate network of paths connecting lush river basins to the cold, wind-swept plateaus far above. Along the steep mountain paths of the ancient tea-horse road, 10th century caravans carried tightly compressed bricks of fermented tea wrapped in soft bamboo leaves, which slowly matured under the damp mist of Yunnan's high elevation forests during their 3-month trek toward Lhasa. This prolonged interaction between moisture, cool ambient temperature, and gentle movement transformed the compressed leaves inside their bamboo sheaths, allowing subtle earthy flavors and soothing floral aromas to deepen with each passing league. Wooden frames strapped to pack animals held these bound bundles securely, balanced with care so that neither horse nor mule would lose footing along mossy stone steps carved directly into cliff walls. Human porters and caravan leaders, dressed in sturdy wool and woven sandals, walked alongside their animals with a quiet, practiced ease, their breath rising in faint white plumes against the chill air. The scent of aging tea leaves blended seamlessly with natural fragrances of high mountain woods, sweet cedar resin, damp stones, and wet lichen, creating an aromatic trace that lingered gently long after travelers had passed. This organic evolution of the cargo along the trail was a remarkable harmony of trade and nature, where time and climate acted as silent artisans, refining the tea during its slow pilgrimage across rivers, ridges, and cloud-draped sanctuaries. As the caravan ascended through varying climatic zones, the landscape shifted gracefully from the dense, verdant rainforests of lower elevations to the austere beauty of alpine meadows and tundra. The journey demanded an unwavering yet serene focus as travelers navigated narrow wooden bridges suspended across turbulent glacial rivers, their footfalls rhythmically echoing against towering limestone canyon walls. Emerging into open high-altitude basins, dense woodland gave way to wide skies framed by gleaming glaciers, where mountain winds rustled through golden grasses and low-growing scrub. Here, the purpose of the long trek found its fulfillment in quiet exchanges at remote border posts and highland monasteries, where the cherished tea bricks were traded for sturdy, sure-footed Tibetan horses bred for high elevations. These highland horses, renowned for their stamina and thick coats, were essential for military and agricultural life in the valleys below, establishing an enduring interdependence between distinct geographic worlds. The exchange was far more than a simple transaction of goods. It represented a peaceful weaving of human traditions, culinary customs, and shared knowledge across vast physical divides. Travelers paused at these trading sites to rest, exchange news from distant towns, and share warm cups of brewed tea, finding comfort in communal warmth before preparing for the homeward descent. The quiet reciprocity of the route ensured that life across these isolated mountain communities remained connected, bound together by mutual reliance and a shared respect for the imposing terrain they traversed. When evening arrived over the high mountain passes, the caravan would come to a tranquil halt in a sheltered meadow near a clear alpine spring. The pack animals were unburdened with gentle hands, their wooden saddles neatly stacked, allowing the horses to graze freely upon the soft mountain grasses. As dusk painted the sky in quiet shades of lavender, indigo, and pale gold, small campfires were kindled using dry juniper branches, sending thin streams of fragrant smoke curling gently into the cool evening air, while tea was boiled in heavy iron kettles over glowing embers. Around these modest fires, travelers rested in comfortable silence, listening to the soft rustle of wind through mountain pines and the steady sound of water trickling over smooth pebbles. Above them, as the twilight deepened, an an endless canopy of stars emerged in crystalline clarity, illuminating the towering silhouettes of surrounding peaks with a soft, ethereal glow. The immense quiet of the high wilderness enveloped the campsite like a warm blanket, lulling every traveler into a deep and restorative slumber. The day's long march was complete, preserved in the steady memory of the mountains, while the quiet promise of tomorrow's peaceful journey hung gently in the cool, silent air. As dusk settles softly over the ancient landscapes of Eurasia, mountain paths and desert trails rest beneath a canopy of quietly emerging stars, carrying memories of journeys made by horse and camel across centuries of quiet connection. High in the south, where high ridges meet morning clouds, agricultural traditions unfolded with a patient rhythm that transformed simple foliage into treasures for distant valleys. Beginning in the 10th century, tea growers in the misty hills of Yunnan steamed sun-dried green tea leaves and pressed them into smooth circular cakes, wrapping 7 discs together in soft bamboo leaves tied with split rattan before pack horses carried them along the tea horse road to the quiet monasteries of Lhasa. This ancient route stretched across steep gorges, narrow stone paths, and snow-draped passes, where travel was guided by the steady steps of hardy pack animals. Each bundle of pressed tea carried within its dark leaves the concentrated warmth of lowland sun and moisture, preserving the essence of mountain slopes for months of travel. The tea makers worked with hands seasoned by generations of knowledge, gathering green leaves under soft morning light, allowing the air to draw out initial moisture before gentle steam softened the harvest just enough to be shaped into dense, protective rounds, wrapped carefully in natural sheaves of bamboo and secured with durable cords of split rattan. 7 discs rested closely together in neat packages designed to withstand rain, wind, and friction. As caravans climbed steadily toward the high Tibetan plateau, the cool alpine air preserved the fragrant cakes, ensuring that when the horses reached the stone courtyards of Lhasa, the monks could brew clear, comforting infusions that offered warmth during long hours of quiet contemplation. The tea horse road was more than a conduit for goods. It was a peaceful artery of exchange that allowed mountain communities to share the quiet bounty of their soil with high-altitude sanctuaries that relied on warm, nourishing drinks to sustain daily life. Horses walked in single file along worn ledges carved into granite cliffs, their bells tinkling softly against the stillness of mountain valleys, while human handlers moved with practiced patience, knowing every stream crossing, every sheltered rock overhang, and every quiet meadow suitable for an evening rest. Along these high pathways, the air grew thin and crisp, carrying the scent of pine needles, wet slate, and wild mountain grasses that drifted across the trails as the sun dipped behind jagged peaks. In the quiet sanctuaries of the plateau, where timber was scarce and winters burned long and cold, the arriving tea cakes were sliced with small iron knives crumbled into warm water and simmered slowly over gentle hearth fires, filling stone rooms with a grounding, earthy aroma that eased the chill of nightfall. Across thousands of miles, this subtle trade sustained an enduring harmony between the misty hills of the south and the high stone monasteries of the north, creating a quiet legacy of craft, endurance, and shared comfort. Farther to the west, across vast expanses of sun-warmed earth and quiet stony basins, another gentle harvest unfolded under the early morning skies of the Iranian plateau, where delicate blossoms yielded their sweet essence to patient hands before the heat of day could break their perfume. In the 10th century, garden harvesters in Kashan gathered damask rose petals at dawn, distilling the sweet floral water into glazed earthenware flasks sealed with beeswax and linen, which camel caravans carried across the cool night desert to the perfume makers of Ray. The harvesters moved quietly between rows of blooming bushes while the air was still cool, selecting fresh petals that held pure aromatic oils before placing them gently into baskets. Through slow distillation over gentle wood fires, the captured essence of thousands of blossoms condensed into clear, fragrant floral water, which was carefully poured into sturdy earthenware vessels, glazed inside to preserve every subtle note of scent. Sealed tight against dust and dry air with soft linen cloth coated in melted beeswax, these precious flasks were packed securely into wooden crates and loaded onto the backs of patient camels. As daytime heat gave way to the deep indigo stillness of the desert night, the merchants began their long march, preferring the cool midnight hours when sands cooled and stars guided caravans along silent trade routes toward the artisan quarters of Ray. In the apothecaries and perfumeries of Ray, master blenders received the sealed flasks, unfastening the beeswax and linen closures to release the gentle scent of Kashan roses into their workshops. Here, the floral distillate was blended into aromatic ointments, fragrant soaps, and delicate waters that brightened daily life across homes, bathhouses, and quiet courtyards throughout the region. Traveling across sand dunes under moonlit skies, the camel caravans moved at a steady, rhythmic sway, the footfalls of pack animals sinking into cool sand, while iron chimes rang in soft tones that lulled travelers into rest. The trade in rosewater, like the trade in compressed tea cakes, revealed how human hands could capture the fragile beauty of a single morning harvest and preserve it for distant cities across vast geography. Whether traversing misty mountain trails wrapped in bamboo leaves or crossing silent desert expanses in sealed earthenware jars, these quiet goods brought comfort, warmth, and fragrance to everyday life, connecting distant cultures through shared appreciation for nature's gentlest gifts. As night deepens over these ancient routes, the memory of softly ringing bells, fragrant blossoms, and warm mountain hearths remains, whispering of a calm world united by steady steps, quiet crafts, and the timeless rest that follows a long journey home. Along the elevated plateaus and windswept mountain passes of ancient Persia, the Khorasan Road carved a quiet line across Central Asia, binding distant oasis cities, mountain valleys, and fertile river basins into a continuous stream of human travel and gentle exchange. Long before evening dusk settled over the foothills, caravans adjusted their steady rhythm, moving in soft cadence along tracks smoothed by centuries of leather sandals and the deliberate steps of burden animals. This great artery was a peaceful conduit of craft and natural wealth that flowed like a deep, patient river across high altitudes and sun-warmed plains. In the calm stillness of late afternoon, when the shadows of high peaks stretched long and cool across valley floors, travelers experienced a timeless tranquility, surrounded by ochre earth and dry desert shrubs swaying in the breeze. Here, under the immense arc of the open sky, the movement of goods was unhurried, measured by the rising of stars and the calm routine of water stops at roadside wells. As the air cooled with the approach of twilight, the landscape seemed to pause, holding in its silence the quiet memories of countless peaceful journeys. The road guided travelers through high valleys where mountain streams trickled gently over smooth river stones, offering a soothing rest before descending toward the vast expanses that linked the great urban centers of the medieval world. Nestled near the base of the majestic Binalid Mountains, the historic region surrounding Nishapur held subterranean treasures formed deep within the earth over millions of years. In these quiet underground caverns, bathed in constant cool air and illuminated only by the warm, flickering glow of oil lamps, generations of skilled miners worked with soft precision. For centuries starting in the 10th century, stonecutters near Nishapur carefully extracted sky-blue turquoise from cool subterranean veins, packing the raw gems into soft linen pouches for transport along the Khorasan Road to the lapidaries of Baghdad. These delicate pouches, carefully tied with cord and rested gently within padded leather saddlebags, protected the raw stones from the rough vibrations of mountain trails and desert paths. As the caravans departed the mountain valleys of Khorasan, the precious cargo moved west through high mountain passes, where the crisp air carried the scent of wild thyme and dry juniper. The path wound downward into the foothills, following dry riverbeds toward the grand oasis halts, where travelers gathered to rest. Along this stretch, the steady movement of the pack animals created a rhythmic, hypnotic sound, echoing off sandstone cliffs and quiet granite ravines. Each evening at sunset, the caravan would pause at a caravanserai, an enclosure of sun-dried brick built to offer shelter and restful seclusion from the open desert wind. Within these peaceful courtyards, under the vast canopy of a darkening sky, the linen pouches remained tucked safely in their packs, holding within their folds the quiet beauty of the eastern mountains. As the Khorasan road traversed the wide plains of the Iranian plateau, the journey unfolded with a gentle harmony that calmed both mind and body. Days melted softly into nights, marked by the gradual changing of the horizon from dusty gold to deep indigo. The route connected remote hamlets to bustling trade hubs, yet between these settled points lay leagues of open countryside, where the only sound was the soft rustle of wind through dry scrub and the gentle creak of leather harnesses. Travelers moved in shared silence, observing the slow passage of time through the shifting shadows cast by ancient stone cairns marking the trail. Water, precious and revered, was drawn from deep underground qanats, brilliantly engineered subterranean channels that carried melted mountain snow across miles of arid land without losing a single drop to the dry desert air. At these access points, where water flowed clear and cold beneath domed brick structures, merchants and drivers stopped to refill their skin flasks, resting their tired limbs in the soothing underground shade. The cool atmosphere of the qanat stairways offered a restful respite from the sun, reinforcing the sense of quiet ingenuity that made trade flourish across thousands of miles. Each mile traveled west brought the caravan closer to the Mesopotamian plain, where the mountains gradually softened into low rolling hills and fertile alluvial valleys. Upon descending into the fertile lowlands, where the Tigris River flowed with serene majesty, the journey along the Khorasan road neared its conclusion at the gates of Baghdad. Here, in the quiet workshops of master lapidaries tucked within shaded courtyards and peaceful alleys, the linen pouches from Nishapur were gently untied. Artisans, working with unhurried devotion and fine hand tools, examined each raw piece of turquoise, cut and polished the sky blue minerals, and transformed them into smooth cabochons, fine mosaic tiles, and delicate inlay, work destined for grand architectural monuments and cherished ornaments. The vibrant blue of the stone, extracted from deep mountain veins hundreds of leagues to the east, came to adorn intricate geometric patterns, mirroring the quiet perfection of the night sky and the timeless beauty of the natural world. This gentle movement of raw earth to refined art exemplified the soft connections that defined ancient trade routes, pathways where natural minerals, human patience, and artistic mastery traveled across vast landscapes in a quiet dance. As night fell over the rooftops of Baghdad and stars appeared over the calm waters of the Tigris, the long journey of the turquoise stone reached its peaceful rest, a quiet testament to the enduring rhythms of human travel and the harmony of the ancient world. As twilight settles over the high plateaus of Persia, the ancient thoroughfares of the Silk Road gently soften into shadow, inviting a profound stillness across the vast and undulating landscape. Among these celebrated paths, the Great Khorasan Road carved an arterial route through rugged mountain passes, fertile river basins, and quiet desert edges, binding the distant lands of Central Asia to the historic heart of Mesopotamia. For centuries, the slow and rhythmic progression of trade along this northern branch depended not upon haste, but upon an unhurried, deeply ingrained harmony with the terrain. Traveling merchants organized their days around the steady gait of loaded pack animals, measuring distances not by fixed leagues, but by the gradual transition from morning sun to evening cool, and by the welcome sight of a fortified caravanserai resting in the valley below. These roadside inns, spaced roughly a day's journey apart, offered shelter from the midday heat and refuge from the night wind, creating a reliable chain of peaceful resting places across hundreds of miles. As evening descended, the gentle chime of camel bells would gradually diminish, giving way to the soft rustle of evening breezes blowing through scrub brush and stone archways. Beneath a darkening sky illuminated by an expanding canopy of brilliant stars, travelers would tend to their animals with quiet care, unbuckling heavy harnesses and laying down soft wool blankets on the cool earthen floors. The air in these high altitudes carried the crisp aroma of cedar smoke and wild mountain thyme, mixing with the quiet hum of low, murmured conversations in multiple dialects. In this tranquil environment, trade was less an aggressive enterprise than a patient, continuous breath moving across continents, a shared rhythm of movement and rest that allowed ideas, stories, and finely wrought goods to drift smoothly between distant communities. Here, resting in quiet safety, travelers could restore their spirits before embarking on another peaceful day of travel. High in the fertile hills of northeastern Persia lay the oasis city of Nishapur, a renowned center of craftsmanship and mineral wealth along this historic trade corridor. The surrounding mountains were rich in ancient mineral veins, yielding some of the finest turquoise known to the medieval world, prized for its vivid azure hue and smooth texture. Master artisans worked with quiet patience in workshop alcoves bathed in soft, filtered sunlight, carefully shaping, carving, and polishing each raw stone to bring forth its natural brilliance. Because these delicate treasures would face a perilous, months-long journey across rugged mountain trails and dusty plains, local lapidaries developed exceptionally careful methods for packing their delicate cargo. In the 10th century, lapidaries in the quiet hills of Nishapur selected polished sky blue turquoise stones, wrapping each gem in soft sheeps, while inside carved walnut boxes to cushion them during camel caravan transport along the Great Khorasan Road to Baghdad. This delicate wrapping served a dual purpose, protecting the polished surfaces from scratching against one another, while gently absorbing the subtle, repetitive vibrations of the camel's swaying step. The dense walnut wood, harvested from local mountain groves, offered a sturdy and durable outer casing that resisted moisture, dust, and the temperature fluctuations of the desert. Each box was carefully secured with leather straps and stowed near the center of the camel's pack, where movement was most stable and balanced. as the caravans departed Nishapur, descending quietly through winding mountain ravines toward the western plains. These carefully cushioned containers carried more than mere wealth. They embodied the dedication of craftsmen who understood that true beauty required protection, patience, and tender consideration. The steady sway of the pack trains carried these bright blue stones across arid stretches and alpine valleys, moving forward day by day with unhurried grace under the quiet night sky. As the caravan progressed westward along the Khorasan road, the landscape gradually shifted from rugged mountain highlands to the vast, sun-baked plains of the Mesopotamian basin. Traveling mostly during the cool hours of early morning and late afternoon, the merchants moved with a tranquil rhythm that mirrored the timeless flow of the rivers they followed. Along the route, small oasis towns welcomed the arrival of the pack trains, with fresh water from subterranean aqueducts, dried fruits, and news from distant regions. Yet the ultimate destination for many of these travelers was Baghdad, the round city on the Tigris River, which had blossomed into one of the world's most vibrant centers of commerce, science, and culture. Upon reaching the outskirts of the great city, the quiet pace of the long journey merged seamlessly into the calm evening life of the urban markets. In the tranquil courtyards of the city's merchant quarters, the heavy wooden boxes were unstrapped from the camels and brought inside cool, tiled vaults. There, under the soft glow of oil lamps, lapidaries and merchants gently opened the walnut casings and folded back the soft sheep's wool to reveal the sky-blue turquoise of Nishapur, untouched and unblemished by the thousands of miles traversed. The vibrant blue stones would soon be set into silver rings, ornate book covers, and palace ornaments, connecting the quiet hills where they were mined to the grand cultural heart of the medieval world. As night fell over the banks of the Tigris, the city settled into a peaceful quiet, bathed in the soft light of the moon reflected on the slow water. The long journey along the great Khorasan road was complete for another season, leaving behind a legacy of craftsmanship, gentle endurance, and peaceful connection that linked distant corners of the earth under a single, quiet sky. Across the warm, tranquil waters of the southern seas, ancient maritime networks unfolded not through rushed conquest, but through the patient rhythm of seasonal monsoon winds and the quiet expertise of seafaring communities. For centuries, merchant vessels navigated the vast expanses connecting the Indonesian archipelago with the bustling, cultured harbor cities of East Asia, relying on the predictable turn of the atmosphere to glide smoothly across open ocean corridors. These journeys were defined by a gentle slowness, where days blurred into peaceful horizons of calm blue water and starlit nights, carrying precious natural treasures harvested from misty island interiors. Long before heavy industrial shipping altered the oceans, wooden junks and traditional outriggers glided in harmony with the gentle swells, their holds filled with rare botanical riches, aromatic woods, and sweet resins that had been gathered with great care by local forest communities. In these peaceful maritime realms, trade was an art of preservation and patience, binding distant volcanic slopes and coastal groves to distant urban sanctuaries where incense burned softly in quiet rooms. As ships drifted along the gentle sea currents, the stillness of the open ocean provided a backdrop for traditions passed down through generations of navigators who knew the stars, the movements of sea birds, and the subtle shifts in wind that signaled safe passage. The sea lanes formed a living bridge, quiet and vast, carrying not merely goods, but the subtle, soothing essences of distant tropical landscapes across thousands of miles of calm, reflective waters. Among the most treasured fragrant commodities carried across these peaceful ocean routes was the aromatic wood harvested from the island sanctuaries of the far south. Starting in the 10th century, maritime traders sailing the Java Sea wrapped aromatic white sandalwood logs from Timor in damp palm matting, which preserved the soft, woody fragrance during the month-long voyage to the quiet artisan workshops of Hangzhou. The choice of damp palm matting was a delicate invention of necessity and skill, preventing the precious heartwood from drying out prematurely under the tropical sun, or losing its calming, earthy scent to the sea air. Day after day, as the vessel glided steadily northward over rolling waves, the moisture retained in the matting nurtured the timber, keeping its fragrant oils locked within the dense grain until the ship safely reached the calm harbors of the Song dynasty. Upon arrival in Hangzhou, a city renowned for its tranquil lakes, willow-draped canals, and refined culture, the wrapped logs were brought ashore to quiet neighborhood workshops. There, skilled artisans carved the smooth white wood into delicate beads, ornamental boxes, and finely shaved incense, releasing the subtle, meditative perfume that had been so carefully guarded across hundreds of leagues of open sea. The journey of the sandalwood reflected a deep harmony between nature, maritime skill, and urban craftsmanship, transforming raw trees from remote southern forests into enduring elements of peaceful contemplation in East Asian homes and temples. A similar devotion to botanical preservation characterized the harvest and trade of sweet resins from the lush mountain forests further west. In the 11th century, forest gatherers in the highlands of Sumatra tapped wild styrax trees for sweet benzoin resin, allowing the vanilla-scented golden tears to harden on smooth river stones before wrapping them in soft banana leaves inside woven cane baskets for sea transport to the perfume markets of Hangzhou. High up in the misty canopy of Sumatra, the gatherers worked with gentle precision, making clean incisions in the tree bark so the fragrant liquid could slowly emerge and crystallize under the ambient mountain breeze. Resting upon polished stones gathered from cold stream beds, the golden tears hardened into clear, solid nuggets without losing their soothing scent, which carried comforting notes of warm vanilla and honeyed balsam. The careful wrapping in cool, flexible banana leaves provided a natural protective barrier against humidity and dust, while the flexible woven cane baskets allowed just enough air circulation to preserve the integrity of the resin during the long sea voyage across the South China Sea. When these baskets finally arrived at the apothecary stalls and perfume markets of Hangzhou, the benzoin was highly prized by perfumers and medicine makers alike, who blended the golden tears into soothing ointments, calming incense formulations, and gentle remedies designed to ease the mind and rest the body. These quiet trade lanes formed a continuous thread of scent and solace that spanned vast oceanic distances, linking the wild, untouched forests of Southeast Asia to the serene urban retreats of medieval China. The steady arrival of sandalwood and benzoin brought the gentle, calming spirit of southern islands into the daily life of Hangzhou, where the burning of incense accompanied evening study, quiet meditation, and restful sleep in the soft light of paper lanterns, as fragrant incense smoke drifted lazily upward through peaceful rooms. Those who inhaled the sweet air were connected to the long, tranquil journey of the merchants, the forest gatherers, and the slow-moving ships that had carried these botanical gifts across the sea. The ocean pathways were not merely routes of commerce, but conduits of sensory peace, carrying the subtle, natural aromas of riverbanks, mountain slopes, and tropical groves into spaces dedicated to quiet contemplation. As night fell over the harbor cities, and the trading ships rested peacefully at anchor in calm waters, the legacy of these ancient trade routes lived on in the gentle, soothing atmosphere created by the fragrant treasures of Timor and Sumatra, offering a timeless reminder of the quiet harmony that can exist between humanity, nature, and the vast, peaceful sea. In the quiet waters of the Indian Ocean, the rhythm of trade began with the silent rise and fall of the tide. Around the low-lying coral atolls of the Maldive archipelago, the sea was still, clear, and warm, providing a calm sanctuary where marine life flourished under the sun. Here, local gatherers stepped gently into shallow turquoise lagoons to harvest tiny porcelain-like shells that nestled within the clear waters, collecting them in simple baskets with patient care. These smooth, gleaming white shells were carried ashore and laid out in neat rows upon woven coconut leaf mats, where the afternoon breeze and tropical heat dried them to a soft, enduring luster. Once dried, thousands upon thousands of these small treasures were packed into sturdy woven sacks and stowed deep within the holds of wooden dhows, whose lateen sails unfurled to catch the reliable breath of seasonal monsoon winds. As these vessels slipped quietly out of sheltered lagoons and into open sea, they carried with them a quiet thread of connection that would soon stretch across vast waters, linking remote oceanic islands with distant, quiet continental riverbanks. Sailmakers and skilled navigators relied on celestial patterns overhead, guiding their timber craft along sea lanes mapped by generations of mariners who studied the motion of the stars and swelling currents of the sea. Day after day, the dhows glided smoothly over deep ocean swells at a gentle, rhythmic pace that matched the peaceful pulse of the maritime world. Carrying their light cargo across thousands of miles of blue water, the ships passed quiet coastlines along their western course toward Africa and Arabia. When the ocean voyage drew to a close at maritime nodes along the western rim of the Indian Ocean, the cargo was gently unloaded onto sun-baked docks and transferred to overland merchants who understood the deliberate pathways of the interior. From coastal trading towns, long lines of pack animals were assembled, their saddles balanced with care as traders prepared for the march across arid plains. Among these goods were the very same white ocean shells, prized far from their saltwater origin for their durability, uniform beauty, and impossibility to counterfeit locally. Caravan routes wound across wide stretches of scrubland and desert, following ancient tracks marked by well-established water holes and shaded resting places where travelers rested through the heat of the midday sun. As the sun set each evening, casting long blue shadows over the earth, the caravans came to a peaceful halt, tethering their animals beneath clear, star-filled skies. The movement of these overland caravans was as steady and predictable as sea currents, advancing at a measured walking pace day after day. The merchants carried news, textiles, spices, and metalwork, but the small seashells retained a special role because of their lightness and universal appeal across different cultures. Over weeks of travel, the journey crossed wide expanses of the Sahel, moving steadily westward through open grasslands where communities lived in harmony with the changing seasons, until at last the green ribbon of a great river valley appeared upon the horizon. Beginning in the 11th century, small white cowrie shells gathered from the warm lagoons of the Maldive Islands were dried on coconut mats before being loaded onto dhows and carried across the Indian Ocean to serve as currency in the river ports of Gao. Upon reaching the peaceful riverbanks along the Niger, these delicate ocean shells transformed into an accepted medium of exchange, facilitating quiet transactions for daily life without the need for heavy coin. Along the quiet docks of Gao, riverboats crafted from hollowed trunks and reed bundles moored alongside incoming desert caravans, creating a gentle crossroads where desert sand met fresh river water. Merchants sat quietly under the shade of acacia and baobab trees, counting out small piles of white shells to settle agreements for baskets of harvested grain, dried fish, bundles of cotton thread, and jars of oil. The smooth texture of each shell, polished by the gentle motion of lagoon waves thousands of miles away, offered a tangible reassurance of value to buyers and sellers alike. Because these shells could not be easily harvested or manufactured locally, their supply remained stable and trusted across broad regions. allowing trade to flourish in an atmosphere of calm predictability. A handful of cowries could purchase a cool jar of well water or a fresh loaf of millet bread, integrating the silent life of distant oceanic reefs directly into the domestic rhythm of West African river communities. As evening fell over the river port, the soft clinking of shells being counted into cloth pouches mingled with the slow lap of river water against the shoreline, creating a soothing backdrop to the close of another peaceful trading day. This vast network of maritime lanes and desert tracks demonstrated how human societies across thousands of miles could construct harmonious systems of commerce based on natural resources and mutual trust. The journey of a single cowrie shell from a sunny atoll in the Indian Ocean to a serene marketplace along the Niger River highlighted the deep interconnectedness of ancient trade routes that operated without modern technology. Everything moved at the speed of nature. The swell of the sea, the blow of monsoon winds, the steady stride of camels, and the gentle current of the river. As night descended over quiet ports and desert camps alike, weary merchants rested peacefully, confident in the enduring balance of their world. The quiet trade routes fell silent under the moonlight, leaving only the soft rustle of wind through palm fronds and river reeds to keep watch over the sleeping earth. Along the indented shorelines and tranquil river estuaries of the Korean peninsula, 12th century coastal communities lived in gentle harmony with the rhythmic tides of the sea, where shallow waters met foggy morning horizons and quiet pine-covered hills. In this serene maritime landscape, specialized ceramic workshops nestled near rich natural clay beds produced some of the most extraordinary and peaceful art of the medieval world, revered far beyond their regional borders for their translucent jade green glazes and harmonious, understated forms. The creation of Goryeo Celadon was an exercise in patient contemplation, quiet dedication, and delicate mastery, requiring skilled artisans to carefully purify local stoneware clays, shape elegant vessels with soft curves, carve intricate floating motifs of cranes, clouds, and lotus blossoms into unfired surfaces, and coat each piece in an iron-infused glaze before subjecting it to long, steady reduction firings inside brick climbing kilns built along coastal slopes. These elegant bowls, wine ewers, tea bowls, and incense burners were held in high esteem by royal courts, Buddhist monasteries, and noble households, who valued their serene color that mirrored the subtle shades of quiet mountain streams, pale jade, and autumn foliage. Outside the quiet workshops, as evening fell and kiln hearths cooled to soft embers, mariners gathered along wooden wharves to inspect their timber-framed trading vessels, listening to the gentle lapping of cool water against cedar planking and the low rustle of sea grass in the evening breeze. Coastal navigation across these northern Asian waters demanded a profound, unhurried understanding of shallow coastal currents, seasonal monsoon wind cycles, and the natural landmarks that guided ships safely past hidden sandbars and craggy headlands. Under the soft twilight of the harbor, sailors prepared their wooden gear with methodical calm, knowing that the morning tide would carry them and their delicate wooden cargo away from the Korean coast, out into the vast, quiet expanse of sea routes that bound neighboring lands in peaceful, enduring, and tranquil commerce. The logistics of transporting such fragile, high-value art across open marine stretches required immense care, ingenious packing techniques, and steady, unhurried seamanship at every stage of the voyage. In the 12th century, Goryeo mariners along the Korean peninsula packed delicate jade-green Celadon ceramics into wooden crates cushioned with dried river reeds, shipping the stoneware across the calm, misty waters of the Yellow Sea to the port of Ningbo. The abundant river reeds provided a remarkably resilient natural shock absorber that wrapped gently around each individual piece, insulating slender spouts, loop handles, and thin-walled rims from the subtle vibrations and swaying movement of the wooden ship as it navigated the ocean swells. Setting sail when the early morning dawn broke softly through thick banks of ocean fog, these sturdy wooden junks drifted quietly out from Korean harbors into the vast, calm expanse of the Yellow Sea, whose shallow floor and suspended river sediments imparted a smooth, pale emerald hue to the sea under overcast skies. Navigating without mechanical instruments, the mariners steered by reading the quiet signs of nature, noting the flight paths of migrating coastal seabirds, observing subtle changes in water color and temperature, and dropping lead-sounding lines to measure the soft, muddy seafloor beneath their hull. This quiet maritime route connecting the Korean peninsula to eastern China formed a vital artery of the broader East Asian trade network, serving as a peaceful conduit across which master craftsmanship, philosophical ideas, and cultural traditions flowed seamlessly alongside raw materials and luxury goods. Over the gentle waters, day and night merged into a soothing, meditative routine aboard the vessel, marked only by the soft creaking of timber joints, the rhythmic splash of steering oars when breezes grew faint, and the quiet movement of stars across the night sky, guiding the timber ship silently across the tranquil sea. Upon reaching the southern shores of the Yellow Sea, the merchant vessels glided smoothly into the sheltered river estuary that led inland to Ningbo, one of the most prominent, prosperous, and well-organized port cities of southern Song Dynasty China. Here, where quiet inland canals connected directly to busy maritime shipping channels, vessels from across the sea found calm anchorage along expansive wooden wharves lined with multi-story stone storehouses, tea houses, and administrative offices. The unloading of the Goryeo ceramics was carried out with deliberate, gentle precision. Dock workers and merchants lifted the heavy timber crates onto the pier, carefully lifting away the fragrant layers of dry river reeds to reveal the unblemished jade-green stoneware resting safely inside. In the quiet, cool trading rooms of Ningbo, Chinese scholars, art connoisseurs, and visiting merchants gathered to admire the imported vessels, marveling at the remarkable clarity of their Celadon glazes and the delicate inlaid motifs that gave each piece its serene, timeless beauty. Many of these prized ceramics remained in the refined residences of Ningbo, while others were carefully loaded onto shallow draft canal barges that drifted peacefully along the Grand Canal into the heartland of China, or were re-exported aboard larger ocean-going junks bound for ports throughout Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean. This steady, restful, and harmonious circulation of art and utility across maritime routes demonstrated how ancient trade relied not on hurried speed or contentious rivalry, but on mutual appreciation, careful preservation of fragile handiwork, and a shared connection to the sea. As twilight settled over the busy harbor of Ningbo, glowing paper lanterns cast soft golden reflections across the calm water, while mariners and merchants alike rested contentedly in port, lulled by the low murmur of evening tides that linked these distant shores in quiet, unbroken harmony. In the quiet expanse of medieval Central Europe, long before paved highways carved ribbons across the terrain, trade moved at the unhurried pace of footfalls and turning wooden wheels. Here, among damp pine forests and rolling river valleys of southern Bavaria, pathways emerged from the everyday necessity of sharing essential earth gifts from one valley to the next. Salt, long prized as both a gentle preservative and a subtle enhancement to daily life, rested deep within alpine foothills, held beneath cool rock layers, and brought forth through ancient brine springs. To journey along these early European trade corridors was to enter a landscape defined by moisture and soft light, where morning vapors clung low to the forest floor and river currents hummed continuous background lullabies for the traveler. Merchants and hauliers of this era understood that distance was measured not in frantic urgency, but in the steady rhythm of sunrise and dusk, watching shadows stretch across woodland clearings while guiding draft horses through damp earth and shallow streams. The routes they forged were modest dirt and gravel tracks that softened with each seasonal rain, winding along natural river terraces where water had smoothed the way over centuries. Beneath the canopy of fir and spruce, the air carried the grounding aroma of damp soil, crushed pine needles, and cool mountain water. As these mountain pathways unfolded northbound out of the eastern Alps, they connected small alpine settlements to larger valley communities, weaving a peaceful tapestry of trade that quietly nourished rural hearths across the region. Central to this network of forest tracks was the Salt Road, known locally as the Via Salina, a corridor that bore the quiet weight of precious mineral harvests across the Bavarian countryside. Beginning in the 12th century, hauliers along the Bavarian Via Salina transported carved blocks of rock salt from the brine springs of Bad Reichenhall inside watertight pine casks, drawing their wooden wagons along mist-covered river tracks to the quiet market town of Munich. Each heavy wooden wagon was crafted with care from dense local timber, built to endure the long tremors of unpaved tracks, while protecting its payload from penetrating alpine humidity. The pine casks, tightly coopered by hand and sealed against rain and river mist, preserved the crystalline integrity of the salt blocks during their multi-day voyage toward the plains. Driving these teams required deep patience and a refined understanding of the land, as teamsters read the subtle cues of weather, soil, and animal endurance. They moved slowly alongside winding banks of alpine streams, matching their speed to the steady stride of heavy draft horses, whose iron shoes made a rhythmic, comforting clatter against gravel paths. The mist that hung thick over riverbanks provided a cool shroud, keeping the air humid around wooden wheels and preventing timber frames from drying out or cracking. Step by step, these wagon trains transformed raw mineral deposits into essential commerce, moving with a calm, methodical persistence that turned travel into a peaceful daily ritual. As evening settled over the Bavarian countryside, the atmosphere along the Via Salina shifted into an even deeper tranquility, bathed in the soft blue twilight of the forest edge. Travel naturally paused as light faded, encouraging hauliers to bring their heavy wagons to rest at established waypoint hamlets, quiet river crossings, or small timbered wayside inns, where simple fires glowed against the darkening forest. The horses were unyoked with deliberate care, their broad backs brushed smooth, and their harnesses hung high in dry wooden barns, while they fed on sweet meadow hay and cool well water. Human voices in these evening sanctuaries were low and subdued, conversing in soft regional dialects about road conditions, river levels, and subtle changes in the night sky. Outside the inns, parked wagons stood silent under the stars, their pine casks resting securely beneath oilcloth covers that glistened with night dew. The gentle murmur of nearby rivers, such as the cold, clear Isar, flowed continuously through the stillness, providing a soothing cadence that lulled tired travelers into restorative sleep. These nightly rests were essential components of the journey's natural rhythm, ensuring that human and animal could meet the coming dawn with renewed strength and calm focus. In the stillness of the alpine night, the vast silence of surrounding woods wrapped around the encampments, filtering out worldly noise and leaving only the rustle of wind through pine branches and the gentle breathing of sleeping animals. The humble flow of trade along the Via Salina left a lasting, peaceful imprint upon the geography and culture of southern Bavaria, shaping settlements that grew organically around the needs of salt hauliers. The quiet market town of Munich, positioned where important river tracks intersected, owed much of its early foundation and gentle rise to the arrival of these wooden salt wagons and the vital bridges built to carry them safely across flowing waters. Over decades and centuries, what began as narrow wagon tracks widened into steady trade arteries that fostered peaceful regional cooperation, connecting mountain miners, forest coopers, lowland farmers, and urban merchants in a calm web of mutual dependence. The salt itself, once delivered to market halls and simple home larders, preserved winter provisions, cured cheese, and seasoned evening meals, carrying the silent energy of mountain springs into countless peaceful homes. Looking back upon these historical trade lanes, one sees how human commerce could exist without haste or friction, relying instead on steady endurance, deep respect for seasonal changes, and an intimate harmony with the natural environment. The story of the Via Salina remains a serene reminder of an era when life moved to the gentle creak of wooden wheels, the quiet breathing of horses, and the soft rustle of pine needles along mist-shrouded riverbanks, a timeless pathway where every mile was taken with calm, quiet purpose. As twilight fell across the vast stretches of ancient trade networks, the searing heat of the daytime sun gradually yielded to the gentle, cooling calm of evening. Across continents and across dry, unforgiving terrains, long lines of merchants and beasts of burden moved with an unhurried, rhythmic cadence, guided by the familiar contours of the horizon and the slow, reassuring rotation of the stars above. For travelers spanning great distances between distant inland markets and bustling coastal ports, the journey across arid expanses required not only physical endurance, but an intimate understanding of the Earth's hidden hydrology and structural shelters. The dusty trails that bound distant communities together were anchored by quiet places of respite, tranquil nodes spaced carefully along thousands of miles, where water, shade, and stone converged to offer shelter from the unrelenting elements. As darkness spread gently over the landscape, the soft whisper of evening breezes replaced the stillness of the afternoon, signaling to weary travelers that a place of rest was near. In these sanctuaries, the heavy burdens of the day were set down, and the quiet, melodic music of trickling water provided a steady, reassuring backdrop to the fading light. Every element of these stopovers, from the subterranean channels carved beneath shifting sands to the towering masonry of stone inns, was carefully crafted to preserve life, conserve precious resources, and offer peaceful shelter to those who spent their lives navigating the long, quiet paths of historical commerce. Deep within the arid reaches of northern Africa, the desert offered a stark and beautiful contrast between its sun-bleached surface and the hidden wealth of moisture flowing silently far beneath the ground. Here, amidst sweeping fields of wind-sculpted sand and vast open horizons, ancient engineers devised subtle and enduring methods to sustain human life and foster international trade. Beneath the sand dunes of the Algerian Sahara, 12th century trade stopovers at the oasis of Timimaunt were supplied by Fagaras, hand-carved underground aqueducts that quietly carried cold water from deep aquifers for miles into shaded date groves without losing a drop to evaporation. These intricate channels, gently sloping subterranean conduits, excavated with remarkable skill and patient precision, allowed life to flourish in an environment that seemed otherwise dry and unyielding to the eye. The cold water flowed beneath the desert floor in complete, protected darkness, immune to the fierce heat of the desert air above, until it emerged softly into open air to feed lush agricultural basins and nourish travelers who had crossed endless miles of sunlit dunes. Under the broad canopy of palm fronds, where the ambient air grew noticeably cooler and pleasantly fragrant with damp earth, merchants could unbind their trade bundles, tend to their pack animals, and listen to the soft murmur of water trickling through stone channels into shallow reservoirs. The ambient hush of the oasis at night, punctuated only by the gentle rustle of palm fronds in the night sky, transformed the stopover into a haven of restorative quiet, where the memory of the desert heat dissolved into deep, unbroken rest. Further north, along the high plateaus and winding mountain passes of Asia Minor, a parallel tradition of sanctuary welcomed merchants as the sun dipped behind rocky peaks. Across the Anatolian landscape, trade routes were linked by monumental stone complexes designed specifically to shield travelers, livestock, and precious goods from both the harshness of the climate and the vulnerabilities of open travel. During the 13th century, Seljuk caravanserais along Anatolian trade routes were constructed with thick limestone vaults and central courtyard fountains fed by cold mountain runoff, creating quiet sanctuaries where traveling camels rested overnight. These fortress-like structures featured heavy wooden gates that closed softly against the cool evening air, enclosing inside a world of calm efficiency and peaceful refuge. Within the central courtyards, the soothing sound of fresh mountain water cascading into stone basins echoed off the sturdy limestone walls, creating a cool microclimate that eased the fatigue of the long day's trek across rugged mountain passes. Beneath the broad stone archways and vaulted arcades, animals knelt peacefully on clean straw, while traders shared modest meals, smoothed out coarse woven blankets, and listened to the steady, rhythmic splash of the courtyard fountain. The thick masonry held the gentle warmth of the daytime sun long into the chill night, creating a protective envelope of comfort beneath the clear Anatolian skies. Whether resting within the subterranean coolness of a Saharan oasis, or beneath the solid stone arches of an Anatolian refuge, travelers along these historic trade lanes experienced a shared harmony between human ingenuity and the natural world. These stopovers were far more than simple waypoints on a map. They were thoughtfully engineered environments where the harsh realities of long-distance travel were softened by water brought quietly from subterranean depths or alpine heights. As night settled completely over the desert dunes and mountain passes alike, the silence of the surrounding wilderness wrapped gently around these sanctuaries, leaving only the slow, rhythmic breath of resting animals and the gentle sound of flowing water to fill the dark. In these quiet havens, the rhythm of global trade slowed to a peaceful standstill, allowing merchants, beasts, and caretakers to surrender to the deep stillness of the night, knowing that when dawn eventually brightened the eastern horizon, the cool channels and sturdy stone walls would remain, ready to shelter all who followed in their footsteps across the earth. Along the winding riverbanks of southern China, where green hills rise through morning mist, and the air carries the faint scent of damp earth, the rhythm of daily life was shaped for centuries by the quiet alchemy of clay and fire. In the workshop valleys surrounding Longquin, generations of artisans spent their days shaping fine porcelain, using local clays rich in minerals to craft vessels of extraordinary delicacy and poise. The kilns, built as long, climbing structures along the gentle slopes of the hillsides, burned softly through the night, their deep heat transforming raw clay into translucent works of art coated in glazes that mirrored the soft tones of jade, quiet forest leaves, and calm river waters. When firing was complete and the kiln doors were unsealed, the air cooled around thousands of finished bowls, saucers, and vases, each piece resting in the still darkness until human hands gently drew it out into the sunlight. These pale green Celadon vessels were prized not only for their smooth beauty and subtle luminosity, but also for their impressive durability, which made them cherished treasures far beyond their native province. Long before these delicate goods began their journeys across distant ocean lanes, every step of their creation moved with an unhurried patience, reflecting a deep harmony between the natural materials of the earth, the steady hands of the potters, and the quiet flow of the streams that nourished the forest valleys. Preparing such fragile treasures for travel across thousands of miles of unpredictable waterways required as much care as the original firing of the clay. To guard against the rough jostling of river rapids and the deep roll of ocean swells, craftsmen devised a protective system of packing that relied entirely on the modest materials surrounding their riverside shops. In the 13th century, potters in the riverside workshops of Longquin packed pale green Celadon bowls. Inside, fired earthenware containers cushioned with dry rice husks, floating their river barges down the O River toward the port of Quanju for sea transport to Hormuz. Nestled safely within these protective saggers surrounded by the soft bedding of golden chaff. The porcelain was rendered nearly immune to the minor shocks of transport. The wooden barges, laden deep with their packed cargo, slipped quietly onto the calm surface of the river, their hulls riding low as the current carried them downstream. The journey along the O River was a peaceful, steady descent through terraced hillsides, sleepy agricultural villages, and bamboo groves that whispered in the gentle breeze. Boatmen guided the craft with long, polished wooden oars, allowing the river's natural momentum to do the heavy work while they watched the landscape slowly unfurl. As the river widened and the sweet water of the mountains met the salty tides of the coast, the quiet barges approached Quanju, a bustling yet orderly port city where ships from across the known world gathered in the harbor, their tall masts swaying softly in the evening sky. At Quanju, the quiet rhythms of inland river transport blended seamlessly into the expansive realm of maritime trade. Large wooden ocean-going junks, built with thick, multi-layered hulls and watertight compartments, sat peacefully at anchor, waiting for the seasonal change of the winds. Merchants and dockworkers moved with practiced efficiency, transferring the earthenware saggers filled with Celadon from river barges into the deep, dark holds of the ships, stacking them alongside bolts of silk, jars of fragrant teas, and carved wooden wares. When the winter monsoons began to blow from the northeast, offering a steady breeze, the great ships unspooled their woven bamboo sails and glided out past coastal islands into the open blue expanse of the South China Sea. Life aboard these merchant vessels was governed by the steady rise and fall of ocean swells and the quiet passage of days marked by the sun and stars across the wide dome of the sky. Navigators relied on early magnetic compasses, star charts, and intimate knowledge of currents to trace their path through the Straits of Malacca and out into the vast, warm waters of the Indian Ocean. Weeks gave way to months as the vessels glided past tropical coastlines, tranquil archipelagos, and ancient trading posts, their movements synchronized with the timeless breath of the planet's wind systems. The ocean voyage was a long, contemplative passage where the rhythmic creaking of timber hulls and the gentle sloshing of water formed a soothing lullaby that accompanied the crew across the sea. Eventually, after navigating the calm reaches of the Arabian Sea, the merchant vessels approached the arid shores of the Persian Gulf and anchored in the sheltered waters of Hormuz. Here, on a strategically situated island gateway, the pale green bowls of Lonquin emerged from their protective earthenware casings, perfectly preserved after their journey of many thousands of miles across river and sea. Unpacked from their dry beds of rice husks, the smooth Celadon vessels shone as brightly in the desert light as they had when first pulled from the mountain kilns of China. From Hormuz, traders from across the Middle East, East Africa, and Central Asia acquired these precious wares, carrying them onward along camel caravan routes to grace the quiet courtyards of palaces the homes of scholars and the tables of merchants across distant lands. This vast web of movement, stretching from quiet riverside workshops through river valleys, across open oceans, and into desert markets, was sustained not by speed or force, but by patience, careful preparation, and an enduring respect for the quiet craftsmanship of the earth. As night settles over both the peaceful river valleys of Lonquin and the still waters of the Persian Gulf, the ancient routes rest in quiet stillness, their historical journeys serving as a gentle reminder of how beautifully distant worlds can touch one another. As the quiet northern light settles across the deep waters of the Scandinavian fjords, the ancient maritime pathways of Europe find their rhythm not in speed or frenzy, but in the steady, patient breathing of the sea. Along these sheltered coastal channels, known since antiquity as the Northern Ways, generations of seafarers navigated through narrow passages, guarded by towering walls of dark granite, ancient pine forests, and silver mist. Here, the ocean does not rush with dramatic fury. Rather, it flows smoothly between sprawling island chains and hidden inlets, offering a natural, protected highway for those who sought to connect isolated coastal settlements along the edge of the continent. Long before large merchant fleets dominated the high seas, small, hand-built wooden vessels glided through these sheltered waters, relying on the predictable turn of local winds, the gentle pull of ocean currents, and an intimate, shared knowledge of the shoreline. The trade along these northern sea lanes was defined above all by endurance and a quiet harmony with the natural environment, where every coastal voyage was measured not by anxious urgency, but by the subtle shifting of tides and the peaceful turning of the seasons. Cargoes of timber, animal hides, and dried goods moved with reassuring regularity, carrying essential nourishment and raw materials from the remote northern reaches down to the growing market towns of the south, weaving a gentle web of commerce that sustained whole communities through long winters and quiet centuries. Farther north, where the snow-dusted peaks of the Lafon archipelago rise dramatically out of the frigid Atlantic, a unique convergence of ecology, ocean currents, and local craftsmanship gave rise to one of the most enduring commodities in maritime history. In the 13th century, fishermen along the cold fjords of Lafon air-dried unsalted cod on tall wooden racks in the sea breeze, bundling the hardened stockfish in coarse linen bound with hemp rope for merchant ships to transport down the Norwegian coast to the Hanseatic storehouses of Bergen. The specific climate of these northern islands offered ideal natural conditions for preserving fish without relying on expensive imported salt. As the crisp, subarctic air and constant ocean winds gently extracted moisture over months of quiet curing. Known locally as H-shell, these massive timber frames stretched along the gravel beaches and rocky headlands, holding thousands of cod suspended between earth and sky like vast, pale tapestries against the sea. The resulting stockfish became exceptionally light, dense with nutrients, and capable of remaining edible for years without spoiling. Once fully dried, the fish was carefully inspected, sorted, and bound securely into manageable bales designed to withstand the dampness of sea transport. Loaded aboard sturdy, single-masted coastal vessels known as jects, these bundles began a long, peaceful journey southward along the protected inner passage of Norway's coastline, guided by seasoned sailors who knew every cove, sound, and rocky island along the ancient route. Upon arrival in Bergen, the northern cargo entered the bustling, yet carefully structured universe of the Hanseatic League, an international alliance of merchant guilds that dominated northern European trade throughout the late Middle Ages. Along the wooden wharves of Briggen, German merchants maintained permanent trading posts, known as Konter, where goods were systematically received, inspected, weighed, and stored in multi-story timber warehouses built right up to the water's edge. The arrival of stockfish marked a crucial turning point in the annual commercial calendar of the North Sea, as this durable protein was eagerly traded for grain, rye flour, malt, coarse cloth, and handcrafted metal tools urgently needed by northern fishing communities. In the cool, aromatic quiet of these timber storehouses, merchants organized the bales for export across major maritime shipping lanes. Broad-beamed Hanseatic cogs, designed with deep holds and sturdy square rigs, transported the dried fish across the North Sea and through the Baltic passages to major distribution centers in London, Bruges, Lubeck, and Danzig. Because stockfish required no salt and could endure long sea voyages without deteriorating, it supplied medieval towns, monastic communities, and seafaring crews across continental Europe, serving as an essential staple during religious fasts such as Lent. Through this intricate, peaceful network, the simple harvest of Arctic fjords became a foundational element of European life, connecting distant shores through reliable, well-traveled channels of maritime trade. The history of trade along these northern ocean lanes reveals a gentle truth about human connectivity, that vast global networks are often forged through quiet perseverance, localized knowledge, and an intimate understanding of the natural world. Long before steamships and modern navigation altered the speed and scale of global movement, merchants, coastal sailors, and fjord fishermen formed an unbroken chain of human effort that stretched across thousands of miles of cold coastal waters. The rhythmic exchange along the Norwegian coastline demonstrated how simple regional products could shape the economic landscape of an entire continent, turning quiet fishing villages into vital contributors to international commerce. As night settles softly over the quiet harbors of Bergen and the Arctic wind rustles through the empty wooden drying racks of Lofoten, the legacy of these ancient trade routes remains present in the calm, measured ebb and flow of the tides. The sea lanes that once carried stockfish southward continue to hum with the quiet memory of wooden hulls, hemp cordage, and patient mariners who trusted the sea and wind to guide them safely home. In their slow, steady voyages across cool blue waters, we find a timeless picture of human labor aligned with nature, bringing sustenance, quiet order, and enduring connection to a vast, tranquil world. Across the gentle expanse of the medieval Mediterranean, where quiet waters washed against rocky shorelines and maritime breezes carried the faint scent of salt and pine, ancient trade networks connected distant worlds through the meticulous care of patient artisans. Beneath the clear blue waves along the Tyrrhenian coast, seafaring communities spent their days working in harmony with the natural rhythms of the sea, gathering treasures that would slowly journey across vast continents to far-off markets. In the 13th century, coral fishers along the granite reefs of Alghero in Sardinia retrieved branches of deep red Mediterranean coral, polishing the glossy boughs with fine sea sand before wrapping them in carded sheeps, wool inside carved olive wood chests for Venetian trade caravans traveling to Samarkand. These precious boughs, nurtured in the cool depths of the sea, were carefully protected against the friction of long travel, shielded in soft fleece and sturdy timber that preserved their rich luster through months of slow movement across land and water. From the sunlit harbors of the island, merchant galleys glided silently across open waters toward busy Italian ports, carrying cargo that linked coastal mariners with mountain pass travelers and desert merchants. The rhythmic dip of oars and the steady filling of linen sails echoed the quiet cadence of maritime trade, where every item was treated with quiet reverence by those who prepared it for the long road ahead. As evening settled over the coastal villages, the workday yielded to a calm hush, leaving only the soft lap of waves against anchored hulls and the faint rustle of olive leaves in the offshore breeze. Merchant houses in Venice received these wooden chests with practiced care, logging each vessel's arrival into leather-bound ledgers, while pack animals were readied for the long, winding overland trails heading east across mountain ridges and quiet river valleys. The path from the Mediterranean to the great oasis cities of Central Asia unfolded step by step, bridging cultures not through haste or conflict, but through the calm, methodical rhythm of merchants who understood the value of patience, craftsmanship, and endurance across vast geography. Farther south, where the blue sea gave way to the rolling golden horizons of the northern African continent, trade routes stretched like quiet ribbons across immense expanses of stone and sand, traveling beneath the vast dome of the night sky when the blistering sun had dipped below the horizon and the desert air grew crisp and cool. Caravans moved with a steady, tranquil pace along paths marked only by stars and ancient landmarks. These desert travelers sought refuge and rest in quiet oasis settlements, where subterranean springs nourished date palms and cooled the surrounding earth. In the 14th century, trans-Saharan merchants stopping at the oasis town of Sijilmassa preserved delicate Egyptian parchment and dyed silks inside subterranean clay cellars, where cool subterranean air protected the items from the dry desert heat. Nestled deep beneath the sun-baked soil, these subterranean chambers created a gentle microclimate, shielding fragile manuscripts and vibrant textiles from the parching atmosphere of the surrounding dunes. Within the quiet dusk of the clay cellars, merchants carefully unrolled dyed fabrics of crimson, indigo, and saffron, inspecting their weaves and allowing them to rest in the ambient humidity before repackaging them for the next leg of their long southward journey. The parchment, crafted with smooth care along the banks of the Nile, held knowledge, commerce records, and sacred texts, remaining supple and pristine despite thousands of miles of arid travel. Outside, the oasis whisper of palm fronds in the evening wind provided a restful lullaby for weary travelers resting beside mud brick walls, their camels settled quietly in the sand. Life in these desert stopovers moved with an unhurried grace, governed by the natural rhythms of day and night, water and rest, as goods from the Mediterranean and Nile Delta passed peacefully into the heart of West Africa. The convergence of these distinct trade corridors, from the cool granite reefs of Sardinia to the shadowy clay cellars of Sijilmassa and the distant silk markets of Samarkand, illuminates a shared human commitment to preserving beauty, knowledge, and craft across vast distances. Each merchant, sailor, and camel driver formed an essential link in an invisible chain that wrapped around the known world, moving with a gentle cadence attuned to the changing seasons and the natural contours of the earth. Rather than rushing across landscapes, these historical journeys measured progress in silent starlight, shifting tides, and the soft footfalls of pack animals treading quietly upon sand and stone. The care devoted to storing polished coral in carded wool or keeping delicate parchment in cool subterranean vaults demonstrates how ancient trade relied on deep environmental understanding and quiet human ingenuity. Across continents and centuries, these gentle methods of preservation ensured that fragile goods survived grueling journeys over sea and land intact. As night deepened over coastal harbors, mountain passes, and desert oases, the global network rested beneath the same tranquil canopy of stars. The heavy olive wood chests remained safely stored in quiet merchant warehouses. The silk rolls lay protected in subterranean clay cellars, and the weary travelers slept soundly, knowing that the morning light would bring another peaceful leg of their timeless journey. Across every stopping point along the trade lanes, a shared silence settled over goods and travelers alike, suspended in peaceful repose until dawn. In this peaceful stillness, the memory of ancient trade routes lingers softly, reminding us of a world connected not by noise or haste, but by the steady, enduring stream of human care flowing gently across ocean lanes and desert sands. vast, open quietude of the Sahara Desert has long possessed its own gentle cadence, a timeless expanse where the passage of hours is measured not by the hurry of human hands, but by the slow shifting of pale dunes under a sea of silver stars. As the fierce radiance of the afternoon sun recedes beyond the western rim of the earth, a deep and soothing twilight washes across the ocean of sand, ushering in the cool stillness of the desert night. It was during these quiet nocturnal hours that the great trans-Saharan trade routes truly came alive. Free from the oppressive glare of the daylight hours, the desert floor cooled rapidly, transforming the vast wilderness into a tranquil realm of shadows and fresh air. Caravans of patient camels, tethered softly in long, winding lines, began their silent march across the rolling topographies of sand. Guided by the steady navigation of seasoned caravanners who read the night sky like an open map, travelers looked to the familiar alignment of the North Star to chart their course across hundreds of miles of unmarked wilderness that stretched endlessly toward distant horizons. The gentle, rhythmic padding of soft hooves upon the sand produced a soothing, repetitive cadence, a quiet lullaby that carried weary travelers into a calm, meditative state. Each animal moved with an unhurried, graceful stride, while the cool evening breeze whispered through the leather harnesses, bringing a sense of profound rest to all who traveled beneath the celestial vault. In the northern reaches of this grand desert lay the remote settlement of Tagheza, an extraordinary place where the earth itself was composed of thick, crystalline layers of salt left behind by ancient, long-dried inland lakes. Life at this isolated outpost revolved around the careful extraction of this mineral, which held immense value for communities living in the tropical regions far to the south. In the 14th century, miners at the Saharan salt deposits of Tagheza carved dense white rock salt into rectangular slabs, wrapping each block in dried camel hide bound with palm fiber for the calm night journeys of camel caravans southward to Timbuktu. These sturdy coverings of tough leather and hand-twisted cord were essential, protecting the brittle edges of the crystalline salt from being worn away by the abrasive wind or degraded by the cool night moisture that gathered over the rolling dunes. Each camel was carefully loaded with 2 of these heavy, gleaming blocks, balanced with meticulous precision upon its flanks, so the animal could travel comfortably across the sands. As the caravan set out from Tagheza under the glow of the moon, the white slabs glimmered softly in the darkness, resembling polished stone carried across a silent sea. The merchants walked alongside their beasts in quiet contemplation, speaking only in low, melodic tones so as not to break the serene stillness of the desert evening, as the endless horizon offered a peaceful solitude that invited deep quietude, calm thoughts, and restful reflection. As the journey progressed night after night, the caravan navigated a serene world dominated by silence, vast open space, and the rhythmic sway of traveling animals. The expansive stretches of gravel plains and towering dunes required a patient endurance, where progress was marked by the gradual appearance of familiar landmarks, a lone rocky outcropping, a dried riverbed, or a sheltered hollow where the sand lay undisturbed beneath the stars. During the midnight hours, when the air turned crisp and clear, the caravanners would occasionally pause to let the camels rest, gathering in quiet circles to share warm tea poured slowly from polished brass kettles. These brief intermissions were marked by a gentle fellowship, where soft conversations and the subtle crackle of small wood fires offered a reassuring warmth against the nighttime chill. Resting upon woven mats laid directly over the cool sand, travelers gazed up at the infinite canopy of stars, contemplating the immense expanse above them, while their bodies absorbed the deep calm of the surrounding wilderness. When the time came to resume their trek, the animals rose without fuss, stepping back into their familiar formation with a calm, unhurried grace. The repetitive motion of the stride, combined with the steady whispering of the wind across the dune ridges, created an almost hypnotic environment, allowing the mind to quiet its thoughts and sink into a tranquil state of ease. Over the course of several weeks, as the caravan traversed the heart of the desert, the harsh plains slowly gave way to softer landscapes where sparse grasses and thorny acacia trees began to dot the horizon. Moving steadily southward, the travelers eventually approached the fertile basin of the Niger River, where the famous trading city of Timbuktu waited to welcome them. Situated at the crossroads where dry sands met life-giving waters, Timbuktu served as a vital haven for weary traders after their long passage across the desert. Upon arrival, the heavy salt blocks were gently unloaded in the quiet shade of mud brick courtyards and peaceful market stalls. Here, the white gold of Taghesa was traded for gold dust, ivory, agricultural goods, and rare manuscripts, feeding a vibrant network of commerce and learning that stretched across West Africa. Yet, even amid the activity of trade, the atmosphere remained grounded in ancient customs of warmth, hospitality, and unhurried rest. Travelers were offered bowls of cool water, sweet dates, and quiet spaces within shaded verandas to recover their strength after their long journey. As dusk settled over the city, the warm glow of oil lamps illuminated the smooth, hand-sculpted surfaces of historic mosques, while the gentle murmur of the river provided a peaceful background sound to the ending of the day. The merchants could finally rest, their long journey fulfilled, knowing that the silent desert routes would remain waiting under the midnight sky, ready to guide them once again whenever they chose to travel. Across the vast expanse of the Indian Ocean, trade routes were measured not in leagues of open sea, but in the slow, predictable rhythm of the seasonal monsoon winds. For centuries, mariners understood that the ocean possessed its own gentle breathing pattern, shifting its breezes with the turning of the sun, carrying wooden vessels across clear blue waters with silent, reliable grace. Along these ancient maritime corridors, vast networks of exchange flourished quietly between distant shores, linking island archipelagos, coastal ports, and inland river valleys into a single continuous tapestry of commerce. Unlike the harsh and dust-laden paths of desert caravans, the ocean lanes offered a serene, weightless journey where ships glided over deep blue depths under sunlit skies and star-filled nights. In these tropical waters, trade was deeply intertwined with the natural environment, relying on the gifts of the sea and the patient observation of natural phenomena. Merchants and sailors developed a profound intimacy with coastal landscapes, the subtle movements of tides, and the delicate treasures produced by small, remote islands. Here, far from the grand stone cities of continental empires, small communities participated in global trade by harvesting elements directly from their surrounding environment. The sea provided not only the pathways for transit, but also the medium of exchange itself, yielding materials whose value was recognized in markets thousands of leagues away. As wooden dhows rested in tranquil bays, awaiting the turn of the wind, the quiet rhythm of island life moved in harmony with the gentle lap of waves against coral reefs, establishing a serene foundation for one of the most enduring trade networks in human history. At the heart of this gentle maritime commerce was an extraordinary currency harvested directly from the warm, sunlit waters of the central Indian Ocean. In the 14th century, islanders in the Maldives gathered smooth, ivory-colored cowrie shells from shallow coral lagoons, currying them in shaded sand beds before threading them onto coconut fiber cords and packing them into woven palm leaf sacks for dhow passage to Bengal. These small, lustrous shells, crafted by nature over seasons of calm tides, possessed a soothing uniform beauty and remarkable durability that made them ideal for daily transactions across vast territories. Millions of these tiny ocean tokens were gathered with infinite patience from the clear shallows, where coral formations sheltered them from the open sea. The process of preparing the shells was unhurried and meditative, grounded in generations of traditional knowledge and respectful harmony with the marine habitat. Once cleaned and sun-bleached to pristine sheen, the shells were organized with care, strung together like delicate beads, and cushioned inside native palm weaving to protect them during their long voyage. From the tranquil shores of the Maldives, these sacks were loaded into the holds of sturdy wooden dhows, whose sails caught the soft, steady breezes of the southwest monsoon. The journey across the Bay of Bengal was a quiet crossing over calm, deep waters, where sailors navigated by the position of familiar constellations and the steady swell of the sea. Upon arrival at distant river ports, these tiny pieces of the coral lagoon were unloaded and distributed into regional trade networks, serving as small denomination currency for everyday goods such as grains, woven cloth, and fresh produce. The journey of the cowrie shell represented a broader phenomenon along the Maritime Silk Road, where goods moved not through force or speed, but through patient alignment with the natural cycles of the earth. Dhows departing the Maldives navigated toward the busy delta ports of Bengal, carrying cargo that was light, valuable, and deeply integrated into the economic lives of millions. In the markets of Bengal, these ivory shells were welcomed by merchants who valued their permanence and portability, using them in local bazaars where metals were too rare or unwieldy for small daily purchases. In exchange, dhow captains filled their holds with fine Bengal cottons, fragrant spices, and sacks of harvested rice, preparing for the return voyage when the monsoon winds would predictably reverse direction months later. This seasonal rhythm encouraged a peaceful, unhurried pace of trade, forcing merchants and sailors to linger in foreign ports, learning local languages and building enduring relationships. The ports along the Bay of Bengal became places of calm cultural exchange, where stories and traditions drifted as gently between people as the ocean breeze across the harbor. The dhows themselves were masterpieces of organic engineering, built from timbers stitched together with coconut fiber twine rather than held by rigid iron nails, allowing their hulls to flex gracefully with the ocean swells. As these flexible vessels glided over gentle waves, their crews lived in quiet harmony with the sea, listening to the rhythmic creaking of wooden planks and the soft rustle of canvas overhead under vast twilight skies. As night fell over the Indian Ocean, the quiet trade routes continued their timeless work beneath a vast canopy of brilliant stars. The sea lanes remained calm and inviting, cradling the wooden dhows as they drifted toward distant destinations under the guidance of experienced navigators. Each shell packed away in the dark holds carried with it the memory of sun-dappled lagoons, gentle tropical breezes, and the quiet labor of island communities living in balance with the sea. In this peaceful expanse of water and sky, the story of human trade unfolds not through conflict or haste, but through the soft, rhythmic passage of ships carrying simple treasures across the globe. The memory of these oceanic paths lingers like a quiet melody, reminding us of a time when the world was connected by the patient blowing of the wind, the gentle shimmer of polished shells, and the serene, boundless sea that held them all in its peaceful embrace. Across the sprawling island archipelagos of Southeast Asia, the 14th century unfolded to the tranquil cadence of the monsoon winds, which swept softly over warm tropical seas and guided ancient mariners along luminous highways of blue. These maritime paths, woven through islands stretching from the South China Sea to the Indian Ocean, were governed by the patient cycles of nature, where merchant vessels relied on the seasonal breath of the atmosphere rather than force or haste. Sail-rigged junks with wide wooden hulls rested lightly upon gentle swells, their navigators reading the subtle color of coastal waters, the flight of sea birds, and the steady arrangement of evening constellations. Traveling across these peaceful maritime corridors was an art of waiting and aligning oneself with the rhythmic ebb and flow of nature, allowing the breeze to push wooden craft softly toward quiet harbors. In these tropical waters, the sea was a unifying expanse, connecting remote coastal villages, mountainous islands, and thriving riverine ports into a network of quiet exchange. As the sun set below the horizon, painting the sky in pale shades of amber and indigo, ships would drop anchor in shallow, sheltered bays where calm water mirrored the twilight sky. Here, crew members rested under the cool evening air, listening to the soft murmur of small waves lapping against teak planks, while subtle aromas of tropical spices drifted across the deck from nearby shores. These ocean lanes formed a tranquil circulatory system, carrying physical commodities, ideas, and timeless customs across quiet waters. Among the outer islands of the eastern archipelago lay Timor, a land renowned across distant empires for the rare sweetness locked within its native forests. Here, deep within the island's interior, forestry traditions were carried out with meticulous care and unhurried devotion to quality. In the 14th century, sandalwood gatherers on the island of Timor dried fragrant heartwood logs under shaded bamboo roofs, wrapping the pale yellow timbers in woven pandan mats to preserve their sweet wood aroma during long junk voyages across the Java Sea to Malacca. The process of preparing this prized heartwood required patience, allowing moisture to evaporate slowly so essential oils remained rich and concentrated within the grain. Woven pandan leaves served as a natural barrier, protecting the delicate pale wood from salt spray, bright sunlight, and damp ocean air inside ship holds. Once secured, these bundled logs were loaded into sturdy junks, filling dark wooden interiors with a comforting fragrance that lingered for weeks as vessels navigated the Java Sea. This sandalwood was sought after by courtly elites, artisans, and monks in far-off lands, who valued it for burning as soothing incense in quiet temples, carving into delicate objects, or distilling into precious aromatic oils. As ships glided across tranquil waters, the subtle scent of sandalwood drifted softly from the hold, mixing with the salty ocean breeze to create deep serenity for the crew aboard. The trade of this wood was characterized by a quiet harmony between human labor, natural cycles, and peaceful navigation, exemplifying how remote island ecosystems contributed unique treasures to global commerce. As trading vessels moved westward across the Java Sea, guided by calm currents and steady breezes, they approached the Straits of Malacca, a focal point where maritime routes of East Asia and the Indian Ocean gracefully intersected. Malacca emerged as a serene emporium, where ships from China, India, Persia, Arabia, and neighboring Indonesian islands found refuge from open ocean storms within a protected harbor. Unlike the tumultuous market port ports of later eras. This 14th century crossroads operated under structured, respectful customs designed to ensure fair exchange and peaceful harbor rest. Upon arrival, merchants anchored their craft along the calm riverbank or in the placid bay, where cargo was unloaded with quiet efficiency into cool thatched warehouses along the shore. Under the gentle oversight of local harbor authorities, sandalwood from Timor was displayed alongside fine Chinese porcelain, shimmering silks, Sumatran camphor, and aromatic spices like cloves and nutmeg from the distant Moluccas. Transactions unfolded slowly over tea and quiet conversation, as traders from disparate cultures found common ground in shared standards of weight, measure, and mutual respect. The air in Malacca was filled with a tapestry of soft-spoken languages, and the rich perfume of mixed aromatic woods, resins, and spices drifting into the warm tropical night. When twilight descended over the port, paper lanterns illuminated timber quays with a soft golden glow, reflecting on still waters as foreign sailors and local townspeople settled into the peaceful rest of the evening. The enduring success of these ancient ocean lanes relied not merely on the value of goods transported, but on the quiet wisdom of mariners who navigated them with profound respect for the natural world. Sailors of the 14th century understood that the ocean was a living realm governed by subtle shifts in cloud formations, water temperatures, and celestial movements, all signaling the turning of seasons and the arrival of favorable winds. Long journeys across the Java Sea were marked by peaceful contemplation, where crew members observed the steady motion of the sea and the rhythmic rise and fall of the horizon. Under the expansive canopy of the night sky, navigators watched the familiar positions of Polaris and the Southern Cross, steering wooden ships along invisible pathways with calm assurance. These sea routes connecting Timor, Java, and Malacca were silent threads of human connection that bridged vast distances without disturbing the serene balance of the marine environment. As night deepened over archipelagic waters, the quiet creak of ship timbers and the gentle hum of wind through the sails formed a soothing lullaby, carrying sailors safely across the tranquil expanse. Across the vast, glass-like expanses of the southern seas, trade routes during the late Middle Ages moved to the quiet, rhythmic pulse of monsoon winds and patient handcraft. Deep within the remote volcanic archipelago of the Maluku Islands, the rhythm of daily life was bound to the gentle ripening of evergreen trees and the deliberate care of local harvesters. During the 14th century, spice harvesters in the Banda Islands slowly smoked freshly gathered nutmegs over smoldering coconut husks for 1 month, until the seeds rattled inside their shells, packing the aromatic nuts into woven rattan baskets for the quiet voyage to Malacca. This long, gentle curing process preserved the essential oils within each hard, dark seed, ensuring that their warm and comforting fragrance would endure long ocean travel ahead. As wooden craft slipped away from island shores, guided by stars reflected on dark waters, sailors relied on centuries of inherited navigation knowledge. Voyages across the Java and Andaman seas were rarely marked by urgency. Instead, vessels drifted smoothly along established currents, anchoring near sheltered coves as twilight deepened into night. The cargo held within rattan baskets carried not merely a sought-after luxury, but the quiet labor of entire island communities who understood the seasonal flow of their marine environment. Merchant vessels moving along these equatorial sea lanes paused at small trading ports along the Malay Peninsula, where maritime networks converged under the watchful gaze of local harbor authorities. In these peaceful ports, goods from distant islands were carefully inventoried, repacked, and prepared for the next leg of their journey westward toward the Indian Ocean, passing through calm straits where evening breezes carried the scent of ocean salt, wood fire smoke, and drying spices. As these aromatic cargoes moved slowly across the Indian Ocean, they entered a wider world of maritime commerce that relied on the steady, seasonal shifts of the wind. Merchants aboard traditional wooden dhows navigated the open sea with quiet confidence, watching the arc of the sun by day and relying on familiar constellations of the night skies. The gentle swell of tropical seas provided a calm background rhythm to ocean travel, where crews maintained a tranquil routine of tending sails, checking ropes, and monitoring freight stowed in the ship's dry hold. Ports along the Arabian coastline served as welcoming havens where sailors could replenish fresh water, trade stories with fellow navigators, and enjoy quiet rest beneath coastal palms. From these coastal hubs, overland trade paths stretched inland across vast desert expanses, where camel caravans stepped in rhythmic unison across soft sand dunes as evening air cooled. The transition between ocean lanes and land routes was smooth and unhurried, reflecting a world in which distance was measured not by speed, but by patient endurance. Each stop along the way allowed merchants to exchange regional specialties, from fine textiles and incense to polished gemstones, creating a continuous tapestry of shared culture across vast geographical spaces. As nighttime settled over coastal markets, lanterns flickered softly against stone harbor walls, casting gentle reflections upon the quiet tide and inviting weary travelers into serene repose. Farther to the west, where the turquoise waters of the Mediterranean cradled sun-drenched archipelagos, trade routes connected small island communities with imperial centers. Among these, the Aegean Sea formed a quiet highway for merchant vessels navigating between pine-scented hillsides and stony bays. On the island of Chios, the cultivation of aromatic resins was practiced with meticulous care, relying on methods perfected over many centuries of quiet agrarian life. In the 14th century, growers on the Aegean island of Chios gathered translucent tears of fragrant mastic resin from lentisk trees, drying the aromatic gum on beds of smooth white clay before sealing the crystals inside parchment-lined willow baskets for transport to Constantinople. The smooth white clay provided a pristine, moisture-absorbing surface that preserved the resin's clarity and delicate pine scent as it dried under the Mediterranean breeze. Harvesting required patience, as growers scored the bark of lentisk shrubs, allowing sap to trickle down slowly and solidify into crystalline drops. Once dried, tears were hand-cleaned by village families who removed tiny flecks of dust before packing the harvest into sturdy baskets that kept the resin safe from heat and moisture. Loaded onto wooden craft, these containers traveled across quiet waters of the Aegean, passing rocky islets and coves before sailing through the Marmara Sea to reach Constantinople, where mastic was prized for medicinal ointments, fragrant incense, and delicate confections. Across both tropical archipelagos of the Far East and sunlit islands of the Aegean, these medieval trade networks reflected a shared human commitment to patient craftsmanship, gentle harvest, and harmonious travel. The journey of spices and resins across vast distances was not merely a physical transport of goods, but a quiet weaving together of disparate geographies under the common rhythm of nature. Harvesters, sailors, and merchants all operated within a world governed by the steady change of seasons, the rise and fall of coastal tides, and the predictable passage of wind across open water. Whether currying nutmeg over smoldering husks in Banda, or gathering mastic tears upon beds of clay in Chios, people transformed local flora into treasures that brought comfort and aroma to distant homes. The ocean lanes they sailed were paths of light and shadow, where ships rocked gently at anchor under starry night skies, while crews rested after long days of maritime labor. In the quiet calm of the evening, as winds softened and harbor waters turned to glass, the memory of these ancient voyages lingers like a gentle melody, inviting the mind to drift into peaceful, restful slumber. Across the calm, sunlit expanses of the medieval Mediterranean, maritime trade routes drifted along the rhythms of seasonal winds and gentle ocean currents, weaving together distant shores in a quiet web of commerce and culture. Rather than rushing across open seas, merchant vessels navigated from one island haven to another, finding shelter in shallow bays where turquoise waters met chalky cliffs and sun-baked olive groves. These ancient maritime corridors were defined by a patient slowness, where news, ideas, and rare natural goods traveled at the steady speed of canvas sails, catching a soft coastal breeze. Along the rocky coastlines of the Aegean Sea, scattered archipelagos served as serene resting points for mariners and essential centers of cultivation for specialized crops that could thrive nowhere else. Life in these coastal villages unfolded in peaceful harmony with the environment, shaped by centuries of tradition that prioritized careful stewardship over hasty production. The goods that entered these maritime trade networks were not mass-produced commodities, but delicate gifts of the earth, carefully harvested by hand, dried in the open air, and prepared for long journeys across the water. As merchant ships rested at anchor near quiet harbor towns, the sea air mingled with the sweet scents of wild herbs, pine resin, and drying fruits brought down from terraced hillsides, reflecting a world where economic life moved to the gentle cadence of nature. Among these favored islands, Chios stood out as a place of unique botanical wonder, famous throughout the Mediterranean world for a rare resin produced by its native mastic trees. High on the island's southern slopes, where pale hillsides absorbed the warmth of the summer sun, generations of local families tended to these low, knotty trees with dedicated skill. In the 14th century, resin gatherers on the Aegean island of Chios swept limestone soil beneath mastic trees to collect falling translucent tears of aromatic sap, sun-drying the pine-scented granules on shaded reed trays before sealing them in parchment-lined wicker hampers for Genoese galley transport to Constantinople. The harvest required immense patience, beginning early in the morning when the air was cool and still. Gatherers used simple brooms to clean the white ground beneath each tree, creating a smooth, spotless surface to catch the precious droplets as they trickled down from incisions made in the bark. As the sun rose higher, golden droplets of sap formed along the trunk like clear glass beads before dropping gently onto the swept earth below. Once collected, these delicate tears were spread out on woven reed trays kept in the shade of stone terraces, allowing the sea breeze to slowly cure the sap into hard, pine-scented granules without discoloring them. The final step involved wrapping the granules in clean parchment to protect their pure scent from ambient moisture before carefully placing them into sturdy wicker hampers, ensuring their safe keeping during the long maritime journey ahead. The safe distribution of this aromatic harvest relied upon the sophisticated trading networks established by Genoese merchants, who maintained a peaceful administrative presence on Chios during the late Middle Ages. Genoese galleys, with their sleek wooden hulls and long rows of oars, were ideally suited for navigating the narrow channels and unpredictable shallows of the Aegean archipelago. Inside the cool, shaded holds of these vessels, workers carefully stowed the parchment-lined hampers alongside other precious cargoes, including amphorae of sweet olive oil, bolts of fine silk, and dried figs packed in flat leaf wrappers. The Genoese trading system was built upon stability and steady maritime rhythm, coordinating shipments so that goods arrived safely in major imperial harbors without rushing through perilous weather. Maritime logbooks recorded each hamper's weight and mark, ensuring that the valuable resin gathered from quiet island slopes would be preserved in pristine condition for courtly physicians, perfumers, and religious institutions across the region. As the crew prepared the ship for departure, the harbor bustled with quiet activity. Ropes were coiled neatly on deck. Canvas sails were unfurled to catch the evening land breeze, and the ship slipped gracefully away from the shore, leaving behind the tranquil groves of Chios as its hull cut smoothly through the dark, mirror-like waters of the Aegean. The journey northward toward the Sea of Marmara unfolded over several tranquil days and nights, offering sailors and passengers a slow, meditative passage through some of the most historic waterways of the ancient world. Navigating by the positions of familiar constellations and the steady profiles of coastal mountains rising against the moonlit horizon, the galley glided quietly past quiet islands and sleeping headlands. On board, the air was calm and cool, filled with the faint, soothing fragrance of pine and balsam, escaping from the sealed hampers in the hold, mingling pleasantly with the fresh salt spray of the sea. The gentle creaking of the ship's wooden timbers and the soft, rhythmic dipping of oars provided a peaceful lullaby for those resting on deck under the vast celestial canopy. Crossing the narrow strait of the Dardanelles into the sheltered expanse of the Propontis, the vessel approached its final destination as morning light softened the skyline of Constantinople. When the galley glided into the Golden Horn, its cargo of Chian mastic was unloaded onto quiet stone piers, ready to be distributed to apothecary shops, imperial palaces, and fragrant incense burners throughout the great city. Through this quiet and unbroken chain of human care, from the limestone soil of island groves to the wooden holds of Genoese ships, the ancient trade routes sustained a restful harmony between distant worlds, connecting people across the seas through shared appreciation for nature's gentlest gifts. High in the northern reaches of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, where the rugged Qilian mountains stretch across the horizon in Gansu, the air carries a clear, silent clarity that seems untouched by time. In the 14th century, these elevated valleys, cradled between snow-capped peaks and vast alpine meadows, served as the serene sanctuary for wild medicinal plants that thrived in the cold, mineral-rich soil. As autumn arrived, and the mountain slopes turned from vibrant summer green to soft tones of amber and rust, local harvesters ventured into the high pastures to gather the thick, woody roots of the medicinal rhubarb. Beneath the vast, open sky, where the wind whispered gently through low mountain grasses, the roots were carefully excavated from the cool earth, washed in clear glacial streams, and prepared for a journey that would span thousands of leagues. There was no rush in this work, for the mountains dictated a slow, patient rhythm, aligned with the natural turning of the seasons. The roots, heavy with earthy complexity, and prized throughout distant lands for their gentle restorative qualities, represented one of the most cherished treasures of the Silk Road's northern branches. Here, far above the bustling trading towns of the Hexi corridor, the atmosphere remained deeply peaceful, enveloped in the quiet solitude of the clouds, where only the distant calls of alpine birds and the murmur of mountain rivulets accompanied the daily work of those who lived alongside the ancient mountain trails to prepare the harvest for its long passage across mountain ranges, deserts, and sea lanes. The sliced roots required a delicate curing process that relied entirely on the unique climate of the high plateaus. In the 14th century, merchants transporting medicinal rhubarb from the high Qilian mountains of Gansu dried the sliced roots on outdoor bamboo lattices in the crisp mountain air, packing the aromatic pieces into wooden barrels insulated with dried river moss for the long Silk Road journey to Venice. The woven bamboo frames were elevated just off the ground, allowing the cool, dry alpine breezes to circulate freely beneath each slice, drawing away moisture while preserving the subtle, warm fragrance of the root. Day after day under the soft mountain sun, the slices hardened into durable, lightweight pieces, perfectly preserved for transit across vast distances. When fully cured, workers gathered soft green river moss from nearby stream banks, drying it until it became light, cushiony, and resilient. Nestled tightly between layers of root inside sturdy wooden casks, this natural insulation protected the precious commodity from the jostling motion of pack animals, sudden changes in humidity, and the harsh elements encountered along mountain passes and desert tracks. Each barrel became a small, self-contained sanctuary of mountain air and forest scent, sealing within its wooden walls the quiet essence of the high Qilian range. As it stood ready to be loaded onto pack horses and camels for the slow trek westward. As the caravan descended from the mountain heights, it joined the historic arterial routes of the Silk Road, tracing a path along the base of the mountains, where mountain runoff fed green oases amidst the arid landscape. The rhythm of travel was slow and steady, measured by the deliberate, quiet footsteps of beasts of burden moving in single file under expansive twilight skies. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the western horizon, painting the desert sands in gentle shades of violet and rose, the merchants would set up camp near a sheltered spring or within the courtyard of a dusty caravanserai. Inside these stone sanctuaries, where low oil lamps cast a warm, golden glow against adobe walls, travelers rested from the day's journey, listening to the soft rustle of wind against the heavy canvas tents and the low, rhythmic clinking of camel bells. The barrels of rhubarb, safely stowed beneath protective woolen covers, traveled through famous market cities like Dunhuang and Kashgar, where goods were exchanged with quiet courtesy and mutual respect. Through every mountain defile, over high dusty plateaus, and across dry riverbeds, the journey unfolded not through hurried exertion, but through persistent, unhurried endurance. The vast silence of the Central Asian steppes surrounded the travelers like a protective blanket, inviting a deep sense of stillness that seemed to stretch infinitely across the landscape, linking distant cultures through shared pathways of trade and quiet human connection. Crossing further westward through Samarkand, Tabriz, and the bustling ports of the Levant, these wooden casks eventually boarded merchant galleys sailing across the calm, blue waters of the Mediterranean. Months after leaving the mountain solitude of Gansu, the barrels arrived safely in the lagoon city of Venice, where apothecaries opened the wooden staves to find the rhubarb as aromatic and pristine as the day it was cured on the bamboo lattices high in the Qilian peaks. The dried river moss, still bearing the faint scent of mountain streams, was gently brushed away, revealing the smooth, golden brown slices that would soon find their way into quiet urban apothecary shops across Europe. In this way, the remote, peaceful heights of Asia were connected to the floating stone palaces of Italy, bound together by thousands of miles of quiet trails, gentle ocean currents, and the steady care of countless travelers. As night fell over the Venetian canals, and the soft lap of water echoed against ancient stone foundations, the long journey of the rhubarb reached its gentle conclusion, resting peacefully in the dark wooden cabinets of spice merchants, while outside, stars drifted silently across the midnight sky, watching over a world connected by gentle routes of trade. As dusk settles softly over the quiet valleys of central Italy, the ancient roads that once carried salt and silk begin to whisper stories of a slower, more deliberate era of commerce. High in the Apennine highlands, where the morning air rests clear and cold against the rising limestone peaks, the cultivation of rare floral harvests required an extraordinary patience that mirrored the gradual pace of the trade routes themselves. Long before the bustling marketplaces of northern Europe received these precious goods, the journey began in the quiet light of daybreak among serene upland fields, where thousands of delicate purple crocus blossoms opened their petals to the early sun. In the 14th century, growers in the high Navelli plain of Abruzzi harvested crimson saffron stigmas at dawn, gently drying the delicate threads over low oak charcoal embers before sealing them inside parchment-lined calfskin pouches for mule transport along the Via Salaria toward the spice houses of Nuremberg. The careful preservation of these fragile red strands reflected a deep understanding of natural rhythm and material craft, ensuring that neither damp mountain mists nor the friction of long days in transit could diminish their intense color and subtle fragrance. The ancient Via Salaria, originally carved into the mountain contours to carry salt from the Adriatic coast inland to the heart of the peninsula, thus became a tranquil conduit for luxury goods that traveled step by step across hundreds of miles of changing scenery. as the pack mules tread slowly along the stony paths, their small bells making a soft and steady cadence in the still air. The rhythm of the journey invited a quiet stillness that seemed to stretch across the rolling hills, dark oak woodlands, and open pastures. Each evening, as darkness descended over the mountain pass, the traders rested beside sheltered stone wells, knowing that their fragile cargo was safely wrapped and secured against the night chill. Moving steadily toward the grand timbered storehouses of the merchant guilds in the north. Further west, among the sun-drenched hills and tall stone towers of Tuscany, another historic artery woven into the fabric of medieval trade carried these soft, golden-red treasures across the great natural barriers of the continent. The Via Francigena, an ancient pilgrimage and merchant path linking the holy sites of Rome to the cathedral cities of northern Europe, served as a serene highway along which high-value, lightweight commodities could travel with remarkable care and protection. Here, amidst gentle slopes terraced with olive groves, vineyards, and wild lavender, the harvest of crocus flowers was conducted with matching precision and reverence for the natural world. In the 14th century, traders along the Via Francigena carried vivid saffron threads harvested from the hills of San Gimignano inside hand-blown glass vials stoppered with beeswax, transporting the delicate spice on muleback across the cool, mist-shrouded passes of the Alps. The use of glass containers sealed with natural wax provided an impermeable sanctuary for the delicate threads, protecting them against the biting frosts, shifting humidity, and unpredictable winds encountered during the high-altitude ascent. As the caravans ascended into the high mountain passes, the air grew increasingly crisp and quiet, filled only with the soft crunch of gravel underfoot and the occasional whisper of wind through the high pine forests. Passing through narrow granite gorges and past tranquil alpine lakes reflecting the pale twilight, the merchants moved with a rhythmic, unhurried pace that matched the timeless beauty of the surrounding wilderness. The contrast between the warm, fertile hills of Tuscany, where the blossoms first opened to the morning sun, and the cold, snow-dusted summits of the Alps highlighted the extraordinary geographical reach of medieval commerce, where human care and traditional craft bridged vast distances without breaking the quiet harmony of the landscape. As these overland routes converged toward the rich trading centers of the north, the arrival of such delicate spices marked the fulfillment of months of patient travel and quiet stewardship. The spice houses of Nuremberg, nestled within sturdy medieval walls along the banks of the Pegnitz River, functioned as vital hubs where materials from the Mediterranean basin were received, inspected, and distributed throughout Central and Northern Europe. The arrival of a mule train carrying saffron pouches from Abruzzi or glass vials from San Gimignano was greeted not with sudden noise or commotion, but with the measured, orderly routine of experienced apothecaries and waymasters who understood the immense labor embodied in every single grain, resting under the heavy wooden beams of city storehouses. The saffron threads retained the subtle warmth of the southern soil in which they had grown, carrying memories of dawn harvests in Abruzzi and Tuscan hilltops across hundreds of leagues. The trade in saffron demonstrated how luxury in the medieval world was defined by patience, care, and an intimate connection to the land, where the value of an item was inseparable from the long, peaceful journeys required to bring it to its destination. When night fell over the trade cities and the heavy iron gates were locked against the evening mist, the merchants and muleteers slept deeply in quiet inns, their long journeys completed and their burdens safely stowed in cool, dry vaults. The ancient highways, now resting quietly beneath a canopy of stars, continued to connect distant cultures and distant landscapes through a shared appreciation for beauty, detail, and the gentle, enduring rhythms of the natural world. For centuries, the vast expanse of the Indian Ocean operated according to a gentle, predictable pulse, guided by the seasonal shift of the monsoon winds that swept across its warm waters twice each year. Along the lush, verdant coastline of Ceylon, the air was perpetually rich with the scent of moist earth, ocean spray, and the deep, resinous foliage of ancient equatorial forests. Here, far from the bustling courtly centers of continental empires, trade was an organic extension of the land itself, moving to the quiet rhythm of growth, harvest, and the slow turn of the tides. Merchants, sailors, and harvesters lived in harmony with these natural cycles, understanding that true value lay not in rapid accumulation, but in patience and meticulous care. Ships arriving from distant shores would anchor off the island's sheltered bays, floating serenely upon translucent waters, while waiting for the turn of the breeze that would carry them across open horizons. The maritime routes of the 14th century were not marked by clear boundaries or paved highways, but were instead invisible paths carved into the sea by generations of mariners who navigated by the stars, the shape of coastal headlands, and the familiar scent of spice carried on the breeze miles before land came into view. Within this quiet coastal ecosystem, the harvesting of spices was an art passed down through families, requiring an intimate knowledge of the native flora and an unhurried, attentive approach to every step of preparation. The forest canopy provided a cool, dappled sanctuary from the midday heat, sheltering both the workers and the delicate plants that grew beneath the overarching branches. As afternoon turned toward evening, the land breeze would begin to stir the leaves, rustling the fronds of high coconut palms and whispering across quiet shorelines, signaling the steady approach of the sailing season and the long journey that lay ahead for the island's precious treasures. Deep within the shade of these coastal groves, The process of gathering Ceylon's renowned spice unfolded with deliberate, peaceful precision. In the 14th century, cinnamon peelers along the coastal forests of Ceylon scraped thin inner bark from wild trees, rolling the aromatic quills into smooth golden tubes to dry under palm shade, before packing them into woven coconut coir sacks for dhow passage across the Arabian Sea to Aden. The work was conducted with quiet reverence for the forest, as harvesters carefully selected only mature branches, ensuring that the parent trees remained vibrant and healthy for seasons to come. Using small, finely polished tools, they skillfully separated the outer layer to reach the sweet, tender inner layer of bark, which naturally curled into delicate, fragile cylinders as it surrendered its moisture to the warm air. Arranged neatly upon woven mats under the broad leaves of coconut palms, these fragrant quills gradually acquired their signature golden hue, releasing a warm, comforting perfume that filled the surrounding glade. Once thoroughly dried, the quills were sorted by length and quality, then wrapped securely in sacks hand-braided from resilient coconut coir, a material perfectly suited to withstand the damp air and salty sea spray encountered during long maritime voyages. The sacks were carried gently down to the water's edge, where wooden dhows with lateen sails rested near the shoreline, their timbers creaking softly against the tide. Each package represented hours of patient handiwork, carrying within its tight rolls the quiet essence of the island's sunlit glades and tropical rain. As the cargo was loaded into the dark, aromatic holds of the vessels, the sailors prepared for the voyage, checking their rigging and waiting for the evening breeze to push them outward into the open waters of the Arabian Sea, where the long journey toward distant Western markets would truly begin. As the land receded into the hazy twilight, the dhows entered the vast, rolling expanse of the sea, where days melted into a peaceful, unbroken rhythm of water and sky. Guided by the steady blow of the northeast monsoon, the wooden ships glided smoothly across the dark blue waters, their sails filled with the cool, constant wind. On deck, the crew maintained a silent vigilance, tracking their course by observing the positions of the stars, the bright beacons of Orion, and the Southern Cross rising slowly in the night sky, and monitoring the subtle changes in ocean currents. The journey across the Arabian Sea was long and tranquil, marked by the rhythmic splashing of water against the curved hull and the occasional leap of flying fish beneath the moonlight. Within the hold, the coconut coir sacks kept the cinnamon quills dry and protected, preserving their rich aroma through weeks of travel across open ocean. Eventually, after many days of quiet sailing, the rugged, sun-bleached cliffs of the Arabian Peninsula appeared on the horizon, signaling the approach to Aden. This ancient port city, nestled inside the crater of an extinct volcano, served as a natural gateway between the Indian Ocean and the trade networks of the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. Here, in the calm waters of the harbor, dhows from Ceylon, India, and East Africa gathered to unload their precious cargoes onto quiet wharves. Merchants from Cairo, Damascus, and Venice would later acquire these golden quills, carrying them onward across desert tracks and inland waterways. Yet the essence of the spice remained forever tied to the peaceful coastal forests where it was first harvested and prepared beneath the quiet shade of palm trees. As night settled over the harbor, the fragrant cinnamon rested safely in cool stone warehouses, ready for the next gentle leg of its journey across distant seas. As day gently turns to twilight across the vast expanses of ancient empires, the rhythm of trade often found its softest expression not on dusty overland paths or restless ocean tides, but along the silent, mirror-like surfaces of engineered waterways. Long before modern roads stretched across continents, human hands quietly reshaped the landscape, carving quiet canals through fertile plains to bind distant rivers into continuous ribbons of navigable liquid. Floating upon these peaceful channels, heavy wooden vessels carried the vital harvests of countryside fields toward bustling urban centers with an ease that land transportation could never match. On water, the friction of the earth dissolved. A single draft animal or small crew of oarsmen could effortlessly move tons of grain, silk, and timber across hundreds of miles of gentle currents. The steady trickle of water against wooden hulls created a rhythmic soundtrack for generations of boatmen who drifted through misty dawns and amber sunsets, steering their craft with long timber sweeps. These inland water routes served as the quiet veins of great civilizations, silently nourishing cities, stabilizing regional economies, and carrying the calm, steady heartbeat of daily commerce through fields of green and gold. Within this rich tradition of inland navigation, few engineering marvels matched the serene scale and quiet beauty of China's grand waterway network. During the 15th century, thousands of wooden barges quietly glided along China's Grand Canal carrying polished white rice to Beijing, their passage smoothed by hand-carved stone locks that gently raised the water through mist-covered lotus fields. These intricate stone pound locks, developed over centuries of patient observation, functioned like gentle aquatic staircases, lifting and lowering vessels between varying terrain elevations without the turbulence or strain of earlier inclined ramps. As a barge approached a chamber, massive timber gates swung shut with a muted thud, creating a tranquil sanctuary where water levels slowly equalized. Boatmen rested their oars, while the water crested softly against the stone masonry, carrying with it the delicate scent of blooming lotuses and damp soil from the surrounding marshes. Each barge, laden with meticulously cleaned grains harvested from the warm southern basins of the Yangtze River Delta, drifted northward in a seamless, leisurely procession toward the northern capital. This immense movement of food proceeded not with frantic haste, but with the measured grace of a drifting leaf, sustaining millions of lives through the silent, cooperative harmony of human ingenuity and natural flow. The calm efficiency of canal travel transformed the very nature of trade, offering a restful alternative to the harsh, unpredictable trials of long-distance overland caravans. On dusty road networks, heavy wagons groaned under limited loads, their wooden wheels fighting every root, rut, and cobblestone, demanding endless feed for draft animals and constant repair for fractured axles. By contrast, a barge resting upon calm water moved almost weightlessly, sheltered from high winds by high earthen embankments and rows of swaying willows planted along the towpaths. Laborers walking along the banks guided vessels with long, supple ropes, their steady footsteps pacing the peaceful passage of hours as dragonflies skimmed the still surface of the canal. Communities flourished along these waters, settling into a life attuned to the soft splash of oars, the opening of lock gates, and the gentle creak of moored boats settling into the mud at nightfall. Markets expanded naturally along the canal banks, where local farmers traded fresh vegetables, tea leaves, porcelain, and woven fabrics directly from the decks of moored craft. The canal was far more than a transport corridor. It was a living ribbon of culture and quiet connection, binding diverse regions into a single shared rhythm of life and sustenance. As evening deepens and night settles over the quiet waterways, the ancient canals remain enduring monuments to patience, balance, and quiet perseverance. The gentle movement of water through stone locks and the slow glide of wooden barges remind us of a time when the world moved at the speed of drifting currents and soft breezes. Across centuries, the calm trade along these watery paths demonstrated that true strength often lies not in conquering the elements through force, but in guiding them with thoughtful care and quiet harmony. The polished rice carried northward, the serene lotus fields reflecting the fading evening light, and the hand-carved stones supporting the rising waters all whisper of an era defined by steady purpose and peaceful transit. Under the vast, starlit sky, the canals slowly fall into stillness, their dark waters reflecting the quiet beauty of the cosmos, carrying the memories of countless gentle journeys into the peaceful sanctuary of rest. As twilight settled over the Venetian lagoon, the quiet hearths of Murano reflected softly against the still, dark waters that cradled the island of glassmakers. For generations, master artisans on this secluded island had coaxed molten silica into delicate shapes, working behind the strict confidentiality of their historic workshops to guard the subtle secrets of their trade. Among their most sought-after creations were small, intricate spheres built from concentric layers of colored glass, drawn out into long, hollow canes, and carefully cut to expose multi-pointed star patterns of deep indigo and pure white. In the 15th century, Venetian glassmakers on the island of Murano packed tiny chevron glass beads into padded wooden kegs cushioned with dried oat chaff, shipping the vibrant blue and white ornaments across the Mediterranean to Alexandrian merchants trading along trans-Saharan caravan routes. These tiny treasures, nestled tightly within the light and resilient agricultural husk, traveled securely aboard sturdy Venetian galleys that glided smoothly across open sea lanes under starlit skies. The gentle creak of wooden timber and the rhythmic lapping of calm sea swells accompanied these shipments on their long journey southward toward the ancient port of Egypt. Upon reaching the busy docks of Alexandria, the wooden kegs were unloaded into shaded warehouses before being transferred onto the backs of sturdy pack animals, joining quiet camel trains that set out across the rolling golden dunes of North Africa. As the caravans made their way under vast, silent desert skies, the blue and white glass beads passed from hand to hand through oasis markets, silently connecting the fiery glass-blowing furnaces of the Adriatic to remote trading communities thousands of miles away across the warm sands. Further inland, along the ancient stone pathways of the Italian peninsula, a similarly quiet rhythm of transport sustained the intricate arts of textile design and fabric finishing. Deep within the rugged, forested hills of Latium, near the cool subterranean mines of Talfa, miners gathered a vital mineral highly prized across Europe for its unique ability to fix natural plant dyes into rich, enduring hues upon spun fibers. Alum, a translucent double salt of aluminum and potassium, was extracted from the shaded depths of the earth, carefully broken into manageable crystalline fragments that glittered pale white in the soft morning light. In the 15th century, carters along the Via Flaminia transported translucent white alum crystals from the cool mines of Talfa inside soft canvas sacks padded with oat straw, delivering the mineral to the quiet dye houses of Florence to fix delicate pastel colors into wool. Stepping slowly alongside their heavy wooden wagons, the carters navigated the gentle curves of the Roman road, crossing ancient stone bridges that spanned peaceful mountain streams, and passing through serene valleys filled with drifting morning mist. The soft, shock-absorbing cushion of dry oat straw inside the canvas sacks protected the brittle, glassy mineral structures from fracturing during the long, slow transit across hilly terrain. Upon arrival in the bustling guild districts of Florence, the sacks were carefully carried into spacious workrooms beside the quiet currents of the Arno River, where master dyers dissolved the mineral into warm water vats to prepare soft, spun woolen yarns for subtle shades of rose, powder blue, and delicate sage green. Both of these historic trade traditions relied not only on specialized human craftsmanship and valuable raw materials, but also on the simple, humble agricultural byproducts that made long-distance transport possible without loss or damage. Dried oat chaff from Venetian thrashing floors and oat straw from central Italian fields served as natural, lightweight shock absorbers for both the delicate Murano glass ornaments and the fragile mineral salts of Talfa. This unpretentious layer of dry plant material buffered valuable cargo against the constant, jarring movements of ocean waves, unpaved mountain trails, and uneven cobblestone roads, allowing fragile objects to cross vast distances completely unharmed. In an era when protective packaging was limited to what could be harvested directly from nearby agricultural fields, farmers, glassblowers, miners, carters, and mariners were bound together in an invisible network of practical resourcefulness. The journey of these trade goods was characterized above all by patience and slow, unhurried progression. Cargo did not move at sudden or jarring speeds, but rather at the steady pace of prevailing coastal breezes, the rhythmic footfalls of draft horses along historic highways, and the calm cadence of desert caravans resting beneath the night sky between shaded oases. Each cask and canvas sack rested quietly in ship holds or wagon beds during the cool twilight hours, waiting for the next dawn to resume its gentle progress toward distant cities where artisans waited to transform raw trade materials into lasting items of beauty. As these trade networks expanded and gradually interlinked across continents, seas, and desert tracts, they wove together localized human skills and natural mineral resources into a peaceful, global tapestry of movement. The translucent alum that once rested deep within the cool, quiet earth of Talfa eventually brightened soft woolen cloaks and tapestries displayed in distant European halls, while the vibrant chevron beads packed in Venetian wooden kegs brought color, artistry, and connection to far-off desert trading posts. Through these slow, methodical journeys of trade, physical goods became quiet carriers of human culture, bearing the silent, dedicated labor of glassblowers, miners, carters, and sailors across vast landscapes. The gentle movement of merchants, protected by simple straw and guided by centuries of practical wisdom, created a calming continuity across the late medieval world, a quiet testament to human ingenuity, trade crafts, and the soft, restful rhythm of historic roots connecting distant worlds under a shared sky. As twilight fell across the low-lying estuaries and damp coastal fringes of northern Europe, the sea routes of the North Sea served as quiet avenues for goods that shaped the everyday rhythms of medieval life. The tides moved with a steady, predictable patience, carrying cog ships and merchant sloops through gray waters where fog often blurred the line between the sky and the sea. Along these damp maritime corridors, trade was rarely a matter of sudden fortune, but rather a slow, seasonal rotation of essential commodities: timber from Scandinavian forests, salted herring from Baltic fisheries, coarse woolens from English pastures, and rich mineral pigments from the heartlands of Europe. mariners navigated by the familiar contour of sandbars, the call of seabirds, and the steady sweep of coastal winds that shifted gently with the turning of the evening sky, where sea mist softened the horizon and water moved in quiet rhythms. These trade lanes linked small harbor villages to bustling river ports, creating a quiet network of interdependence, where every cargo had its appointed season and destination. Ships glided into calm river mouths as daylight faded, their holds filled with carefully bundled goods that had traveled across hundreds of miles of ocean, awaiting the steady hands of artisans, drapers, and dyers in the towns ahead. The slow passage of these vessels across misty soundways reflected a broader harmony between human effort and natural cycles, where the patient harvest of the land was entrusted to the gentle drift of the sea. Among the soft landscapes of the Low Countries, the cultivation of dye plants represented a delicate intersection of agricultural patience and long-distance commerce. In the 15th century, Dutch growers along the misty islands of Zealand dried, harvested madder roots in wood-heated drying houses, grinding them into fine red dye powder, and packing the rust-colored dust into oak casks bound with willow hoops for Hanseatic trade across the North Sea to the cloth towns of Flanders. This methodical process demanded months of quiet labor, beginning in the rich, moist soil of the Delta Islands, where the madder plants grew slowly over several seasons. When the roots were finally lifted from the earth, they were taken into warm, dimly lit drying houses, where fires of peat and oak burned gently through the night, driving off moisture until the thick fibers became brittle enough to be crushed. The grinding stones turned in steady, hypnotic circles within the mills, reducing the dried roots into a dense, fragrant pigment that smelled faintly of earth and wood smoke. Workers carefully scooped the fine red dust into sturdy barrels, securing each oak stave with flexible hoops crafted from young willow branches to ensure the precious cargo remained dry during its transit across damp sea lanes. These casks were then wheeled down to sandy wharves, where Hanseatic merchants cataloged the shipments, preparing them to be loaded into the dark holds of waiting vessels. Each barrel carried within its wooden shell the quiet essence of the Zealand soil and the careful craftsmanship of rural growers, ready to bring warmth and color to the rich textiles of distant markets. The journey across the North Sea was governed by the quiet discipline of maritime trade, where merchant captains relied on generations of accumulated knowledge to cross the shallow, tide-swept waters safely. Sails swelled smoothly against the cool evening breeze as ships made their way southward toward the estuaries of Flanders, carrying their subterranean harvests alongside bolts of linen and barrels of salt. Upon reaching the canal-threaded cities of Ghent, Ypres, and Bruges, the oak casks were unloaded onto quiet quays, where drapers and master dyers waited to transform raw wool into vibrant cloth. Inside the damp dye houses that lined the urban waterways, copper kettles simmered gently over low fires, infusing the textile fibers with deep, lasting shades of crimson and brick red. This trade in color did not merely satisfy a demand for luxury, but sustained whole communities of weavers, fullers, and traders, whose livelihoods depended on the quiet arrival of ships from across the sea. As night settled over the Flemish guild halls and the quiet harbor basins, the red-dyed fabrics hung in long, soft folds within the storehouses, cooling in the evening air. The entire chain of exchange from the misty fields of Zealand to the silent weaving rooms of Flanders moved with an unhurried, reassuring cadence, demonstrating how the earth's natural gifts and human diligence combined to weave distant regions together into a tranquil tapestry of shared commerce. In the quiet after hours, when the docks grew still and the lanterns cast long gold reflections across the harbor waters, the memory of these medieval trade routes lingered in the very fabric of the coastal towns. The Hanseatic League had built its strength not through rapid conquests or dramatic shifts, but through this steady, reliable circulation of everyday goods across calm sea lanes. The rust-colored dust stored in willow-bound casks had completed its long journey from field to oven, mill to barrel, and ship to divvat, leaving behind a subtle legacy of craftsmanship that endured for generations. Outside the city walls, the North Sea continued its eternal ebb and flow against the sandy shores of the delta, carrying the soft murmur of the wind over the marshlands where new madder crops lay resting beneath the cool earth. The trade routes of the past remind us of a time when distance was measured in gentle days of sailing and seasons of patient labor, offering a sense of peaceful continuity that wrapped the night in deep, quiet repose, as sleep softly closes the quiet turns of the day. Along the undulating river valleys and broad agricultural plains of late medieval Europe, trade moved not with frantic haste, but at the deliberate, unhurried pace of laden draft horses, ox teams, and sturdy wooden wagons. Long before paved highways or mechanized transit crossed the continent, a vast and quiet web of overland tracks bound together remote agrarian hamlets, secluded mountain passes, and sprawling riverfront trading posts. These routes were shaped by the gentle contours of the land itself, following natural ridges where the soil dried quickly after rain, and skirting soft marshes where heavy wheels might sink deep into clay. As dawn filtered through the morning mist over the fields, cart drivers checked their harnesses, inspected the iron tires rimming their oak wheels, and set forth upon paths worn smooth by generations of travelers. Freight on these inland lanes was as varied as the landscapes through which it moved, carrying metalwork forged in forest smithies, fine woolen textiles woven on cottage looms, grains harvested from fertile river basins, and natural dyestuffs cultivated with painstaking care. To step onto one of these ancient highways was to join a continuous, quiet flow of goods and stories, where merchants traveled from village to village under the open sky, their progress measured by the slow shadow of the sun moving across the horizon. As the day unfolded, the rhythmic creak of wooden axles and the soft clatter of hooves created a soothing soundtrack that echoed through quiet woodlands and open pastures, marking the steady, rhythmic pulse of medieval commerce that nourished towns across northern Europe. The land seemed to breathe in quiet rhythm with these travelers, who knew every turn in the track, every ancient oak marking a boundary, and every sheltered hollow where water ran clear and cool. Among the most cherished commodities carried along these northern routes was the precious blue dye derived from woad, a modest yellow-flowered plant cultivated extensively across central Germany. In the 15th century, farmers in the Thuringian basin crushed harvested woad leaves under stone mill wheels into a fragrant green paste, shaping the mash into soft spheres to cure on shaded timber drying racks, before packing the dried blue dye balls into oak barrels for transport along the Hellweg route to Cologne. This ancient highway, stretching east to west across the region, had served for centuries as a vital artery of exchange, carrying the rich agricultural wealth of the interior toward the bustling markets and maritime waterways of the West. The process of preparing the woad was an art born of patience and deep seasonal knowledge, requiring weeks of careful tending, while the moist green spheres slowly fermented and dried into dark, hard balls capable of enduring long journeys without losing their vibrant coloring power. As wagoners loaded these heavy oak barrels onto their cart beds, they secured them with hemp ropes and laid down beds of fresh straw to cushion the cargo against the bumps and rutted tracks of the road. Moving steadily through the rolling hills and quiet woodlands along the Hellweg, the caravans passed small stone chapels, timbered inns, and tranquil agricultural hamlets where local villagers paused from their field work to watch the blue dye merchants pass by. Each leg of the journey brought the precious cargo closer to Cologne, where the barrels would be unloaded at the bustling Rhine docks, sold to master dyers, or shipped onward to textiling towns across Flanders, England, and the Baltic, weaving Thuringia's quiet fields into the rich tapestry of international trade. The scent of cured woad, damp earth, and wood smoke lingered softly in the air as the long line of wagons moved onward, trailing a peaceful presence along the ancient road. As evening approached along the Hellweg, the merchant caravans would gradually slow their pace, searching for safe resting places near clear streams or beneath the shelter of village walls. The draft animals were unharnessed and led to grassy pastures to graze peacefully, while the drivers examined their wagons, oiling the iron axles and inspecting the heavy timber frames that bore the weight of Europe's overland commerce. Fires were lit in quiet courtyards, casting a warm, flickering light against the weathered stone of roadside inns, as travelers shared news of road conditions market prices, and weather forecasts for the days ahead. In these quiet twilight hours, the vast distance between regional markets seemed to shrink into a shared human experience, bound together by the common rhythms of trail and river. The blue dye balls resting inside the oak barrels in the wagon beds represented not merely a commercial product, but months of human labor, natural sunshine, rich soil, and careful craft coming together in perfect harmony. Tomorrow, as the first light of morning touched the horizon, the caravans would resume their westward march toward Cologne and the banks of the Rhine, where the overland routes seamlessly joined the great waterborne trade lanes flowing toward the sea. And so, generation after generation, the gentle flow of goods continued along the Hellweg, leaving an indelible imprint upon the landscape and fostering a spirit of quiet connection that endured across centuries, reminding us of how simple agricultural crafts and quiet roads once bound distant worlds together in restful harmony under the darkening canopy of the night sky, as stars began to emerge above the quiet German countryside. The sleeping encampment rested in profound tranquility, cradled by the timeless memory of the road. As the low hum of nighttime crickets filled the air, the heavy wagons stood still in the moonlight, holding their fragrant cargo in patient, peaceful repose until dawn. As the setting sun painted soft hues of rose and violet across the quiet waters of the Spice Islands, the gentle rhythms of maritime trade unfolded with timeless grace. Across the Indonesian archipelago during the 15th century, island communities lived in harmony with the sea, relying on steady monsoon winds to guide their wooden vessels along traditional sea lanes. Upon the volcanic slopes of Ternate, where green forests sloped down to cool shoreline breezes, farmers gathered the delicate flower buds of the clove tree, drying them slowly in the warm sun until they turned a deep, aromatic brown. To ensure these precious spices retained their potent fragrance across thousands of miles, local tradesmen developed natural packaging techniques passed down through generations. In the 15th century, spice merchants from the Moluccan island of Ternate packed dried cloves into cylindrical baskets woven from sago palm leaves, lining the interiors with banana fronds to preserve their rich essential oils during the voyage along the Maritime Silk Road to Malacca. These carefully crafted bundles were stowed deep within the cool, dark holds of wooden prows, protected from the damp sea air as the ships glided out into open ocean. The journey westward was unhurried, marked by the steady rise and fall of gentle swells beneath the hull and the soft whispering of wind against woven sails. Under starry night skies, navigators observed familiar celestial constellations, guiding their craft past quiet archipelagos and tranquil coastal inlets. Every port of call along this ancient passage provided a brief interlude of restful calm, where merchants exchanged news, replenished fresh water supplies, and listened to the gentle lapping of waves against wooden piers before setting sail once more toward Malacca. The life of a maritime merchant along these tropical ocean corridors was governed by the steady, unhurried breath of nature, where progress depended on waiting patiently for the natural shift of seasonal winds. For months at a time, trading vessels rested in quiet coastal bays, while crews maintained their craft, mending sails woven from plant fibers and smoothing cedar, planking with coconut oil to keep the hulls seaworthy. When the winds finally turned, bringing soft breezes from the east, the ships drifted into serene waters, trailing white foam across emerald seas. The cargo held within their timber bays, cloves, nutmeg, sandalwood, and sweet resins, imparted a subtle, calming fragrance that drifted through the vessel, mingling with the fresh scent of the open ocean. As twilight deepened into night, the ocean became a silent mirror, reflecting the endless expanse of stars above, with phosphorescent plankton casting a soft glow in the vessel's wake. Mariners rested comfortably on deck beneath blankets of woven grass, listening to the rhythmic creaking of timber joints and the steady cadence of water parting around the bow. This slow journey across the maritime Silk Road connected isolated island communities into a harmonious network of trade, where goods were moved across great distances with remarkable care, halfway around the globe, along the emerald rainforests of Central America. A similarly quiet tradition of riverine trade nourished ancient societies through peaceful waterways. Beneath the leafy canopy of the jungle, where morning mists hovered above still water, trade moved not by the sails of seagoing ships, but along the calm ribbons of freshwater rivers that stretched deep into the interior. In the fertile coastal plains of Soconusco, skilled agriculturalists cultivated cacao trees, harvesting ripe pods and tending to the delicate process of fermenting and sun-drying the seeds until they developed a rich, comforting aroma. These valuable beans served as both a prized delicacy and a form of currency across Mesoamerica, requiring meticulous care to protect them from humidity during transport through tropical environments. In the 15th century, Maya merchants along the Usumacinta River packed fermented, sun-dried cacao beans from Soconusco inside thick woven cotton sacks coated with liquid pine resin, floating their dugout canoes along quiet riverways toward the trading centers of the Yucatan Peninsula. The smooth pine resin created a durable, water-resistant barrier, insulating the precious cargo against the damp air of the river valley and preserving its quality through long weeks of travel. Guided by skilled paddlers who knew every gentle curve, quiet eddy, and shallow sandbar of the Usumacinta, the sleek wooden canoes glided effortlessly downstream under the shaded canopy of ancient trees. Colorful birds rested quietly in high branches above, while the soft, rhythmic dipping of wooden paddles into clear water provided a peaceful soundtrack to the morning journey. As the river canoes drew closer to the coastal trading hubs of the Yucatan, the dense forest gradually yielded to open estuaries and tranquil lagoons where freshwater rivers mingled softly with turquoise ocean tides. Here, river merchants met coastal traders in quiet exchange sites along the shore, transferring their resin-sealed sacks of cacao onto larger seagoing canoes designed to navigate the gentle coastal waters of the Caribbean. Whether traversing the broad ocean lanes of Southeast Asia or the peaceful riverways of the Americas, ancient trade routes were fundamentally unified by human ingenuity and a shared reverence for the natural world. Merchants on opposite sides of the earth independently discovered how to harness the protective qualities of local plants, utilizing sago leaves, banana fronds, cotton, and pine resin to shield their harvests from the elements as they traveled across vast distances. These thoughtful methods ensured that the fruits of human labor arrived safely at their destinations, fostering connections between distant cultures without disrupting the natural balance of the lands and waters through which they passed. As night descended over both the ocean lanes of Malacca and the riverways of the Maya, the waters grew still, reflecting the quiet radiance of the moon, while tired travelers rested peacefully, knowing their long journeys had brought harmony, sustenance, and quiet prosperity to the world. In the humid coastal lowlands of eastern Mesoamerica, where the lush canopy of the rainforest catches the soft, damp air of the Gulf Coast, trade routes took on a quiet, sensory character shaped by botany and climate. Here, along the forested slopes of Totanacapan, wild orchids clambered up the sturdy trunks of ancient trees, hanging in slow green cascades under filtered sunlight. Long before the arrival of transatlantic vessels, the movement of goods in this region was intimately tied to the delicate art of harvesting and preserving rare botanicals that could not endure the journey into higher elevations without careful handling. As dawn filtered through the thick foliage, the forest floor remained cool and moist, providing ideal conditions for delicate aromatic crops to flourish. Merchants who traveled these lowland paths moved at a deliberate pace, aligned with the natural rhythms of the seasons and the meticulous preparations required before any commodity could begin its journey upward toward the inland plateaus. The trails here were narrow footpaths, worn smooth by generations of travelers who understood the precise timing needed to collect plant materials at their peak, ensuring that their fragile fragrances would survive months of transport across changing altitudes and temperate zones. In this calm, shade-dappled realm, the gathering of trade goods was less an industry of heavy burden and more a quiet ceremony of patience, where human hands worked in harmony with the tropical microclimates to prepare precious aromatic treasures for distant markets. The art of preparing vanilla was a testament to the deep ecological wisdom of the local inhabitants, who understood how heat, shade, and time transformed a green, odorless pod into one of the most prized aromatics of the ancient Americas. In the 15th century, Totonac gatherers in the warm coastal forests of Papantla sun-dried, freshly harvested vanilla pods on woven palm mats until they turned dark and fragrant, wrapping the cured beans in soft maize husks for Aztec Pachteca merchants to carry up into the Valley of Mexico. This labor-intensive curing process required constant, gentle vigilance under the tropical sun, as the gathered pods were repeatedly exposed to daytime warmth, and then carefully wrapped in insulating cloths at night to induce sweat curing, allowing the rich, complex vanillin compound to develop fully. The light palm mats provided a clean, breathable surface upon which the pods could release their moisture evenly without scorching or spoiling in the dense humidity. Once fully dried to a supple, dark chocolate hue, the beans were tightly bound within protective layers of dry maize leaves, creating a lightweight, natural insulation that shielded the delicate spice from external moisture, insects, and air during the long overland trek ahead. This harmonious synthesis of botanical knowledge and protective packaging ensured that when the beans finally reached their destination, they retained their potent perfume, ready to flavor royal beverages and sacred offerings in the cool highland cities far above the coastal plains. Leaving the warm coastal lowlands, the long-distance merchants known as the Pachteca formed the vital circulatory system of Mesoamerican commerce, moving across vast geographic distances entirely on foot. Lacking draft animals or wheeled carts, these specialized traders organized disciplined caravans, carrying their valuable cargoes in tall, light backpack frames constructed from woven reeds and wooden splints known as cacaxli. As they departed Papantla and began the long ascent toward the central highlands, their route traversed dramatic shifts in landscape, rising from humid sea-level forests into the temperate oak and pine woods of the Sierra Madre Oriental. The journey required an intimate knowledge of mountain passes, mountain springs, and safe rest stops where caravans could pitch temporary shelters against the chilling fog. Along these ancient trade corridors, the Pachteca traveled with a measured, rhythmic stride, their footfalls steady and unhurried as they negotiated steep stone pathways carved into mountain ridges. They carried not only vanilla, but also vibrant quetzal feathers, polished jade, dried chili peppers, and cakes of dark cacao, weaving together the diverse microclimates of Mesoamerica into a single, interconnected web of exchange. As the altitude increased and the warm air of the coast gave way to the crisp, thin air of the mountains, the protective maize husks kept the vanilla pods pristine, preserving the fragrant essence of the tropical lowlands within the cool, quiet heights of the Sierra. Upon reaching the broad, high-altitude basin of the Valley of Mexico, the merchants entered a world strikingly different from the coastal jungles where the vanilla had been gathered. Here, situated over 2,000 meters above sea level, the great lake cities thrived in cool mountain air, serving as the central node where trade routes from every cardinal direction converged. The arrival of the Pachteca brought the warm, aromatic memory of the lowland forests into the grand marketplaces and quiet courtyard palaces of the highlands, where the cured pods were sliced open and blended with crushed cacao beans, wild honey, and aromatic flowers to craft rich, ceremonial drinks. This long-distance movement of vanilla highlights how trade routes are never merely lines of transit for material goods. They are quiet bridges linking distant ecological zones, carrying the gentle work of forest gatherers across mountain ranges to enrich the daily life and rituals of far-off communities. As evening fell across the Valley of Mexico, the cool mountain breeze carried the faint, comforting scent of cured vanilla through quiet residential quarters, joining the gentle rustle of lake waters along the causeways. The long road from Papantla had come to an end, leaving the trade routes asleep under a vast blanket of stars, ready to guide another quiet caravan when the morning light returned to the mountain trails. As the warmth of daylight gently recedes beyond the vast horizon of the Pacific Ocean, a quiet serenity settles over the ancient sea lanes that once joined distant continents in silent, rhythmic harmony. For centuries, the surface of this immense expanse of blue water remained open and undisturbed, matching the calm rising and falling of the tide against sleepy harbor walls. Yet beneath the soft arc of the sky, a magnificent web of maritime passage began to unfold, carrying the quiet dreams of trade across thousands of leagues of tranquil open water. Ships would set sail from bustling ports where the air carried the lingering scent of coastal flowers, and damp wooden wharves, moving steadily into the wide, unhurried blue. There was a gentle patience inherent in these long voyages across the deep, where days measured out standard rhythms of wind, current, and the steady creaking of seasoned timber. Among these great maritime corridors, none spanned a distance quite so breathtaking as the path forged across the northern Pacific, bridging the rich artisanal heritage of Asia with the sun-warmed shores of the Americas. Sailors looked out across endless rolling swells that reflected the drifting clouds by day and the pristine constellations by night, guided by the constant pull of steady trade winds that blew softly across the open water. In this quiet marine wilderness, the passage was not merely a physical journey from one shoreline to another, but a prolonged standard of quiet watchfulness, where time seemed to slow down until each day merged seamlessly into the next. The expanse was so great and the horizon so vast that the vessel became a tiny world unto itself, gliding peacefully over liquid depths while holding safe its precious cargo bound for faraway lands. Within the sturdy oak-framed hulls of these great vessels, the art of preservation was practiced with meticulous meticulous, soothing care. To safeguard treasures crafted by skilled hands across eastern provinces, intricate porcelain bowls, thin enough to translucent light, and bolts of woven silk, soft as whispered breath, mariners had to devise ingenious ways to withstand the prolonged dampness of the open ocean. Beginning in the year 1565, the dedicated crews of the Manila galleons ensured that delicate Chinese silks and fine porcelain remained perfectly safe from the corrosive, salt-heavy sea air by carefully sealing the items inside thick earthenware jars, which were lined with a warm layer of aromatic beeswax and filled with soft, dry rice hulls to cushion each piece throughout the long, 6-month Pacific crossing toward Acapulco. Every jar was filled with purposeful intent, layering natural materials so that fragile ceramic surfaces would never rub together, while the soothing scent of natural beeswax sealed out the moisture that hovered over the ocean swells. Soft rice husks, harvested from quiet fields inland, created a light and forgiving bed around the precious goods, absorbing any subtle vibration as the ship crested the slow waves. This gentle method of packaging transformed the lower decks into silent sanctuaries of preserved beauty, where thousands of fragile works of art rested undisturbed in dark, dry chambers, while the sea tossed softly beyond the thick wooden planking. The sailors knew that every vessel carried not just physical commodities, but the quiet dedication of artisans whose work was protected by layers of earth, wax, and husk through endless weeks at sea. As the long journey progressed, days merged peacefully into one another under the vast canopy of sky. The rhythmic cadence of the ocean provided a steady, calming pulse that governed life aboard the ship. In the cool quiet of twilight, when the western horizon faded from soft amber to deep indigo, the crew watched the first stars emerge in the darkening vault overhead. Navigators stood silently on the upper deck, holding simple brass instruments up toward the heavens to measure the angle of Polaris or track the familiar tilt of southern constellations. These ancient astronomical markers offered quiet reassurance, confirming that despite the endless horizon of water in every direction, the vessel was gliding smoothly along its intended trajectory. The sea itself seemed to whisper against the hull, creating a soft, rhythmic lullaby that echoed into the hold where the earthenware jars sat cradled in the dark. Inside those sealed vessels, the delicate silks remained pristine, untouched by the salt air, while the porcelain bowls slept securely in their cushion of rice hulls. Across the immense water, the ocean trade route functioned as a grand, silent bridge, linking cultures and communities separated by thousands of leagues, driven not by haste, but by the patient, unyielding rhythm of nature itself. When the distant headlands of Acapulco at last appeared through the morning mist, the long trans-Pacific crossing drew to its gentle conclusion. The arrival was marked not by sudden commotion, but by the quiet release of anchors into calm coastal waters, where the motion of the ocean finally gave way to stillness. Unloading the ship was a slow and deliberate ritual, carried out with the same mindful reverence with which the cargo had been secured 6 months earlier. As the earthenware jars were lifted carefully from the darkened hold and brought into the warm sunlight, workmen unsealed the aromatic beeswax coatings, releasing the subtle fragrance of honey and dried grass that had been locked inside since leaving Manila. Wrapped safely within their protective shells of earth and rice, the fine silks and painted porcelains emerged completely flawless, ready to embark on the final leg of their journey across overland trails to new homes. In this peaceful union of sea and land, the ancient trade routes demonstrated the quiet power of patience, preparation, and human ingenuity, bridging vast distances under the watchful gaze of the quiet stars. As the 16th century unfolded, the vast blue expanse of the Atlantic Ocean became a peaceful conduit for wooden sailing vessels moving in quiet harmony with the steady trade winds, carrying rare natural commodities across thousands of leagues of open water. Ocean navigation during this expansive maritime era relied on a calm alignment with the natural world, as skilled captains laid their courses along predictable sea currents and gentle atmospheric breezes that pushed their heavy wooden hulls across the water without unnecessary haste. On these long intercontinental voyages, life aboard ship assumed a tranquil, hypnotic cadence marked by the rhythmic creaking of seasoned oak timbers, the soft rustle of linen canvas overhead, and the endless, rolling horizon of deep azure waves. Maritime trade was no longer confined to shallow coastal waters or ancient overland tracks. It had expanded across deep ocean lanes where merchant ships drifted silently under starry night skies, carrying the quiet craft, natural resources, and specialized knowledge of distant continents toward eager European ports. Beyond precious spices, rare minerals, and fine silks, the global appetite for rich color spurred a specialized ocean trade in natural pigments that required gentle handling and thoughtful protection to survive the long dampness of open sea air. These delicate cargoes demanded time-tested preservation techniques developed over generations by local communities who understood how to harvest and protect the Earth's natural gifts. The journeys were long, peaceful, and silent, measured in unhurried months of steady sailing across vast waters where time seemed to slow, allowing the soothing, rhythmic motion of the ocean's swell to wrap the crew and cargo in a quiet state of restfulness. Across the wide Atlantic, ocean lanes became silent bridges connecting distant worlds, turning the open sea into a shared, tranquil realm where human patience and maritime tradition moved together in timeless harmony. Among the most prized of these organic goods was a crimson dye of extraordinary brilliance and permanence, revered by master textile artisans across distant lands. High in the warm, sunlit valleys of Mesoamerica, skilled hands gathered tiny cochineal insects from wild and carefully cultivated prickly pear cacti, drying them with immense patience under the clear mountain sun until they resembled small, dusty grains of dormant color. Starting in the 16th century, Mexican harvesters packed dried cochineal dye collected from prickly pear cacti in Oaxaca into soft deerskin bags stored deep within the cool, dry lower holds of wooden galleons during the 3-month Atlantic passage to Seville. This delicate method of packing and storage was essential to the cargo's survival, as the supple, breathable leather bags cushioned the dried dye against the ship's gentle vibrations, while offering a protective barrier against seawater spray and humid marine air. Deep below the waterline, far removed from the heat of the upper deck and the sun's glare, the lower hold offered a quiet, dark sanctuary where ambient temperatures remained remarkably steady throughout the long sea journey. As the wooden galleon swayed gently through swell after swell, the cargo rested in complete, undisturbed dark tranquility, surrounded by the aromatic scent of seasoned timber and soft leather. Above on deck, watchkeepers guided the ship through calm ocean passages, while far below, the crimson treasure slumbered in the still belly of the vessel. Month after month, as the ocean breezes carried the ship smoothly eastward, the cochineal retained its pristine quality, until the galleon entered the quiet, sheltered waters of the Guadalquivir River in southern Spain. Upon reaching the peaceful river port of Seville, the deerskin bags were gently unloaded and opened, revealing intact, vibrant granules ready to produce rich scarlet and violet dyes for royal garments, fine tapestries, and detailed textiles across Europe, illustrating how traditional agricultural craft and oceanic passage united distant continents in silent harmony. This unhurried, careful flow of valuable goods across the sea reflected a broader, enduring pattern in the global history of trade routes, where lasting success relied not on speed or force, but on steady care, deep environmental understanding, and mindful preservation. Just as overland caravans paused at quiet desert oases to rest their laden camels and shelter delicate spices from abrasive winds and shifting sands, maritime merchants adapted their routines to protect sensitive organic treasures from the damp, salt air of long oceanic passages. The extended voyage across the Atlantic was a quiet study in human patience, where maritime skill aligned with natural sea currents to bridge immense geographic divides. Below decks, the dark storage holds functioned as peaceful vaults, where the fruits of patient agricultural labor rested undisturbed, suspended in time, while wooden hulls glided smoothly across thousands of miles of rolling waves. Every pouch of dye, bale of fine fiber, or chest of aromatic resin carried across the ocean represented months of quiet human dedication, originating in sunlit fields and quiet mountain valleys before being entrusted to mariners navigating by the stars under calm night skies. As these oceanic routes expanded and matured, they bound distant regions of the world into a subtle, interconnected tapestry of commerce, art, and natural knowledge. The quiet arrival of merchant vessels in far-off harbors brought not only physical goods, but also gentle reminders of the vast, quiet world beyond the horizon. In the evening hours, as sea breezes soften and the gentle sway of the ship settles into a peaceful stillness, one can imagine the wooden galleon resting beneath a soft canopy of stars, carrying its quiet cargo and timeless memories across quiet waters into the peaceful stillness of the night. Across the quiet, sun-dappled landscapes of the 16th century, the global exchange of rare materials relied not on hurried industry, but on slow, patient traditions rooted deep within local environments and handed down through generations of careful artisans, far from the bustling harbors where merchant vessels anchored. The journey of one of the world's most precious pigments began in the peaceful highlands of Mesoamerica, where the air was still and the rhythm of daily life moved in harmony with the sun. Here, color was not merely manufactured. It was painstakingly gathered grain by grain from the living landscape. In the 16th century, Zapotec harvesters in the valley of Oaxaca gently brushed dried cochineal insects from nopal cacti with soft turkey feathers, sun-drying the crimson grains on clay tiles before packing them into leather bags for mule transport along the Royal Road to Veracruz. The brilliant red pigment derived from these tiny creatures possessed a richness unmatched by any dye known to European weavers at the time, making it a highly prized treasure in international commerce. As the laden mules made their steady way down from the misty mountain ridges toward the coast, their hooves created a rhythmic click upon the ancient stone paths, echoing through quiet ravines and pine-scented forests. Each leather satchel carried the quiet labor of whole communities who understood the delicate balance of the high-altitude climate and the cacti that nourished the precious insects. The trade routes connecting the interior valleys of Mexico to the Atlantic ports were lined with small resting stations where muleteers paused under the shade of broad trees, allowing their animals to drink from cool mountain streams before continuing their journey toward the sea. From the warm port of Veracruz, wooden galleons received these tightly bound packages, securing them deep within their holds alongside silver and indigo, ready to embark on a long, silent ocean passage across the Atlantic, where the gentle rise and fall of the waves would cradle the red dye on its way to distant European looms. At the very same time, on the opposite side of the planet, another gentle harvest unfolded along the tranquil waterways of the Indian Ocean, where tropical breezes carried the soothing scents of the forest across calm coastal lagoons. Far across the ocean from the highland valleys of Oaxaca, the lush river basins of South Asia offered their own quiet contribution to global trade. Here, the gathering of valuable trade goods was closely tied to the natural rhythms of monsoon rains and forest growth, requiring a delicate touch and intimate knowledge of native flora. Beginning in the 16th century, harvesters along the riverbanks of southwestern Ceylon peeled paper-thin inner bark from wild cinnamon laurels, drying the golden quills under shaded coconut frond shelters until they curled into sweet-smelling rolls destined for the spice markets of Lisbon. The work was conducted with quiet reverence for the trees, as gatherers carefully made precise longitudinal incisions along the tender branches, lifting the fragrant bark without harming the core of the plant. Under the canopy of woven palm leaves, the humid air filled with a warm aroma as moisture evaporated from the curling spice. Once properly seasoned and dry, these slender golden rolls were carefully wrapped in woven matting or packed into stout wooden casks designed to protect their precious fragrance from the damp air of the sea. Carried down the meandering rivers on light wooden rafts, the cinnamon reached coastal trading posts where Portuguese caravels lay at anchor in peaceful bays, their tall masts swaying softly in the ocean's swell as merchants inspected the quality of the golden quills. The sweet scent of cinnamon mingled with the salty mist of the sea, signaling the start of another lengthy voyage across the vast expanses of the Indian Ocean, around the stormy capes of southern Africa, and northward toward the sheltered banks of the Tagus River. These parallel currents of commerce, originating in quiet mountain valleys and shaded riverbanks half a world apart, reflected a profound transformation in how distant societies were interconnected through the peaceful movement of goods. Whether moving by mule train along dusty highland roads or by wooden sailing ships gliding across open waters, the commodities of the 16th century bound together remote ecosystems and human livelihoods in a quiet, sprawling web of trade. The painstaking effort involved in gathering cochineal in Mexico and harvesting cinnamon in Ceylon highlighted the tremendous value placed on sensory pleasures, vibrant color, and fragrant spice that could only be produced under specific natural conditions. Sailors and merchants who guided these goods across vast distances spent months under open skies, reading the subtle shifts in wind direction and listening to the rhythmic creaking of timber hulls as their vessels navigated steady ocean currents. Inside the dark, dry holds of these ships, sacks of crimson cochineal and crates of golden cinnamon rested side by side with silk, porcelain, and tea, isolated from the elements, while the stars slowly rotated overhead through long, calm nights at sea. When these trading ships finally reached their destinations in European ports, the goods were unpacked, inspected, and distributed into local markets, carrying with them the quiet story of the lands and hands that had cultivated them. The gentle movement of these precious cargoes helped shape the early modern world, establishing enduring ocean lanes and overland routes that allowed ideas, cultures, and natural wonders to flow gently across the globe. Today, contemplating these ancient journeys offers a soothing reminder of a time when trade moved at the deliberate pace of wind, water, and footsteps, connecting distant shores through the quiet beauty of the natural world. Across the high tablelands of central Anatolia, trade routes stretched like soft threads, connecting the quiet interior steppes with the craft centers and harbors of the Marmara and Aegean seas. Long before steamships and iron rails altered human movement, the geography of this vast peninsula dictated a slower, more deliberate cadence of exchange. High-altitude pastures, swept by cool mountain breezes and bathed in clear sunlight, fostered pastoral communities whose lives were intimately linked with the rhythm of the seasons and the gentle demands of their herds. Here, where rolling hills gave way to broad valleys framed by limestone peaks, trade was not an urgent rush of high-stakes commerce, but a calm breath flowing across the landscape. The overland roads that traversed Anatolia had carried traveler and burden alike for centuries, marked by worn paving stones of ancient highways, quiet stone arches of medieval bridges crossing snow-melt rivers, and the welcoming silhouette of roadside inns standing against the horizon. As morning mist drifted across the high plains, camel trains and mule caravans set forth at a leisurely pace, their wooden saddles laden with goods representing months of patient labor. The quiet flow of raw materials from isolated upland pastures down to urban workshops below formed a vital artery of regional economy, bridging the solitary quiet of high-altitude folds with the refined artistry of urban weavers, dyers, and merchants. The life of the Highland shepherd was tuned to the gentle temperament of their animals and the subtle shifts in the highland climate. High on the elevated steppes surrounding Angora, the unique climate and crisp air nurtured animals renowned for the exceptional quality and luster of their coats. In the 16th century, shepherds on the cool Anatolian plateau gently combed soft white mohair fleece from Angora goats, packing the silky fibers into woven cotton sacks for caravan transport along the central Anatolian road to the textile artisans of Bursa. This meticulous harvest was conducted with immense patience, ensuring that each delicate lock of fleece remained clean, unknotted, and preserved in its natural softness. Once the sacks were firmly bound and balanced across the backs of steady pack animals, the long journey westward would begin. The central Anatolian road wound through gentle river valleys, past quiet villages nestled among orchards, and over low mountain passes where the air smelled of wild thyme and pine needles. The slow, rhythmic swaying of the pack trains created a lulling rhythm that carried travelers safely across days of peaceful travel. Each evening, as shadows lengthened, the caravan would approach a caravanserai, where stone walls offered shelter from cool night winds, and drovers rested alongside their animals under a canopy of bright stars. The journey across the central plateau was a study in stillness, where the quiet transport of soft mohair-bound, remote pastoral highlands to the sophisticated urban markets of the Ottoman realm. At the western terminus of this inland highway lay Bursa, a city nestled gracefully beneath the forested slopes of Mount Uludag, where thermal springs bubbled gently and the sound of flowing water echoed down cobblestone lanes. Renowned as a premier center of textile production, Bursa served as a grand emporium where high-altitude mohair met Persian silk, Syrian dyes, and fine wools in a quiet symphony of trade. Within the cool, vaulted corridors of Bursa's famous bidistans and khans, master artisans received the cotton sacks of raw mohair fleece, undoing the hemp ties to inspect the gleaming strands within. Here, in sunlit workshops filled with the rhythmic click of wooden spindles and the soft thrum of handlooms, workers transformed the raw highland fleece into exquisite yarns and luxurious fabrics. Mohair was prized for its remarkable sheen, light weight, and natural warmth, making it a sought-after material for fine garments and decorative textiles exported across the Mediterranean world. The prosperity of Bursa did not depend on grand merchant houses or speculative fortune, but on the steady, dependable supply of high-quality raw materials brought by caravan from the interior plateaus. This intricate web of trade established an enduring interdependence between the solitary shepherd tending herds on mountain slopes and the urban weaver working in the shade of Bursa's great mosques, demonstrating how overland trade routes flourished through mutual care, craftsmanship, and a shared commitment to patience. As twilight descended upon the Anatolian peninsula, the vast networks of roads and mountain paths fell into a profound and restful quiet. Along the trade routes connecting central plateaus to coastal cities, the daily movement of caravan trails faded into the cool night air. Inside the courtyard of a countryside caravanserai, lanterns flickered softly against dark stone pillars, casting warm glows across resting drovers and tethered pack animals. The heavy cotton sacks of mohair, stacked neatly beside wooden pack saddles, rested in the quiet darkness, awaiting the dawn when the journey toward the Marmara coast would resume. Outside the thick stone enclosure, the winds of the Anatolian plateau swept softly over empty hillsides, rustling through dry grasses where herds had grazed under the afternoon sun. Across centuries of human history, trade routes like these were defined not by speed or frantic expansion, but by the steady, harmonious movement of people, animals, and raw materials flowing across natural landscapes. The patient gathering of mohair fleece, its gentle transportation across ancient roads, and its transformation into fine cloth in the workshops of Bursa reflected a world moving in harmony with the seasons and the land. Beneath the silver glow of the moon, the quiet plateau rested, holding in its silence the memory of countless journeys, gentle hands, and the enduring peacefulness of the open road. As the quiet warmth of late afternoon settled across the fertile alluvial plains of western India during the early modern era, the ancient rhythms of agricultural commerce moved at a peaceful, measured pace. In the sun-drenched countryside surrounding the historic city of Ahmedabad, vast fields of indigo plants flourished under the steady tropical sunlight, their delicate green leaves holding the secret to one of the most precious and enduring natural dyes. For generations, local agriculturalists and skilled craftspeople had perfected the patient art of transforming these harvested crops into concentrated, highly portable blocks of intense pigment. The fertile soil along the Sabarmati River Valley provided ideal conditions for the cultivation of Indigofera tinctoria, a hardy shrub whose foliage was gathered during dry morning hours while fresh with dew. Once the cut leaves were steeped in large outdoor masonry vats filled with clear river water, the mixture was gently stirred by hand to encourage natural fermentation, allowing the insoluble indigo precipitate to gradually separate and gather at the bottom of the vessel. This dark, clay-like sediment was subsequently strained through fine woven cloth, drained of remaining moisture, and allowed to rest undisturbed until it reached a smooth, workable consistency. The entire process was guided by natural elements: the gentle heat of the daytime sun, the purity of local water sources, and the seasonal breezes, requiring no hurried labor, but rather the quiet, observant expertise of artisans who understood the subtle shifts in color, scent, and texture across the peaceful rural landscapes of Gujarat. Entire villages operated in steady harmony with these traditional methods, where the slow evaporation of moisture from the dye vats mirrored the unhurried movement of time itself. As night fell over the open countryside, the finished dye lay resting in cool shadow, ready for the next stage of its long journey across land and sea, carrying the deep blue hue of Indian soil to far-off markets, royal courts, and coastal trading ports around the world. When the moist indigo paste achieved its optimal consistency, the essential work of shaping, drying, and packing the dye began, demanding extraordinary care so that the precious commodity could withstand long months of overland transport. In the 16th century, dyers in Sarkhej near Ahmedabad pressed deep blue indigo paste into small round cakes, sun-drying them on stone terraces before packing the dark blocks into thick canvas bags lined with dried teak leaves for camel transport across Gujarat to the port of Surat. The clever addition of dried teak leaves provided a protective, moisture-resistant barrier that cushioned the brittle indigo cakes, preventing them from crumbling into dust under the constant movement of travel. Teak leaves, harvested from the nearby forests of the Western Ghats, possessed natural oils that resisted humidity while keeping insect pests away during long treks across arid plains. At daybreak, as light soft as gold bathed the stone courtyards of Sarkej, camel drivers prepared their caravans with methodical calm, securing heavy canvas sacks across sturdy wooden pack saddles. Long lines of camels stepped out quietly onto sandy trails that wound past peaceful villages, shaded stepwells, and wide fields of swaying grain. These stepwells, intricate subterranean sanctuaries carved from cool sandstone, offered refreshing water and brief rest to weary travelers along the trade route. The gentle, rhythmic tinkling of camel bells chimed softly across the tranquil landscape, echoing the steady pace of the pack animals as they navigated the dry, open terrain. Drivers rested their herds beneath the broad umbrellas of banyan trees during the intense heat of noon, continuing their journey as the late afternoon shadows lengthened over the road. Every day of travel formed an essential link between rural craft workshops and global trade lanes, ensuring that the remarkable pigment retained its quality, form, and intense color throughout its long transit toward the bustling coast. Upon reaching Surat, the great maritime center nestled near the mouth of the Tapi River, the inland caravan route seamlessly met the grand oceanic highways of the Indian Ocean. Surat was a cosmopolitan hub where merchants, sailors, and brokers from Arabia, Persia, East Africa, and Europe convened to exchange goods of extraordinary variety. Inside the tranquil, cool brick warehouses lining the harbor front, trade agents unsealed the canvas sacks from Sarkej, inspecting the round cakes of indigo for their distinctive copper blue sheen and deep purity. Once verified, the dark blocks were repacked into sturdy wooden crates lined with pitch and loaded into the dry holds of ocean-going vessels. Elegant dhows with slanted lateen sails rested side by side with large European merchant ships, their timber hulls swaying gently with the rhythmic motion of the harbor tides. When the seasonal monsoon winds turned, signaling the onset of favorable sailing weather, captains untied their moorings and navigated out into the Gulf of Combat, embarking on vast journeys across the Arabian Sea toward the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, and distant western ports. The indigo cultivated and harvested in the quiet villages of Gujarat would soon transform fabrics in far-flung textile centers, coloring luxurious robes, tapestries, and garments across distant continents. The intricate commerce connecting rural cultivators, caravan drivers, and ocean navigators created an enduring chain of human effort that spanned vast distances without losing its peaceful, essential harmony. As night enveloped the harbor of Surat, the evening air turned still and cool, filled with the faint aromas of sea brine, teak wood, and fragrant spices. Lanterns flickered softly atop ship masts, casting long, shimmering trails of light upon the dark water, while the ocean currents whispered their peaceful, timeless refrain against the sleeping shore. Across the warm, sunlit stretches of the eastern archipelagos. Maritime trade routes historically drifted like quiet currents between tropical islands, connecting remote groves to distant harbors through the steady rhythm of wind and sea. In the quiet solitude of the Banda Sea, small islands carved from ancient earth rose quietly out of deep blue waters, cradled by gentle ocean swells and shaded by thick green canopies of fragrant trees. Here, long before modern navigation transformed the oceans, the harvest of rare aromatics followed the patient turn of the seasons, untouched by urgency or haste. In the 16th century, harvesters on the volcanic island of Nera in the Banda archipelago plucked ripe nutmeg fruits with jointed bamboo poles, drying the lacy scarlet mace on woven rattan screens until it turned golden orange before packing the aromatic spices into banana leaf-lined teak chests for junk passage to Malacca. The journey across these tropical waters was guided by the predictable shift of the monsoon winds, which filled the woven sails of merchant vessels with steady, forgiving breezes. As the ships glided through narrow straits, the scent of dried mace and nutmeg lingered softly in the wooden holds, carrying a subtle aroma across thousands of nautical miles. Mariners observed the changing colors of the water and the flight of seabirds, navigating by stars when the ocean mirror reflected the celestial vault above. In this peaceful rhythm, the sea was a tranquil highway, carrying the natural wealth of volcanic soil across quiet channels where island life moved in harmony with the tides. As these maritime lanes unfolded west toward the Strait of Malacca, they formed part of an intricate web of oceanic trade, where merchants from diverse shores met under peaceful conditions to exchange the yield of distant lands. The wooden hulls of traditional junks and dhows rested side by side along calm harbor waters, their tall masts swaying gently in unison as soft coastal breezes swept in from the open sea. Spice trade in this era depended on a profound understanding of natural systems, where sailors waited patiently in port towns for months at a time, allowing the Earth's seasonal cycles to dictate the precise timing of their voyages. The storerooms of Malacca, filled with aromatic woods, dried spices, silk threads, and hand-woven textiles, creating a peaceful crossroads of culture and quiet commerce. Here, trade was anchored in traditional craft and physical care, each bundle of spices inspected by hand, wrapped in woven mats, and secured against the damp salt air with natural leaves and protective resins. The stillness of the harbor at dusk, with soft oil lamps flickering from anchored decks, reflected the slow tempo of ancient sea lanes. Every voyage represented months of quiet endurance, where human patience matched the immense scale of the surrounding waters. Vessels moving between spice islands and mainland ports traveled with generationally tested knowledge, trusting the steady flow of warm currents and the reliable return of seasonal winds to carry their delicate cargoes safely to shore. Far to the north of these island archipelagos, Inland waterways connected mountain valleys to coastal markets, creating riverine trade routes that were just as vital as the open ocean lanes. In the quiet interior highlands, where cool morning fog lingered over dense forests and rocky slopes, local communities lived in close harmony with the mountain ecosystems that produced sought-after botanicals. In the 16th century, mountain gatherers in the misty hills of Guangxi harvested star-shaped anise pods, drying the reddish-brown fruits over low charcoal fires until they exhaled a warm licorice aroma before packing the sun-cured stars into bamboo baskets, cushioned with dry mulberry leaves for barge passage down the Pearl River to Guangzhou. The journey along the Pearl River was slow and meditative, as shallow draft wooden barges drifted downstream past bamboo groves, terraced fields, and quiet riverside villages. The steady lap of river water against wooden hulls created a rhythmic soundtrack for the barge crews, who used long oars and bamboo poles to guide their craft through gentle bends in the watercourse. As the river widened toward the delta, mountain air gave way to the softer, salt-tinged breeze of the sea, signaling the convergence of freshwater trade routes with the vast ocean lanes of the South China Sea. Where the river finally met the sea at Guangzhou, the mountain-harvested spices joined the ocean-borne cargoes coming from the southern archipelagos, creating a vast synthesis of land and sea trade routes. The convergence of these diverse goods in coastal ports illustrated how deeply human communities were tied to regional geography and natural harvest cycles. Whether gathering nutmeg on small volcanic islands or drying star anise in misty highland clearings, people across distant regions shared common methods of careful preservation, relying on natural materials like rattan, bamboo, mulberry leaves, and teak to protect their precious harvests during transit. The spices that traveled along these historical routes carried more than just flavor and scent. They embodied the quiet labor of gatherers, the craft of shipbuilders, and the peaceful navigation of mariners across calm waters. At night, as coastal harbors grew quiet and stars appeared above the ocean horizon, resting vessels rocked gently in their berths, their holds filled with the aromatic wealth of earth and forest. The long, peaceful journeys of these merchants, caravans, and ocean lanes remind us of a time when trade moved at the gentle speed of the wind and current, leaving a quiet legacy of connection written across the waters of the world. High upon the sunlit plateaus of Gansu, where the eastern reaches of the Silk Road touched the edge of alpine meadows, the morning wind moved with a quiet, measured patience across the high country. In this remote land of cool air and thin sunlight, wild medicinal plants took root deep within the dark, stony soil, growing slowly through quiet seasons until their roots held the rich essence of the mountain earth. Here, far above the lowland towns, life followed the subtle rhythms of weather, terrain, and trade. Travelers and local harvesters alike understood the gentle value of what the earth offered, moving through the valleys with a soft reverence for the landscape. Long before caravans set out toward distant horizons, work began upon these elevated pastures, where the air carried the sharp, clean fragrance of wild herbs. The high plateaus formed a natural gateway between East Asia and the vast interior networks of Central Asia, serving as both a source of prized botanicals and a crucial point of departure for goods bound for distant markets. In the cool morning hours, workers gathered along the slopes, unhurried in their labor, carefully lifting the heavy roots of medicinal rhubarb from the earth, ensuring each harvest was conducted with meticulous care, so that the natural properties of the plant would remain undisturbed. The stillness of the mountains provided a peaceful backdrop to this seasonal work, where every gesture was shaped by centuries of traditional knowledge. As the sun rose higher, casting soft shadows across the rolling hills, the gathered roots were brought together in open clearings where the alpine breeze blew steadily, creating ideal conditions for preservation. The preservation of these botanical treasures required patience and precise craft, transforming fresh roots into durable trade goods capable of enduring months of travel across arid deserts and rocky mountain passes. In the 16th century, harvesters on the high plateaus of Gansu sliced dense yellow roots into discs, threading them onto horsehair cords to dry in the mountain breeze, before wrapping them in waxed cloth for camel transport along the northern Silk Road to Samarkand. This simple yet effective method allowed the moisture to evaporate gradually in the high-altitude air without damaging the root's delicate medicinal qualities. Strung up between wooden poles, the yellow discs swayed gently in the wind, turning a pale golden hue as they cured under the clear blue sky. The horsehair cords, strong and impervious to decay, held the heavy pieces securely while allowing air to circulate freely around every surface. Once thoroughly dry, the disc-shaped roots were carefully bound into compact bundles, which were then enclosed in layers of stout, waxed cloth designed to seal out moisture, sand, and ambient humidity during the long trek. This careful packaging ensured that when the roots eventually reached distant apothecaries thousands of leagues away, they would retain the full strength of their native soil. The preparation of rhubarb was one example of the intricate, quiet crafts that sustained the long-distance trade networks of Eurasia, where natural products were transformed through thoughtful labor into precious commodities capable of bridging vast geographical divides. Once secured within their protective coverings, the packaged roots were loaded onto two-humped Bactrian camels, whose steady, rhythmic pace was perfectly suited for the terrain of the northern Silk Road. The caravans moved with an unhurried grace, setting out early in the day as the first light bathed the mountain peaks in soft shades of amber. The quiet clinking of wooden pack saddles and the low, resonant chiming of camel bells created a soothing soundtrack that echoed through the mountain valleys. Traveling westward, the trail wound down from the Gansu heights into lower desert corridors, passing through ancient oasis settlements where cool springs fed groves of poplars and willow trees. At each resting place, merchants checked the bindings of their loads, ensuring that the waxed bundles remained dry and intact despite the shifting temperatures of the desert day and night. Day after day, the caravan traversed landscapes of quiet splendor, where vast skies stretched uninterrupted over gravel flats, rolling dunes, and distant snow-capped ranges. As evening approached, the caravan would make camp near a water source or inside the sheltering walls of a caravanserai, where travelers shared simple meals before settling down to rest beneath a brilliant canopy of stars. Across weeks and months of steady movement, the path led toward the famous trading hubs of Central Asia, where trade routes from many regions converged. Central to this network was the great oasis city of Samarkand, whose turquoise-tiled domes served as a primary destination for goods originating on the high plateaus of Gansu. Here, in the quiet shade of apothecary shops, the waxed parcels were finally unsealed, revealing the yellow rhubarb discs preserved just as they had been when hung to dry in the mountain breezes. Merchants and scholars gathered to inspect the cargo, recognizing the distinct quality of the roots brought across the mountains by camel. From Samarkand, portions of the harvest would continue even further westward, traveling along secondary trade lanes to Persia, the Levant, and Europe, where the plant was held in high esteem. Throughout its vast journey across continents, the commodity remained connected to the quiet plateau where it had grown and the gentle winds that had cured it. The long, peaceful trail of the Silk Road was built upon millions of such quiet preparations, connecting distant communities through a shared appreciation for the earth's natural gifts. As night fell, the caravans rested in quiet stillness, ready to continue their gentle journey with the dawn. Along the high mountain passes that spanned the European continent in the early modern era, trade moved with a quiet, measured patience that mirrored the changing of the seasons. Long before swift modern transport altered the rhythm of global commerce, goods traversed the jagged spine of the Alps along narrow bridleways and ancient stone paths carved through granite valleys. Across these high-altitude networks, merchants and pack train drivers, known as vetturini, guided strings of sturdy mules burdened with the natural bounty of southern climes. The trade between the Italian peninsula and the bustling urban centers of Central Europe was defined not merely by heavy metals, rich textiles, or precious timber, but by a delicate array of botanical treasures, spices, and aromatic roots prized for their medicinal and olfactory qualities. As the dawn mist lifted off the valleys, the soft, rhythmic clatter of iron shoes against slate and the intermittent chime of mule bells echoed gently off the mountain walls, creating a tranquil cadence that carried across alpine meadows. These high-altitude corridors provided a vital land bridge, connecting the sun-drenched terraced hillsides of Tuscany to the grand banking houses and apothecary halls of the Holy Roman Empire. Every crate and sack carried across the mountain divides represented months or years of patient labor in rural fields where traditional farming practices were intimately bound to the global web of exchange. In this quiet world of overland transit, distance was measured in leagues walked per day, and value was deeply intertwined with the care taken during harvest and preservation. In the 16th century, this gentle intersection of rural agriculture and long-distance trade was vividly embodied in the sunlit hills of Chianti, where local farming families cultivated the white iris. The delicate white blooms, shimmering beneath the warm Mediterranean sky, harbored beneath the soil a thick, pale rhizome that contained an extraordinary, latent aromatic property. Harvested during the late summer heat, farmers carefully peeled the outer skin of the pale rhizomes and allowed them to dry slowly for 3 full years in shaded, well-ventilated storerooms until the hardened pieces developed a delicate violet fragrance. Once fully cured, these aromatic roots were packed into sturdy linen sacks and loaded onto the backs of pack animals for mule transport across the steep alpine passes to the apothecaries of Augsburg. The journey across the high mountains required steady footwork and deep familiarity with the mountain terrain, as drivers navigated narrow ledges, rushing mountain streams, and cool pine forests. Each pack animal carried a carefully balanced load across high alpine passes, such as the Brenner or the Rechen, stepping patiently along ancient routes that had welcomed merchants and travelers since antiquity. As the mule trains descended from the chilly heights of the Alps into the fertile valleys of southern Germany, they entered a landscape shaped by powerful merchant guilds and thriving urban trade houses. Augsburg stood as one of the paramount trading hubs of the region, positioned strategically along ancient trade routes that linked northern Europe to Venice and the broader Mediterranean world. Within the timbered buildings and stone arcades of Augsburg, apothecaries held a prestigious place in municipal life, serving as centers of medicine, science, and sensory craftsmanship. Upon arrival at these urban workshops, the linen sacks of Tuscan iris root were unloaded with great care into dry, quiet storerooms filled with polished wooden drawers and glazed earthenware jars. Master apothecaries relied on these dried rhizomes not only for their gentle medicinal applications in soothing syrups and poultices, but also as an invaluable fixative in perfumery, capable of preserving and anchoring volatile floral essences for many years. In the quiet atmosphere of the apothecary shop, the hard roots were ground using heavy brass mortars into a pale, silky powder that released its soft violet scent into the surrounding air. This fragrant dust was subsequently blended into scented soaps, pomanders, face powders, and sachet bags used by wealthy households throughout Central Europe to bring a touch of warm Tuscan sweetness into indoor spaces during long, cold winter months. The movement of the humble iris root across hundreds of miles of mountain terrain highlights the profound interconnectedness of early modern commerce, where rural agricultural traditions fed directly into complex international supply chains. A farmer tending soil in a quiet Italian valley worked with the knowledge that the fruits of their labor would travel far beyond the visible horizon, carried by beasts of burden through high mountain passes into distant cities they would likely never see. This slow-moving web of trade did not rely on rapid speed or dramatic volume, but rather on a deep, shared trust in the quality of raw materials and the reliability of traditional transport networks. As night fell over the mountain trails, muleteers would halt their caravans at quiet alpine way stations, tethering their animals under a vast canopy of mountain stars, while the cool night wind whispered gently through the surrounding pines. In the peaceful silence of the high elevation, the heavy linen packs rested quietly on wooden racks, waiting for the morning light to resume their slow onward journey. Through such quiet journeys, repeated decade after decade, the world was woven together not by sudden disruption, but by the steady, soothing pulse of footsteps upon the earth. Across the vast and gently rustling expanses of Eastern Europe and Eurasia, where deep, ancient forests of pine, oak, and silver birch yield softly to broad, low-lying river valleys, historical trade moved not with the hurried speed of modern transit, but at the calm, measured pace of water currents, shifting river winds, and steady wooden oars. For many centuries, the mighty Volga River served as a serene, silver highway, carrying the lifeblood of inland commerce through quiet, untroubled waters from the cool northern lakes down toward the broad, shimmering horizon of the Caspian Sea. Along these slow-moving waterways, small wooden barges and shallow draft river vessels glided peacefully through early morning mists, their holds carefully loaded with the varied, natural treasures of forest, meadow, and stream. Here, the trade routes were defined entirely by the restful rhythm of the natural seasons, the spring thaws opening the icy passages after long, quiet winters, the high summer sun casting a warm, golden glow upon the ripples of the delta, and the tranquil autumn evenings when the water turned dark, and still beneath wide skies filled with migrating waterfowl. Merchants and boatmen who navigated these inland lanes understood that speed was far less important than patience and care. For many of the goods carried upon the river were remarkably delicate, requiring soft handling and weeks of quiet, attentive travel. Heavy pine timbers, sweet honey, soft animal furs, and finely spun flax drifted gently downstream with the current, while precious salts, aromatic spices, and rare artisan materials journeyed slowly northward against the mild waters, creating a quiet, and harmonious web of exchange that connected distant woodland communities across thousands of miles of winding riverbanks. In the 16th century, along the shallow, sunlit delta, where the Volga spreads its many quiet channels into the northern reaches of the Caspian Sea, local fishing communities practiced a specialized, delicate harvest handed down through generations of river dwellers. During the serene warmth of late spring and early summer, fishermen along the calm delta of the Volga River harvested translucent swim bladders from beluga sturgeon, sun-drying the collagen membranes into pale ribbons of isinglass before wrapping them in soft linen for river transport to the manuscript binders of Novgorod. This remarkable substance, exceptionally clear, flexible, and pure, was held in high regard by scribes, bookbinders, and manuscript artisans living hundreds of leagues to the north, who depended upon its unmatched clarity and gentle adhesive properties to preserve delicate parchment leaves, repair aged vellum, and affix brilliant gold leaf to illuminated devotional texts. Once safely wrapped in protective linen to shield the dried collagen from moisture and dust, the pale ribbons were stowed carefully in the dry, shaded holds of river craft, beginning a long and peaceful voyage upstream against the mild river current. Day after day, the riverboats drifted smoothly past quiet banks lined with drooping willows, tall reeds, and open meadows where wild horses grazed peacefully in the warm afternoon sun. The journey of the isinglass exemplified the quiet beauty of northern waterborne trade, a slow, thoughtful gathering of a natural resource from a warm, sunlit delta to nourish the quiet, scholarly crafts of distant monastic scriptoriums and urban workshops without disrupting the calm balance of the surrounding wilderness. As the river craft navigated the intricate network of tributaries, woodland portages, and wide lakes that linked the Volga basin to the northern river systems, they moved through a landscape where human trade felt completely integrated with the natural environment. The portages themselves were places of deep, quiet stillness, where boats were slid gently over wooden rollers smoothed by years of continuous use, passing through shaded pine forests fragrant with damp earth, fallen leaves, and fresh resin. Upon arriving in Novgorod, a celebrated trading center settled amidst a network of calm waterways and fertile lowlands. These riverborne goods were unloaded into quiet workshops that smelled pleasantly of beeswax, dried herbs, pressed flaxseed oil, and aged vellum. Craftsmen carefully soaked and warmed the translucent ribbons of isinglass, converting them into a pristine, invisible adhesive binder that held precious leaves of calfskin parchment securely together for generations and allowed vibrant mineral pigments and gold leaf to adhere smoothly to animal skins. Every bound manuscript produced in those quiet rooms carried within its structure an invisible connection to the distant Volga Delta, a quiet record of the sun that dried the collagen, the linen that protected it during its journey, and the peaceful river voyage that brought it safely across the vast expanse of the land. In the late evening hours, as work in the scriptoriums ended and the city settled into sleep, the river routes outside continued their quiet, timeless flow beneath a broad sky filled with stars. The waters moved softly past wooden docks and sleeping riverboats, carrying away the noise of the day and leaving only the gentle murmur of ripples against the shore. Merchants, boatmen, and craftsmen rested peacefully in their wooden homes, knowing that the goods moving across these ancient water lanes, from the pale isinglass of the Caspian Delta to the amber and firs of the northern forests, were part of an enduring, tranquil rhythm that connected distant communities without haste or friction. As midnight descended over the vast river networks, the tranquil waters reflected the silver light of the moon, winding silently through the sleeping country, offering quiet rest to the travelers, the long rivers, and the peaceful, ancient pathways of trade that spanned the serene world. In the quiet expanse of the northern hemisphere, where dense evergreen forests meet the cool, calm waters of Scandinavia, trade moved at the gentle pace of falling leaves, swaying pines, and drifting mist. Here, deep within the pine-scented wilderness, the heavy timber of northern forests held a vital natural commodity that would protect seagoing ships across distant oceans for generations. In the 17th century, foresters along the mist-shrouded shores of the Gulf of Bothnia distilled sweet pine tar from burning resinous stumps in earthen kilns, sealing the dark liquid into oak casks to float down calm rivers to Stockholm for shipbuilding. The craft was patient and deeply rhythmic, performed under overcast skies where the comforting scent of pine needles, damp moss, smoldering earth, and rich wood resin filled the crisp autumn air. Great mounds of turf and sod were carefully built over densely stacked pine roots, allowing a low, oxygen-starved heat to slowly draw out the dark, aromatic tar that collected softly in wooden troughs at the base of the mound. Once gathered into sturdy oak barrels, these heavy casks were lowered onto flat-bottomed river barges or bound together into long wooden rafts, floating down slow-moving currents toward the sea. Gliding past silent, forest-lined riverbanks where birches dipped their pale branches into clear water, the casks traveled gently downstream to the harbor of Stockholm. Along the waterfront docks, shipwrights brushed the warm tar onto pine hulls, oak planks, and heavy hemp rigging, forming an indispensable barrier against salt water, decay, and wood-boring worms. In this tranquil manner, the quiet labor of remote northern foresters became a foundational element of global maritime trade, providing the protective pitch that kept great wooden vessels sailing safely across tempestuous seas, far beyond their quiet Scandinavian origins. Far to the south, where warm breezes drift across open savannas and dry woodlands, another natural resin followed a similarly serene river path to join the broader highways of international trade. Along the expansive reaches of West Africa, where dry desert winds sweep gently through groves of thorny trees, the river valley offered a calm and natural corridor for moving valuable plant harvests down to the coast. Starting in the 17th century, gatherers along the Senegal River collected golden tears of gum arabic from wild acacia trees, sun-drying the clear resin on woven grass mats before packing it into linen sacks for a calm river voyage to the coastal port of St. Louis. During the dry months of the year, when the acacia bark naturally cracked under the warm African sun, translucent amber droplets seeped slowly from the trunks to heal the tree's outer layer, hardening into small, glistening spheres in the dry air. Local gatherers walked peacefully through the wild groves, carefully handpicking the smooth golden tears and placing them into light, woven grass baskets. Spread across mats under the wide open sky, the harvested resin cured thoroughly in the sun, turning crystal clear, hard, and resistant to humidity before being carefully weighed and sewn into durable linen sacks. These sacks were then gently loaded onto shallow wooden riverboats that drifted downstream with the river's steady current, floating smoothly past sunlit banks lined with tall green reeds, resting river birds, and quiet, sleeping villages. At the island port of St. Louis, where the Senegal River meets the Atlantic Ocean, merchant sailing ships waited to receive the precious cargo, bound for European ports, where gum arabic was essential for fixing vibrant colors in printed cotton textiles, binding water-based inks for manuscripts, and stabilizing delicate medicinal preparations. Through this gentle riverine journey, the quiet harvest of wild African trees flowed seamlessly into global commerce, enriching artistic, literary, and industrial traditions across distant lands. Though separated by thousands of miles, cold northern mist, and sun-drenched savannas, these historical trades in natural tree resins illustrate how early modern global commerce relied upon quiet, local ecosystems and peaceful inland waterways. Long before modern engines or paved roads altered the pace of transport, river currents served as gentle, quiet arteries carrying raw materials from remote forests and desert scrublands out to the vast ocean lanes of global commerce. In both the pine forests of Bothnia and the acacia groves of the Senegal, human communities aligned their work with the patient rhythm of the seasons. Whether watching pine stumps slowly yield their sweet tar in low-burning earthen kilns, or waiting for acacia bark to produce glistening golden tears under dry summer winds, the oak casks floating steadily toward Stockholm, and the linen sacks drifting down toward St. Louis. Both represented a deep, harmonious connection between rural gatherers, inland watercraft, and overseas merchants. Once transferred onto ocean vessels, these natural substances quietly supported the expansion of global trade networks and human creativity across the globe. Pine tar preserved wooden hulls and hemp riggings so that ships could endure long voyages across ocean lanes, while gum arabic bound the inks on maritime charts and stabilized the colorful dyes that brightened fabrics traded across continents. In this interconnected world, the steady, quiet labor along distant riverbanks sustained the great network of global commerce without noise, hurry, or commotion. As twilight deepens and night settles over land and water, the story of these forest and savanna resins invites a tranquil rest, recalling an era when the trade of the world moved to the slow, soothing rhythm of drifting rivers and soft ocean tides. As twilight fell across the northern reaches of the Japanese archipelago during the quiet decades of the Edo period, a steady network of coastal trade routes breathed life into the waters of the Sea of Japan. These maritime pathways, winding alongside the coastline from the cold northern shores down toward the gentle inner seas of the south, moved to a rhythm dictated entirely by the seasonal winds and tides. Long before modern highways or steamships altered the pace of travel, coastal communities depended upon wooden cargo vessels that glided silently across the dark ocean surface, carrying regional harvests, artisanal wares, and the humble essentials of daily life. The sea was not viewed as a barrier, but rather as a vast, smooth highway where heavy goods could drift with minimal friction, wrapped in the cool embrace of offshore breezes. Night after night, as sailors watched the stars climb above the quiet outline of the coast, these journeys unfolded with a measured patience. There was no urgency in their movement. Instead, the ships traveled in deep harmony with nature, resting in tranquil bays when the weather turned rough, and setting sail once more when the dawn brought favorable currents. Across hundreds of nautical miles, this coastal circuit tied distant provinces together in a soft web of economic and cultural exchange, ensuring that the fruits of northern waters and the craftsmanship of southern workshops could be shared in quiet abundance across the island realm. Among the most precious cargoes carried upon these northern sea lanes was the dark, nutrient-rich kelp harvested from the pristine, icy waters surrounding the island of Hokkaido. Known locally as kombu, these long, glistening fronds were pulled gently from the seabed by coastal families, who laid them out to dry upon stony beaches under the pale sunlight, until the salt air had cured them into firm, preserved ribbons. Once dried, the kelp was carefully gathered and loaded into the cavernous hulls of heavy wooden merchant vessels designed specifically to withstand the rolling swells of the Sea of Japan. Starting in the 18th century, Japanese Kitamibune merchant ships transported thick ribbons of kombu kelp from Hokkaido along the Sea of Japan, stacking the dried sea tangle inside cool cedar holds where the ocean air slowly aged the leaves on their way to Osaka. Deep within the darkened holds of these ships, a remarkable transformation took place over the course of the long voyage. The aromatic cedar planks combined with the gentle humidity of the sea breeze filtering through the timber, allowed the sea tangle to mature slowly, mellowing its sharp ocean scent into a subtle, savory richness. Far from being a simple transit, the journey itself acted as a crucial stage of culinary refinement, turning raw marine flora into a cherished ingredient, while the ship rocked rhythmically beneath a blanket of twilight stars. As the Kidamibune made their slow progress southward, they paused at numerous coastal ports, tucked into sheltered coves along the Hokuriku region, creating a chain of quiet trade stops that energized local communities along the way. At each harbor, small wooden skiffs would row out to meet the anchored ships in the calm waters of the bay, exchanging local specialties in a soft, low-spoken dance of commerce. The merchant captains did not merely act as transporters working for a single patron. They operated as independent traders, purchasing goods at low prices in one port and selling them at the next, carrying everything from regional sake, salt, and soy sauce to refined pottery, textiles, and dried fish. Under the starry canopy of night, sailors guided their vessels using known coastal landmarks, watching for the soft glow of village fires that served as quiet beacons along the shore. Lanterns flickered gently on the decks as cargo was moved by hand under the moonlight, the scent of fresh pine timber mixing with the aroma of dried herbs and fermenting grains. This decentralized pattern of trade allowed small fishing villages to access distant markets and brought a quiet prosperity to coastal towns that had long been isolated by rugged mountain ranges. The steady passage of these vessels created a living current of shared tradition, where recipes, regional crafts, and news traveled as smoothly as the sea currents, lulling the coastal world into a shared rhythm of peaceful interconnectedness. Eventually, after traversing the narrow straits of Shimonoseki and turning east into the tranquil, mirror-like waters of the Seto Inland Sea, the merchant ships arrived at their final destination, the thriving port city of Osaka. Often called the kitchen of the realm, Osaka was crisscrossed by an intricate network of slow-moving canals and rivers, where wooden barges waited to receive incoming freight. Here, the aged kombu kelp was carefully unloaded onto stone quays, its rich umami profile ready to form the foundation of dashi broths that would nourish generations of city dwellers. The arrival of each Kidamibune marked the completion of a long, peaceful pilgrimage across the sea, a testament to the skill of navigators who relied on wind, stars, and deep experience to link the far corners of the land. These calm, enduring trade routes left an indelible mark on the culture and spirit of the islands, quietly stitching together sea, land, and people. As the setting sun cast a warm golden glow across the quiet canals, the merchant vessels rested at anchor, their timber hulls creaking softly against the tide, while seagulls rested upon their tall wooden masts. In the quiet stillness of dusk, the ocean lanes lay calm and silent, waiting for the turning of the season when the winds would shift once more, calling the gentle traders back toward the cool waters of the north. Consider the vast and tranquil network of northern Asian overland trails that linked coastal valleys, dense pine forests, and quiet mountain villages across centuries of gentle commerce. Long before mechanized transportation transformed the global landscape, the movement of goods across East Asia relied upon an intimate understanding of nature's subtle rhythms and the steady, unhurried cadence of human feet. Merchants and porters traveled not with urgent haste, but according to the slow turning of the seasons, waiting patiently for winter river ice to thaw, or for autumn mists to clear from high mountain passes. Along these winding corridors, trade was an art of preservation and delicate handling, where rare herbs, fragrant teas, and finely woven textiles were safeguarded against the elements, using natural materials gathered directly from the surrounding woods and riverbanks. Every bundle carried along these quiet northern routes bore the memory of the landscape from which it emerged, drifting softly through peaceful border posts and sleepy hamlets tucked into verdant river bends. As dawn broke over the eastern ridges, the morning air was filled only with the soft rustle of leaves, the rhythmic tread of straw sandals on damp earth, and the distant melody of flowing streams. The small caravans moved as an integral part of the surrounding countryside itself, mirroring the slow, deliberate pace of the natural world, allowing travelers to breathe deeply and observe the gradual shift from misty coastal woodlands to high alpine meadows. Among these historical pathways, the route connecting the Korean peninsula to the vast northern plains of China held a special place, defined by its tranquil scenery and the high value of its gentle botanical treasures. In the 18th century, traders along the Korean overland route wrapped wild mountain, ginseng roots from Kaesong in damp river moss and soft mulberry paper, preserving their delicate earthy aroma during a quiet 2-week journey across the Yalu River to the apothecary shops of Beijing. Gatherers working in the cool, shaded hillsides surrounding Kaesong would seek out these ancient roots beneath dense canopies of oak and pine, handling each gnarled form with profound reverence before insulating them within their protective natural wrappings. The damp moss retained the pure moisture of forest streams, while the fibrous mulberry paper cushioned the fragile root fibers against the subtle vibrations of the trail. As the small merchant parties set out across the rolling hills of the Northern Territory, their daily progress was measured not in miles, but in the quiet unfolding of light across the landscape, from the silver fogs of dawn to the golden twilight resting upon quiet riverbanks. When crossing the wide, glassy expanse of the Yalu River, the boats moved smoothly under pale blue skies, guided by the rhythmic splash of wooden oars against cold water. Each evening, as small campfires flickered softly under starry skies, the carefully wrapped roots rested securely inside woven baskets and leather packs, unhurried by time, keeping safe the deep, woodsy essence of their mountain home, until they reached the grand, peaceful avenues of the imperial capital. Upon arriving in Beijing, the long overland journey concluded not with chaotic noise or hurried transactions, but with the quiet dignity of traditional apothecary craft. Inside the dimly lit sanctuaries of the city's medicine shops, where tall wooden cabinets featuring hundreds of neatly labeled drawers lined the fragrant walls, the arrival of these preserved mountain roots was greeted with silent appreciation. The master apothecaries would gently unwind the soft mulberry paper and peel back the cool, damp river moss, revealing roots that remained as moist and vibrant as the hour they were harvested from the shaded slopes of Kaesong. The rich, earthy scent of damp soil and mountain pine would fill the peaceful room, blending seamlessly with the subtle aromas of dried citrus peel, star anise, sweet licorice, and toasted roots stored in polished porcelain jars. Here, within the cool shadow of traditional courtyard architecture, the long journey across rivers and ridges reached its peaceful fulfillment. The roots were weighed on delicate brass scales with precise, mindful movements, destined to bring balance, restorative warmth, and gentle comfort to those in need. This quiet exchange between gatherer, trader, and apothecary reflected an ancient and noble ethos wherein trade was not merely a matter of economic value, but a harmonious extension of nature's quiet healing gifts shared thoughtfully across distant borders. Reflecting upon these historic overland journeys offers a soothing reminder of how human connection across great distances once depended on deep patience, gentle care, and an unwavering harmony with the natural environment. These ancient trade routes were not rigid channels built to conquer geography, but soft, enduring threads woven into the living tapestry of the earth, connecting distant communities through quiet trust and shared dedication. As twilight deepens into night over the quiet mountain passes once traveled by these solitary merchants, the soft wind whispering through the high pine needles carries a steady, comforting rhythm that has remained unchanged across centuries. The rivers continue their silent, eternal drift beneath the moonlit sky, just as the Yalu River flowed beneath the boats of 18th century traders, carrying their precious cargo into the evening calm. The steady, rhythmic cadence of those historic caravans gently invites the mind to set aside the hurry of the modern day, sinking into a state of profound stillness, warmth, and peace. In the quiet solitude of the night, we can feel the gentle spirit of those long-ago pathways, where every long journey eventually finds its restful end. Every traveler finds shelter, and all the world settles into quiet, uninterrupted sleep. High above the cloud line, where the mountain air is cool, crisp, and pure, ancient stone thoroughfares once carved quiet pathways across extraordinary alpine landscapes. High in the majestic Andes, the rhythmic step of gentle pack animals marked the slow passage of hours along wind-swept ridges emerald valleys, and granite passes. In the 15th century, llama caravans traveling the high stone causeways of the Inca Quhapac Nyan carried woven textiles and dried valley maize, halting every 12 miles at stone tambo shelters, where herd drivers rested beside quiet mountain streams beneath cold, clear Andean skies. These meticulously crafted causeways, engineered with patient precision across steep cliffs and high plateaus, allowed travelers to move with a calm, measured, and steady pace through some of the most serene and elevated environments on Earth. The tambos served as essential sanctuaries of warmth, quiet rest, and welcome shelter, offering a simple haven where weary drivers could unburden their loyal animals and gaze up at the vast, crystalline expanse of night stars. Beside these rustic stone structures, the soft murmur of fresh water running over mountain rocks provided a gentle lullaby that echoed softly against the surrounding peaks. Pack animals rested peacefully in the crisp night air, their soft breathing synchronizing with the tranquil stillness of the high elevation, completely surrounded by the timeless solitude and silent, protective embrace of the mountains. Across different historical eras and distant continents, human ingenuity established similar networks of quiet endurance, where trade was defined not by haste or commotion, but by the steady, unhurried rhythm of travel across vast natural expanses. Whether navigating high alpine passes, wind-carved canyon floors, or crossing endless northern plains, merchants and travelers adapted to the subtle seasonal rhythms of the earth, learning to read the changing winds, shifting temperatures, and starry constellations overhead. These long-distance journeys demanded deep patience and a gentle, humble harmony with nature, turning long months of travel into a peaceful sequence of predictable, comforting daily routines. The movement of essential goods across such great distances relied on specialized knowledge passed down through generations of travelers, ensuring that valuable items, from soft woven fabrics to aromatic spices and nutrient-rich grain, arrived safely at distant villages and vibrant valley marketplaces. In the quiet stillness of evening encampments, beneath wide and open skies, the shared warmth of a modest campfire and the quiet companionship of fellow travelers offered a deeply reassuring sense of comfort after long hours of rhythmic movement across the landscape. As twilight faded gently into night, the surrounding wilderness fell completely silent, inviting tired travelers to close their eyes and rest securely beneath the calm embrace of the evening sky. Far to the north, across the vast white wilderness of Siberia, another remarkable winter journey unfolded as icy seasonal routes opened across frozen waterways and snowbound taiga forests. When winter temperatures plummeted far below freezing and deep snow blanketed the northern landscape, specialized trade caravans set out across the pristine terrain, taking full advantage of the smooth, frozen surfaces created by the deep winter frost. During the 18th century, winter caravans along the Great Tea Road transported wooden chests of tea across frozen Lake Baikal on horse-drawn sledges, where the sub-zero Siberian air preserved the gentle floral aroma of the leaves inside pine boxes lined with lead foil. Gliding quietly across the thick blue ice of the world's deepest lake, the sledges moved in a steady, graceful line under the vast, pale expanse of northern winter skies. The crisp, clean cold protected the delicate quality of the harvested tea, keeping its fresh scent locked safely within protective layers, until the long journey finally reached its destination months later. The soft, rhythmic crunch of snow beneath the wooden runners, the gentle jingle of harness bells, and the steady, warm breath of the horses created a hypnotic cadence in the crisp silence, guiding the caravan safely through the serene white landscape toward the welcoming warmth of distant hearths. As night falls completely across both the high Andean causeways and the frozen Siberian plains, these historic trade corridors remain a timeless testament to human connection, patience, and peaceful movement across vast distances. The memory of these ancient journeys lingers softly like a gentle evening breeze, reminding us of an era when the exchange of culture, craftsmanship, and goods moved at the natural pace of footfalls, horse strides, and the gradual turning of the seasons. Each stone causeway, quiet riverbank, and snow-draped track whispers stories of patient endurance, calm rest beside mountain streams, and peaceful travel under brilliant, starlit skies. As the stars shine down on silent mountain valleys and vast, frozen lakes, the ancient paths settle into deep, undisturbed darkness. The quiet world rests now, cradled in absolute silence, inviting a deep and restorative slumber over all who dream beneath the endless, comforting canopy of the night sky. As the soft, cool curtain of dusk settles across the ancient landscapes of our world, the long, winding trails of trade and human connection slowly yield to the quiet sanctuary of night. For thousands of years, the earth has been woven together by threads of quiet motion, footsteps worn into mountain passes, wooden hulls gliding over midnight sea lanes, and camel lines tracing gentle arcs across endless sweeps of gold. Across high plateaus, where cold winds once whispered through stone outposts, and through broad valleys, where rivers mirrored the fading hues of sunset, the busy commerce of daylight gradually softens into a stillness deep and profound. The merchants who once bartered beneath vibrant awnings, the guides who read the subtle contours of the earth, and the sailors who held fast to wooden helms, have all turned their faces toward rest. Every path, whether carved into red clay, packed into desert soil, or drawn upon the shifting surface of the ocean, ultimately returns to this shared, gentle peace. The heavy wooden gates of caravan stops slip quietly shut, the iron anchors rest securely in the soft silt of sheltered bays, and the steady pace of the day yields to the gentle cadence of slow, deep breathing. In this hour, the earth itself seems to pause, wrapping every historic route in a mantle of serene, silver twilight as the whole world leans into the soft embrace of sleep. Among the most patient and serene of these historic journeys were those undertaken across the great desert expanses, where the burning heat of noon gave way to the cool, luminous calm of the Sahara after sunfall. Here, in the vast quiet where the wind whispers low across rippling horizons, travelers learned to move with the velvet rhythm of the night. For centuries, the Azalai caravans carried slabs of pale rock salt from the dry prehistoric lakebed of Taoyuideni across 700 miles of Saharan dunes, navigating the silent sands at night by tracking the drift of the constellation Orion. Step by measured step, the long lines of camels moved beneath a cathedral of stars, their padded feet making almost no sound upon the soft earth, while the brilliant winter stars turned slowly overhead to mark the quiet passage of time. There was no haste in their journey, only the gentle, steady cadence of movement tuned to the celestial clock. The air in those high dunes grew crisp and pure, carrying the faint, clean scent of dry stone and cooling sand, while starlight cast long, silver shadows across the ridges. As Orion drifted lazily toward the western horizon, telling the caravan guides that the hours of travel were nearing their end, the travelers would prepare their evening rest, unburdening their animals upon the cool earth. In that profound desert silence, the vast trade routes of the sand became places of complete tranquility, inviting every weary traveler to close their eyes under the watchful, timeless sky. Beyond the desert horizons, across the vast stretches of the world's oceans, a matching peace descends upon the blue lanes that once linked distant continents. Ships that spent the sunlit hours catching trade winds now glide into calm, sheltered harbors, where the water lies smooth as polished glass, reflecting the faint glimmer of coastal fires and distant stars. The creak of wooden timber and the gentle sway of the mast become a soothing cradle, rocking tired mariners into a deep, dreamless slumber. From the ancient sea routes of the Mediterranean to the wide currents of the Indian Ocean, the waters carry a quiet memory of long voyages completed and safe arrivals made. The steady rhythm of waves lapping against stone piers mirrors the calm, rhythmic breathing of rest, reminding us that every journey leads at last to a safe and tranquil haven. Down in the ship's hold, spice boxes, silk bolts, and quiet cargo rest in dark stillness, their long ocean passage fulfilled. The sky above the sea hangs dark and soft, brushed with wisps of cloud that drift lazily across the moon. The lighthouse on the headland sweeps its warm, slow beam over the dark tide, a solitary sentinel offering reassurance to the sleeping world below. Here, where sea meets land, all motion dissolves into a peaceful standstill, cradling the world in an abiding, effortless quiet. Now, as the deep midnight enfolds the entire globe, the ancient trade routes, whether marked in sand, carved into mountain stone, or traced across silent seas, rest together in complete stillness. The merchants, the navigators, the pack animals, and the ships have all completed their long labors, leaving behind only the calm heritage of human connection and quiet endurance. The world has grown soft and quiet, wrapped in the cool night air and lit only by the gentle starlight that has guided wanderers for countless generations. There are no more distances to cross tonight, no far horizons to reach, and no trails left to follow. All paths have brought us home to this present moment of rest. Feel the weight of the day drift away, floating light as dust upon a nighttime breeze, while the quiet world around you settles into profound peace. The ancient caravans have halted, the sea lanes lie still, and the gentle rhythm of the universe breathes slowly in the dark. Let your mind rest upon these timeless trails of peace, knowing that all who traveled them found their rest beneath this very same sky. Rest now, softly and deeply, as the quiet night surrounds you with its endless, comforting calm.